don't you leave it in miles? Since
In a
the only
vacuum.
wait. Why don't you leave it in miles?
I
since the
tried,
only
but you guys said that y'all don't understand.
One person said that, literally.
I mean, I said
The
y'all don't
source that you
understand.
linked,
No, sorry, I didn't
which
get
was
miles.
a video from NASA, right? Or not from NASA, but they restreamed a video from NASA, right?
Right, they're restreaming the video. They're just grabbing the live
and it says in the video American units such as miles an hour, miles, and so on. Why don't you keep it to that? So
I
that
tried, but you guys said that it was
one person.
You don't understand
said that.
it.
One person said
No, I
that.
said it, mate. Sorry. No, but
One
look,
person.
is this supposed to be real footage from space? That
Yes.
the video, it is fucking retarded. It's so obviously bullshit, man.
But you understand what the discrepancy in the distance that is traveled and the distance it says is left towards the moon?
Yeah, man. If you've done the maths, you're probably on point with it, eh? And they're probably doing the truth in plain sight right there.
So if I were to give them the max 300 miles an hour, how are they traveled? How did they travel freaking 15 miles an hour, 15,000 miles when it should have been no matter around what 5,000 miles max? Not even that.
Yeah,
I don't know if you know this, but the closer you get to an object in space, the higher likely you're going to be pulled by the gravity of whatever the object is. Meaning,
well, there's no fucking gravity in space.
If you leave Earth's atmosphere, right, and you're just outside of it, you're gonna be slightly pulled back to Earth, right? And then if you continue that same trajectory to the moon, the closer you get to the moon, right? At first, you will start off being slowed down by the Earth. Then you will reach a point where you will start to accelerate. And
I understand
it literally shows that in the video that you linked me.
Yeah, but that's
Just
the thing,
look
though.
at the speed.
Yeah, stop,
look
though.
at the speed.
Stop.
Look at the velocity.
Stop. Listen.
That's never been proven.
Yeah, no, not even
look
that.
Look at the velocity that they linked.
That does not matter, bro. You don't understand that they're telling you that if I were to give them 300 miles an hour, they will only travel 2,100 miles in 7 hours, not 15,000 miles.
Truth in plain sight.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question, please?
Sure.
Why at the start of the video is the velocity, specifically the velocity, at around 198 miles an hour?
It's even worse for your
point. Hang on, I wasn't finished. And at the end of the live stream that you linked, the velocity, the same video, is at 336 miles an hour.
Right.
Explain that to me, please.
Doesn't matter. I didn't care.
No,
I mean, it's actually more.
It to me.
It destroys.
I'm not going to give it to you for free. Explain it to me. Why destroys?
Why do I need to explain? All I'm going is by the data, right? The data
Show me
tells
the data.
Me.
Why?
I'm giving it to you right there.
Hey, hold on, Elbow. Listen, Crystal. Listen,
ahead.
You are completely misdirecting the conversation right now. It's not. It's about the distance traveled, right? So it doesn't matter that it increased from 190 miles an hour to over 300. That's not the point. The point is the increase in distance covered in the time and the speed, and then your appeal to fucking gravity wells can just take a hike.
Yeah, I mean the velocity. I'm giving them even more velocity than they're actually saying. I'm giving them 3. Listen, stop. No, listen. I'm giving them the max speed from start to beginning at 300 miles per hour. In 7 hours, they will only travel 2,100 miles.
Yeah, bro. You probably don't even bother.
What I
find funny is
hang on. Does your calculation?
Hold on, Crystal.
Talk about the increase in speed or not? Literally,
it doesn't matter. Literally, Crystal. You're misdirection. Okay, it's about the distance traveled as well, not just the increase in speed. Stop focusing on the increase in speed because you're still going to have to account for the distance in that time, which is what his point is.
And I'm giving him more speed that they're telling you at the beginning. So yeah. I'm giving you I'm doing you a favor.
Right.
Apparently to her. Hang on. What I find funny is how the comments in the live stream you posted are fucking dating sites. It's like, look, we found a girl, best adult dating site. It's all just porn bait. The comments of that fucking video, right? So this is a real live stream video, and this is all just porn bait
if I
comments.
calculate the average speed for 233,788 miles in 7 hours. Why is it not giving me the answer? Put 0, 0.
How much did you put?
Just accept the loss,
distance from the Earth to the Moon, 233,788 miles. The average speed is 33. Oh, that's different. Okay, that's wrong. This is it says the average speed is 33,398.29.
33,000 at 33.
Yeah,
right?
that's wrong. That's wrong. That was just a random calculator I googled.
And I'm not talking about the whole trip.
Right.
I'm just talking about the 7 hours.
Right. Crystal doesn't understand this.
Well, guess what? If you want to talk about specifically the 7 hours, why don't you give us timestamps of from the first hour what the total speed was, and then the second hour what that speed was, the third hour what the average speed was, and so on for all 7 hours. If you just say,
you can look back from the live stream.
wait, sweetie. If you just say, right, the total was this, do it. Well, that's not very helpful. If you want to talk about specifically
if
the time taken, it was taken to get to a certain destination, you need to look at, right, the average speed. And if you want to break it down very specifically, right, you would talk about the first hour, the second hour, the third, the fourth. It doesn't have to be an hour, half an hour, literally. You're the one arguing
we could definitely go through
it, and we'll go through it.
We could go through that. We could go through that, but you're not gonna like it because it's gonna
go through it. Literally,
it's gonna go average speed first hour. I know average speed right now 150 at the first hour.
No, it was lower than that.
I'm giving it 150. Second hour average speed 170.
All right.
Third hour, 140. Fourth hour, 115. Fourth hour, 95 miles an hour. 82 miles an hour.
We went from 197
70 miles an hour.
167 in the first
65 miles an hour.
In the second hour, guess what?
78 miles an hour.
All right.
114. So listen.
In the second hour, we went from 167 to 132. In the third hour, right?
Is that faster or slower?
No. We're getting slower.
Right. So is that helping you out or kind of giving you a brunt in the butt?
You're ruining your own argument by it.
No,
literally.
I'm not.
Yeah, right.
In the third hour, we went from 96, right? To 131, literally.
Right.
Literally.
So how
we're getting slower.
Right.
Literally
yes.
slower.
And it's traveling further.
Yeah, because guess what? The gravitational pull that the Earth has is less on the spacecraft. That's why we're getting slower on the gravitational pull, meaning that's why the spacecraft is getting faster. Because the moon's gravity has not set in stone yet. Literally.
Oh
Because it's not close enough for it to be relevant. Because what would happen is what would happen is if we just cancelled we just cancelled the full velocity of the whole spacecraft, guess what? We would go straight back to Earth. But guess what? The moon's gravity hasn't set into stone yet, meaning we're still influenced by the Earth's gravity.
Crystal?
Right? What do you want? I'm trying to make a point.
You have no point because you're traveling slower. You're you're covering more distance.
Do you know how that works?
How does it work? Tell me how when you travel slower, you cover more distance. Is there a wormhole in the middle? You bend space somehow?
First of all, I never mentioned anything about distance. The only thing that I have been talking
about is distance.
Is velocity.
I don't care about velocity. I'm talking about the distance.
No. You should care about velocity.
No, yeah, I do care about the velocity.
It's the only thing that I'm talking about.
The velocity, there's a discrepancy in the velocity is what I'm talking about because of the distance that it's covering.
Do me a favor, right? I'm at the point in the video.
You're just
5 hours 31 minutes.
I'm disengaging because you don't even have the confidence.
Because you don't want to talk about semantics. You're arguing semantics. I'm trying to talk about semantics, literally.
Yeah, wow. Semantics or mathematical distance. Come on,
all right. So for those that aren't you, I'm just going to explain this to them, right?
Oh, please do.
We're talking about velocity, right? That's the only thing we're talking about. I never mentioned miles from the Earth.
Shut the fuck up, dude. Because I brought the fucking conversation, and I was talking about the distance that it traveled and the velocity that it's going.
Did I ever mention velocity?
I don't give a shit what you mentioned. It was my argument.
Did I ever mention miles?
Was it your argument or mine?
Did I ever mention miles?
Was it your argument? Was it your argument?
Did I ever mention miles or not?
I'm going to ask you one more time. Was it your argument? Stop calling me that, bro. Was it your argument?
Did I ever call you?
You are not gonna call me sweetie, you fucking moron.
Yeah, sweetie is a bit condescending of a term. Anyway, man, that video, fuck it, it's hilarious, eh?
This is ridiculous,
man.
I'm
trolling the comment chat right now. I'm just calling them all out. Man, it is ridiculous. It's fucking so obviously bullshit. Like you can see that video that they have of the little aircraft, the only real one on that live stream video, the top left is apparently the only real footage. All the other ones there are CGI. But you can tell that it's being filmed in a composite. And that it is local, and there's a local light source, and that's not a real image from space. You can look at it and tell that if anyone has a creative mind or a right-sided brain, you know what I'm saying? You can look at that and realize that that's not a real thing from space. It's so obviously not real.
So
yeah, it's retarded as fuck. It's so fucking retarded. Is the shit that NASA's putting forward. Who's even live streaming this? Who the fuck is this guy? What channel is this? It's fucking hilarious, man. It's fucking bullshit. Fucking NASA, man. Can you believe this?
Negator, I'm gonna start calling you that. Let's see how you like it.
Who's narrating this stuff though? Like, how do they get to this point, to just narrate this bullshit? You know what I mean?
I muted you for a little bit until you calm down because now you're calling me an idiot. I'm just gonna freaking ban you, bro. Chill your row before I just time you out, bro.
Yeah, you gotta be careful, sweetie. Definitely. Don't call people that. Not everyone likes that.
Yeah, it's microaggressive.
It is. It's condescending.
It's a little bit like makes you want to say like honey baby lamb child,
Lamb chops.
Bubblegum honey suckle. Yeah, right.
What's funny is that
it's not a proper address.
What's funny is that I brought I was addressing the distance that it covered and the velocity that it was going. And see, well, I'm not talking about velocity. I'm not talking about distance. I mean, it wasn't your argument to start with.
Look here, lamb chop.
Come on, sweetie, come on.
Go on, strawberry
Fucking
smoothie.
bullshit.
What was your point?
I'm gonna start calling him dude.
Oh, you gotta be careful with that. Eh? You might get
he
sued.
says. Well, I mean, he says she, her, and I mean, my shit says elbow TV. Doesn't say sweetie. That's your name, dude.
Cream and sugar on top.
I'm
Don't
sorry,
call
I
anybody
didn't hear
sweetie.
that. I had my headset on. Sorry. Oh, sorry. What was that?
You had your headset on, therefore you
Yeah,
didn't hear it.
literally.
That makes sense.
Wow.
Yeah.
I literally have a TV where I play most of my games on, and I was playing one of my games. And if I have my headset off and it unplugged, it goes through my other headset that I use to talk to people. Meaning, when I say I have my headset on, I had my gaming one on, and just because you don't need to hear me playing Dark Souls and dying, yeah, literally.
Yeah, nobody cares.
Anyway, I'll say one thing. It's probably a bit off topic, but look at this live stream video. If anyone else is watching it, how about on the right side of the screen? What is this? Obviously CGI image. Like, what is that? Do you see that? Is anyone looking at the live stream video?
Are you watching the one by the
Yeah, those two.
Yes,
those
that one.
two.
On
So
the right side, it's
side,
obviously a CGI image. Why is that there?
I mean, I don't know. They just
What
added
is
it there.
that? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck is that shit?
I mean, yeah, they added that there, for blah blah blah.
It's a bunch of bullshit. It's fucking trolling. That's all they're doing. They're fucking trolling us.
Of course. I mean, as they told you that they travel freaking 15,000 miles going at an average of 300 miles an hour.
Anyone that believes it obviously isn't going to do the maths, right? Only people that are skeptical.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
So it's probably truth in plain sight. Because if they really wanted to, they could do the maths correctly, which I originally assumed, which I shouldn't have, until I looked into this video. Until I realized they're taking the piss, right? They're having a laugh. I mean, just look at the photo on the right. What is that? Why would they even post that? They could so easily show a real photo of the Artemis next to the moon. And it would be if it was real, it would be such an amazing photo. It would be so awesome.
Well, I mean, they show you at the top left corner. The top left.
Yeah.
The top left corner is supposed to be the real video.
Yeah.
And
you can tell
7,000 miles away.
You can tell. It's just a loop video.
And what's crazy is that the moon and the freaking Artemis always stay static to that position.
Yeah, you can tell it's a loop video, and you can see from the lighting on that craft that it's a local lighting. You can so easily tell that that's not light from the sun. And what is this bottom left? That's CGI as well. What the fuck is that supposed to be? The video of the moon right there, the time lapse. Everything about this fucking live stream is fake.
Can I ask a question to all the flat earthers, if that's all right, please? I just have a question. All right, so I'm just gonna ask it. I assume the silence is everyone's fine with that, right? So my question is this, right? So I said earlier, right, and the live stream was my evidence, right? And I was asking, why was the velocity in the live stream increasing the longer it was, and by that, the closer it got to the moon? I was asking why the velocity increased, and I'm asking what that answer is, not from a globe model, but from a flat Earth model. And I'm just wondering if someone wants to explain it to me, please.
I know this on gravity.
What do you mean by that? had numerous conversations with Flat Earth.
Mass attracts
he-
mass, right? Mass attracts mass. So
yeah,
it's
but
pulling. As you
wait.
get closer to the sun or to the moon, you just get pulled so much faster. Your speed increases to light speed eventually, right?
But I've had conversations with some flat earthers on this server in voice chat, and they don't believe in Newton's law of gravity. They tell me other things.
It doesn't work out.
What you're
But
saying is confusing me. You're a flat earther, or are you a glober?
I'm a flatty, but you can believe NASA and all these stories. But here's the thing: you can't verify any of it. That's the problem. So
How do you know that? Wait, how do you know that?
Well,
if you can't prove it, how do you know that?
I mean, if you want to tell us how you can verify it, I'll listen. But you can't verify one satellite. You can't verify any speeds. Nothing. It's all NASA giving it to you.
Just to clarify, I asked the question, and I said, "Why is the velocity increasing?" And I asked for a flat Earth model.
I answered gravity.
Wait, but since I asked the question, right? You're the one answering the question, so you need to provide evidence for the claim. And
gravity,
I'm just sort of
mass attracts mass. That's the belief, right? That's the science. Mass attracts mass. As you get to the moon, you get faster and faster, man. It just eventually you're just gonna like slam into it, right?
Oh well, thank you. Yeah, no, thank
you. Go.
Do you mind if I quote your username whenever I talk about gravity in this channel?
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Because I mention gravity a lot in this server, but people don't like it. So.
You mentioned the concept and the theory that's never been proven or demonstrated. Yeah, good for you.
I mean, but we just heard just then that, because of gravity,
what did
that's
you hear?
why the spacecraft is increasing
he's
speed.
telling you what your model dictates, but it
no,
doesn't
I'm
matter.
asking. I want a flat Earth model. That's it. I want the flat Earth answer.
Well, the flat Earth model also coincides with the convex and the concave model. Sorry, so it's very complicated.
Well, explain it to me, please. I'm here to learn.
Well, we're not here. I'm not here to write your book about quantum mechanics and the concave model and how light refraction works and how the hologram works. This is very in-depth stuff. You can get specific, but in terms of this live stream video, it's bullshit. And whatever you're talking about, it's bullshit. So the globe is in the bin. The globe is in the bin.
Yeah, but if you just say the globe is in the bin without providing any evidence, that's not really.
You want me to write a book to you? Like I said,
wait. I've had lovely conversations with multiple people on the server. Every single time I have questioned their claim, they have provided me with some form of evidence.
All right, what's the specific?
What's the specific evidence or
question that you're regarding evidence per se?
I'm asking specifically, why does on a flat Earth model specifically, when the spacecraft Artemis 1 gets closer to the moon, why does it speed up in velocity?
Well, the answer is it doesn't go to the moon because that's impossible. Because the moon isn't where they say it is. Well, it's not there. It doesn't exist. The Artemis doesn't fucking exist. That little object that you see in this video is not a real object at all. It's not going to the moon.
Then where is it going?
It's not going anywhere because it's not there. It's like the Tesla. It's like the Tesla car that they sent into space and they live recorded. And it even split to a cut screen of it being in a fucking studio. It's not in outer space per se. That's the answer.
Where is it?
It's probably in a fucking studio. You can see it's in a fucking studio the way it's been recorded.
No, this isn't even. Wait, this isn't even the official stream. This is just a random stream that someone sent. Literally.
You think that random stream? You think that random stream that's streaming this, it has its own camera on the Artemis?
I saw a cut. I saw a loop just then. Literally just then, I saw the screen split and loop.
Give me a second.
So let me ask you this: you think that 300 miles an hour, you could travel 15,000 miles?
What's this new video that Hoymar just posted? Is this supposed to be what the fuck is it? Live stream by NASA. Everyone, watch this video. Watch this video, man. What the fuck is that supposed to be?
The average speed that it is supposed to travel is at 2,000 miles an hour to travel that distance.
No. Not only that, bro. Watch the video that you originally posted, the live stream, right? And then this new guy just posted a live stream video, Hoymar, Artemis close by the moon, live from the NASA channel on YouTube, and compare the two videos right now.
What the hell?
What the fuck is that, bro? It's fucking hilarious. Look at this different. Look at how different they are. Are they supposed to be live stream videos? Are you taking the piss out of me, ass? It's in the live stream text. Hoymar just posted a video from NASA. It looks like 19,000 people are apparently watching this video. And look at that live stream. It's a fucking piss take.
Is that correct?
It's a piss take. That's all it is. And Return of the Mac thinks he's funny, being able to fucking disable demote my fucking comment as if he's fucking Gems channel. You can get fucked. We can ban the disable demote because that emote brings me PTSD.
Can I ask you a question? What would change your mind on NASA? Just
NASA's full of
specifically,
shit.
wait, specifically this mission, Artemis 1. What would change your mind specifically
Right
on this
now,
mission?
maybe the two videos.
I'm not saying
looking
that
at?
it's going to disprove flat Earth. All I'm saying is, what will
It's a simulation.
disprove your
Like your
opinion
video game.
on
It's like your video game.
on
Why does your video game behave
NASA
the way
going
it
to
does?
the moon? That's it.
Your video game behaves the way it does because it's programmed to do that in a simulated type environment. So when you look at NASA, they simulate missions, and then one day they say, okay, now this is the live mission, and they get exactly the same data as all their simulations. And you're asking us, how could we prove that the simulation is valid? Well,
I'm
that's
asking
pretty
what would
easy.
change your mind.
Called
Yeah.
called empiricism. If there was empirical data, no one would be questioning it.
Yo, Flat Earth Server, what's up, man?
If you want an answer to what would change my mind, it would be
literally. Before you derail, what would change your mind?
probably no. I'll answer. It would
Can you
be
respond to what I just said?
telescope. No, hang on. The answer to his question is, what would change my mind would be telescopic imagery of this being seen, right? If we could see this from a telescope, or if they built a base on the moon, like they said, in a year or two, and we could clearly observe this on the moon, lights and a base and everything, yeah, that would change my mind per se, unless they could somehow.
Why?
Wait.
Exactly. Like they could fuck with it. But the thing is, like, if you could see it, they probably can't change the code of the plasma moon, right?
Wait, let me ask you this. What if, for example,
but you know what I mean, right? Like then it would be like kind of legit. But if I started seeing real videos, maybe if they were posting real videos from space of it zooming in and showing cities and skylines upside down, and then they zoomed out and then zoomed back in of cities and whatever upright, then maybe it seemed more plausible. But they can't do that because it's not possible. It's not possible.
I'm gonna Gerald. I'm gonna show you a video real quick.
Wait, I need to
hold on, sweetie.
I asked the question, literally.
Hold on, sweetie.
I just posted a real video. You wanted a real video, man.
Bro, that's it. Put the NASA tag on it and then you'll have cuds going, yeah, that's it. That's the real deal.
That's a real video of Sasquatch.
Yeah,
Somebody
bro. Spotted in Ohio, bro. Only in Ohio.
Hold on, Gerald. Better, so I want to speak.
Can I actually question what you just said or not?
Hold on a sec. You've asked 3 or 4 questions in a row, and then it would be.
I'm just gonna write my question in the text channel. If you want to answer it, go ahead.
Can you listen to? He's about to respond to you.
I'm asking you to respond to my answer to your question. I think it was question 2 or question 3 that you asked. If they're creating a simulation, why does it behave that way in the simulation?
It literally, if we had a satellite looked at the moon and we had someone on the moon, like waving at the thing, would you change your mind? I don't care about your question because I'm more interested about my question.
So we must care about your questions, but you don't have to care about our questions, which are actually rebuttals to your questions.
I asked the question. Wait, I asked the question and then was muted. Then they derailed the topic. I couldn't even respond to the own question that I asked that someone responded to. Literally, so the point being is this,
perhaps you don't know how conversation goes, right? Perhaps you don't understand how conversations go. One person
go
talks,
ahead.
And the other person
I concede. Flat Earth is real. There you go. Is that what you wanted? There you go. Now answer my question, please. Thank you.
Yeah, he's not here for conversation, man. He's trolls. Flatter Solar, did you see the video I posted with not not Bigfoot, but 7 hours of a video where it traveled 15,000 miles going at an average speed of 300 miles an hour in 7 hours?
Yeah, I did. And it's so ludicrous because once you start factoring in the speed that the Earth is said to be traveling around the sun, and you start to factor in the speed that the moon is orbiting the Earth and traveling around the sun, effectively the Earth would be traveling at 66,000 miles per hour. So this irrelevant talk about, oh, but this thing can travel 2,000 miles or can do 15,000 miles, just if it stayed stationary, it would have advanced on the moon by 66,000 miles per hour. Mm-hmm. If it was static in space, let alone it having any vector of its own. But they always like to think about it. No, the Earth is stationary for this example. The moon is stationary for this example. And therefore, we'll only talk about the velocity of the projectile. And then suddenly everything makes sense. When you shoot a rocket from the Earth towards the moon, it's now leaving the Earth, especially if it's on the back end of the Earth. It's now traveling at 66,000 miles per hour plus the velocity of the projectile. So when it comes close to the moon, it's actually traveling at about 68,000 miles per hour. How would it decelerate without an atmosphere to slow it down? Is when you really start to think about this stuff that you see how ludicrous this is. And then you see how mindless puppets like the guy who wants to ask questions but doesn't actually want to hear answers or respond to any answers. It takes a mindless brain like that to accept these things.
Somebody was telling me earlier that it decelerates by the mass it throws. In other words, the gas that it jettisons, it creates practically his own micro atmosphere. So when it releases gas into the vacuum of space, it creates its own little atmosphere, which it pushes off of. So it pushes off of itself. But he didn't want to agree to that. that it doesn't push us off itself. This is just gold. And earlier, Sweetie there was talking about how he doesn't care about the distance it's covering, he care about the velocity that it's going. That in the beginning it started at 200, then it went down to around 4 hours, it went down to like 70 miles an hour. And now it's increasing at 300, but he doesn't care about the distance that it covered.
If you're not going to answer my questions, I'm not going to answer your questions.
Am I talking to you? Am I talking to you? I'm talking to Solar.
Why do you keep talking about me? Literally.
But you're here. I can talk about you, about the question, and I'm talking about the distance you were talking about.
If I talk about you like that, I would get muted.
You can. No, you won't. You'll be able to talk to me about me.
I mean, I got muted 2 times already.
Well,
literally.
First of all, you were calling me Sweetie, and I told you to stop that, and you did it again. And then you called me an idiot. I was about to time you out for that, but then I decided to let you slide.
And guess what? Because of that, I'm not going to answer your question.
I'm not
waiting
asking you
for
to
your
answer my question.
For my
you
question.
can't answer anything, man. You can't answer anything. So
exactly.
It can demonstrate exactly. Yeah. So just shut up. Let the people who are actually thinking and using their own minds, maybe you'll learn something.
This is why people that believe in flat Earth are things that I don't want to say because I'm gonna get banned. So yeah,
this is why we know that globe earthers are morons, because they're not actually here to have a discourse or to have a dialogue, as in a two-way discussion. They're here to ask their question, then avoid the answer, then ask the next question, then avoid the answer, then ask their fifth and sixth and seventh question, and then say, "No one can answer my questions." Even though every single question you asked was answered, if you lack the ability to contemplate or comprehend the answer, that's on you, buddy.
Why don't you do this, right? Before you assume, before you assume what you know about me, I have had numerous discussions with New Perspective and Geo and Crack Villain. I've had numerous discussions with all of them, most of which on average are between 1 hour and 2 hours, literally. And if you're saying that I'm here to meme and whatever, I'm sorry, but you're just wrong, literally.
No, you're just deluded, that's
New
all.
Perspective has sent me pages and pages and pages and pages of flat earth evidence, and I have read a lot of it. I'm not going to say all of it, but I've read a lot of it.
We should look into concave information if you want really the true science, because concave has a lot of truth to it. You know, the information that we're seeing here in this argument is a bunch of bollocks. This NASA live stream, both live streams I've seen, it's a bunch of shit, you know? Like, what is this? What are we seeing from NASA being live streamed right now, right? Do you believe that to be real?
I didn't even link the live stream. That was somebody else.
Yeah, but I'm talking about this right now. Isn't this the topic of discussion? Look at this. Look at the video. It's fucking retarded. It is like beyond retarded. It's like you have to be triple vaxxed, you know. Ultimately calcified pineal gland. I would say extremely drunk, but at the same time, I'm pretty drunk, so I can't say that. But you know, look at this video, and look at these live stream videos, and just say to yourself, and look in the mirror and be like, is this reality? Touch your thighs, touch your head, do a twirl around and touch the ground. You know what I'm saying?
The moon is a pumpkin, man. It's not even spherical, man. It's a squash.
Yeah, look, what the fuck is that shit? It's a squash.
It's a fucking squash.
It's a bunch of bollocks. Come on, man. You can be smarter than this, sweetie. I don't even want to call you sweetie.
Give me 2 seconds. I'm literally, because people think I'm a troll, I'm going to link all of the evidence that from Flat Earth that when I was having a discussion with New Perspective, literally, if I was some random troll, I wouldn't have literally 9 tabs worth of information, and I'm going to link it all to you, literally. I didn't even
Literally.
find this information. This is coming from a flat earther who is a mod on the server, literally.
Literally.
Here we go. This is all of the evidence that I was sent. There's a lot more. Those are just the text documents. It's in
Did you
the
read all
text
those
chat.
documents?
I've read 3 of them.
And did you have it? Were you able to disprove the documents?
I read them under the assumption that there was more to learn. Literally. And there's so much more. I've
Literally.
got like 15 YouTube links that I'm going to link right now. There's 15 of them, right? What else is there? There is even more than that. Here we go.
What are you saying? So
Things
you
on
read these
bitch.
documents?
Literally. If you think I'm here to LARP and whatever, right? Read the
No, you're just full
documents.
of shit.
They're from your own sources. I didn't even ask for the sources. I had questions about Flat Earth, and those what are the documents that was given to me. Literally, that's it.
Literally.
I was just
Literally.
clarifying. I thought it could have been a figurative because we had been chucked so many literallys that like once in a while there's going to be a figurative, but it is literally every fucking time that a comparison's made is literal. It's amazing.
Yeah, there you go. Literally.
Literally.
I like how the person that was like making the claim left. Literally.
Yeah, man, I've got an early morning. Yeah, good chat, mate. Good luck. Honestly, good luck with the globe. I'm sorry. It's all in your head.
I'm gonna have
unfortunately.
lovely luck with the globe, but it was nice meeting you.
Yeah, mate.
Oh, they left. They literally left.
They figuratively left. I know they literally left.
They literally left. Not figuratively, but literally.
But also figuratively.
Mentally, they left.
What happened? Did they get quiet?
Literally.
These Globers are like, well, how do you expect that the Artemis is increasing speed towards the moon? Because gravity, obviously. So how does that work on a flat Earth?
It'd be high gravity day. I don't normally drop pen caps like that.
Did he get upset when I say you can't verify one satellite? You can't verify the Artemis?
Yeah, Artemis, right?
But it's as preposterous as when they show you the rocket going up, and then the rocket starts to turn sideways, and then the speed accelerates, and the altimeter says no, it's now going up a kilometer a second in altitude, but you can see the rockets on its side. So just because there's a little number at the bottom of the screen saying it's increasing does not necessarily mean it is increasing. It's just so flawed. That type of argument, or even that question, is pretty retarded from old Globus.
One's correct. Night when they do night stuff. From the helium.
So apparently, Geo and Crackville are much nicer to him. So there. We dropped the ball, guys. We're slipping. He had a 2-hour discussion with Crackville and Geo. So what happened?
Where's the love?
I guess we're not going to put up with his shit.
I don't have time for no bullshit. That's my new catchphrase.
Has anybody bought their turkey yet? Gonna have a big fat turkey for Thanksgiving?
It's a pounder. Nah, just kidding. How many people does like a 20-pound turkey feed?
What was that?
Turkey. How many people is that for? What do you think?
My turkey is for probably 8 or less. Depends on who shows up.
Crazy looking. Weird, they have a personality to them. I'm almost not sure if they're like so the best thing to be eaten anyway. I don't know. People be all into their turkey now. So let me get in your way. Sounds like we're like way better than everything else because we have like the lock on like technology, you know, or you know, or like because I don't know, man. Like some animals, they're just like they can be ill and almost develop like some higher version of its wild self. You know what I mean? Fucking. Not that you can teach a cat to fetch, but whatever the fuck. Turkeys are crazy beings, man.
You can't
That's all
teach
I
a
know.
lion. You can't teach a lion to eat oatmeal.
I think you could. Why not? I think you could, man. I mean, it definitely wouldn't be healthy to the animal, but you know, it's the same way people teach their dogs to be vegans, right?
Well, I think that dogs is different because dogs will eat like almost anything. Eat out of the trash. You can. They have this vegan like better than meat. You know, like meat that tastes like meat. They have chicken that tastes like chicken. So I think a dog would like not even honestly know that much of a difference. So that's not a good analogy. But if you made like a better than meat, the lion might eat that. You know.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is it's not healthy for the dog. The dog can be taught to eat it though. And when you see a dog eating trash or something, those are normally, you know, dogs that don't have homes and shit, right? I've never seen a
All
dog from a
dogs are
stable
trash.
family eating trash.
Trash to a dog is like a mystery. They need to solve it.
Depends if it's a junkyard dog.
Yeah. Like a junkyard dog will definitely fuck around with like trash. But that dog isn't healthy. You know, that dog isn't doing too good. It ain't thriving.
So tell us how you make your dogs thrive. You gotta feed them like a raw meat or what?
You gotta feed them a high meat, protein based diet. You've never owned dogs before? They definitely need meat. You know, they need bones for their teeth. Um, yeah. And dogs do this weird thing where when they want to throw up and make themselves sick because there's something in their tummy they want to puke out, they start eating grass. You know, have you ever seen a dog do that?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's within their biology to want meat, but mind over matter. Yo, what the fuck? How? How, Sway? So what's good, yo? What are we arguing about this week?
Well, apparently Artemis is increasing its speed on its way to the moon because gravity.
It's in what speed?
It's increasing its speed on its way to the moon.
All right. Is that controversial? Is it not to be believed? Is NASA lying? What's going on?
It's just more ridiculous bullshit.
So it shouldn't increase its speed, or
No, it should not.
okay.
There's gravity, it would fall back to Earth, right? Mass attracts mass, the greater mass, right?
It's not that simple. It's a bit more nuanced than that, right? It is quote unquote fallen, but it's a controlled fall.
It's kind of funny.
I mean, if there's gravity, wouldn't all the planets just get sucked into Uranus? I mean, come on now.
Why would you expect that to happen?
They would stick together like a bunch of grapes and would just create like a massive planets, and that would cause a sphere, and then they would turn to a black hole because it would collapse, and that would be the end of the solar system.
Right, the solar system itself is coagulating.
Godric.
I saw it on a sci-fi.
Complete
Sci-fi
breakdown of gravitational priority. Yeah.
You saw that on the Sci-Fi Channel, or what?
That sounds like some kaku. Kaku.
I mean, why would the planets be pulled towards one central point when they all pull each
because
other?
doesn't mass attract mass, man? Like the
Yeah, but
conditions
all
all come
masses
together,
are.
bro. They all come together in
Yeah,
one big mass lump.
no, but the thing is, Godric, all masses are attracting all masses. We're being pulled towards the sun, but the planets out on the outer edges or the outer rims also pulling us, right? The big gas giants, they're pulling us as well. Their mass also mass.
Gas giants are out that near the outer rim.
Yeah, so they're pulling us as well. Uranus and Jupiter.
So there's a perfect equilibrium where we can all survive in a coexistence, even though gravity is pulling us back left and right, up and down. Like a perfect, like a sea of tranquility.
It's like clockwork. Yeah. I feel the solar system is evidence of a creator. Earth being a spinning ball with all these other spinning balls moving in a clock-like fashion is like supreme evidence of a creator. It's so intentional.
Clockwise.
You don't think so?
I appreciate that, but check with your scientists because they're saying that they don't need a god. Just need gravity.
Yeah. They can say what they want to say. But I'm saying what I'm saying, Godric.
Testimony.
We no longer need a God because we can explain everything with science.
So does Earth being a flat stationary plane imply we need a God? Couldn't we be the center of the universe without a God?
No, because the Earth
Like,
being a flat plane dispels Big Bang, dispels Spaceballs, dispels spinning stars, dispels evolution. You lose everything. You lose gravity. You lose everything when you have a flat plane.
Okay, cool. All of these things are gone, but why do we still need a God? Maybe Earth has just been here forever. It was never created. It's
but if
just always been.
if there's anywhere else or any other life or life like us or life not like us, it's like it's got to be of the same general idea as a god, right? Like if we find aliens, we're not going to have to deal with alien god, are we? Are we? I don't know. Such as to
Still, I
say that
think
we could even
my
find another
question-
one, right?
Yeah. But Godric, I think my question still stands. You know, the flat Earth seems to have no need for a God. If there was no Big Bang, no creation event, it's always been. Why do we need a God? If the Earth is like eternal, it
Because
has
you have
no boundaries.
they're gonna lose their science, right? They lose their foundation, right? What's left is a flat plane with the sun and moon circling just overhead in a clockwise fashion. Life on Earth, life on Earth is happening, but how? Not from Big Bang, not from abiogenesis. All that shit is thrown out, right?
Yeah, and so is God. God is thrown out as well.
It instills some kind of intelligent designer, I believe. Not like a spinning globe that exploded in a vacuum, but a flat Earth, yes. I think you would logically conclude it would be an intelligent designer.
If the flat Earth is eternal, it's always been. It has no boundaries. You know, why does it need a God? It's eternal in itself.
We have the creation stories in the Bible. God spoke the world into existence. Why do you say eternal? God's eternal by definition, right? The earth is finite, right? By what we know. So I disagree.
Do we really know it's finite? I mean, according to most flat earthers, we don't know where the flat Earth ends. We don't know where it came from. They all flat earthers that don't, follow the Bible, and they still believe the Earth is flat. Like, can we not have a flat Earth without the Bible? And if we have to go by some sort of religious tale,
I don't
which
think it's
religious
logical
tale?
include anything is eternal. To me, it doesn't make sense. I don't know how you can explain that.
All right. Interesting you said that. If the flat Earth isn't eternal, and you believe nothing can be eternal, then what created God? Because God can't be eternal either, right?
I meant except for God, of course.
Oh,
yeah.
Why is
Yeah,
God
God's
an exception
beyond,
to this rule?
God's beyond space and time, right?
But why is he an exception to the rule then? Like, how can God be eternal, but everything else can?
You have to have a causation. You have to have a start, a spark, something that started everything in motion.
And where does this stop? Because clearly it doesn't stop.
We just think, we don't know. I mean, this is you're talking about religion, right? Just have faith.
Is it?
We don't know where it started or where it stopped, but we know it's here, and it has to be caused by intelligent designer, obviously. Like if we observed, exploding dead rocks.
Not assumptions.
Hang on. We observed exploding dead rocks of life. Well, maybe that's not intelligent designer, but if we have, intelligent life and living here in a perfect symmetry, harmony environment, which I think Earth is, I think that implies an intelligent designer.
It sounds like a lot of assuming, man. I don't know. I don't know. It sounds like you're doing a lot of things
you accuse
your mortal opponents of doing.
Isn't that what you experience?
What? An eternal creator? I've never experienced that in my life.
Well, right. So there's like the idea that it's either a stack of different probabilities, or there's something or a subset of things that know that something is happening in order to have coalesce them into working together to form flowers and
I'll tell you what you don't
bees and shit,
experience.
right?
I'll tell you what you don't experience. You don't experience Big Bang explosions. You don't experience biogenesis, evolution, all this other bullshit that they cram down our throats in school.
Oh, I
Yeah.
do experience it. I mean, it's not an everyday experience I have, but I've seen things that tell me that did happen once upon a time, way back when. Now, in eternal creator, I've never seen something today that tells me he might exist or might have existed way back when.
Well, let me ask you this: are you open to a creator God?
I am open to it. I'm definitely open to the
Are you
idea.
open to a creator
That's
God
why I said, I
that knows
literally
you?
said, like at the beginning of this discussion, Godric, I said the solar system, as it's taught to us, is really good evidence for a creator.
You said that, and are you open to a
I
creator
did.
God,
I
person
am.
God
I
who
am.
knows you, who loves you, who cares for you?
This sounds like a very personal God. I have mixed feelings on that, but I
Right.
am open to the idea that our solar system, as we know it, as it's taught to us, is evidence for intelligent design. That I'm open to. It seems you aren't, though. You're closing your mind off to this possibility, but you're speculating on these other possibilities.
Yeah, I'm giving you my thoughts. I'm talking out loud.
All right. I don't know. I just wish you would be a bit more open-minded, Godric. If you can believe in an eternal creator, why can't you believe that we have something going to the moon?
I could believe that if there was any evidence, if NASA weren't liars and
But what evidence do you have
fraudsters,
for an eternal creator?
I take that on faith, and I also take that on, I'm not sure how to say, intuition, discernment.
Feeling? It's like a gut feeling, like a sixth sense.
Yeah, like a gut feeling. Mm-hmm.
And if
Now,
I
go
had a
ahead.
gut feeling that we have a moon, a thingy going to the moon, that's fine, right?
I think you are. I think you're being entertained by magicians and people. What's the word? How to say? You can fool some of the people all the time. You can't fool all
But
the
you
people
can't
all the
fool
time.
all the people all the time. All
Well,
right.
a lot of people
All
some
right.
of the time. So I think that's the situation. These NASA artists and anybody else that says they're going to space, giving us these movies, these CGI and obvious
Mm.
fake reality, and they're trying to put it past us as science.
What
So
if you found out tomorrow that NASA wrote the Bible? The same way they're telling us about the moon, this, that, and the third. The NASA people of the past are the ones that wrote the Bible.
I'll tell you what, I don't know everything, and I could be wrong. Humans, as a human, I could be wrong, could be mistaken. I don't think I'm mistaken, but I could be wrong. As far as I can't say I'm 100%, but I think I'm right.
But wouldn't that be the case? Because I mean, the people that gave it, the ordinary, average day people which is what you and I would have been if we were alive during the time of Jesus. We would have been ordinary people, ordinary folk, and it would be Jesus or some high priest that's giving us this word of God or telling us the nature of our reality. Isn't that a bit similar to what happens with NASA today? Ordinary people are being told by this select.
Yeah,
Um,
there's always fools and wise men. There's always people that doubt, doubting Thomas, for example. There's always
mm,
people that are not going to be persuaded, that are stubborn, for example. for people that are enlightened, that know more. It's like a scale, right? Nobody's going to be 100%. They're all different kinds of colors as far as men. So no one religion is going to capture everybody. I was going to say, no, I don't want this. This is not right. No science or no education system's going to agree with everybody. No philosophy. No laws are going to be accepted by everybody. So we have a variety, right? But that doesn't mean we can't use our common sense and verify these things we're told, see if they're valid. Which is this whole conversation we're having. Verify the things that they're telling us. See if they're legit. Gotta use your better judgment. Come to your own conclusion. And that's why we can't shove anything down your throat. You can't shove stuff down our throat, but we just have to find it on our own. Granted, some people are going to be wrong. That's just life. But I think you have to come to the conclusion that you need NASA to tell you everything that's happening in space. You can't go there yourself. They're giving us, signals and, data, quote unquote, but you can't verify that it's authentic. So, you have to make your own conclusion. I feel like I can, get a ticket and go to China, go to Australia. I feel like you can verify that. You can't verify any of this ISS stuff, moon stuff, Mars, all this, which I think it's they have a financial interest and they have the interest for control. There's a lot of different interests they have. Why would they do it? A lot of different, like at some time in the past, there was kings and queens and they made rules and the people, let's say the commoners, had to follow those rules. And, these elite nobles would want to stay in power. So they would have to put rules on the people to follow these rules. They would tell them they would be the authority, right? They would tell them stuff, and it hasn't changed much since then. It's the same thing. People in power want to stay in power. They want to control people, keep them stupid, basically.
Yo, Godric, you still there, bro? No. He ran away.
What was that?
I was asking if you still around, man. I thought you ran away.
I went to the restroom. I'm back. What's up?
Oh, where do we drop off, man? So pick it back up.
I tried to explain to you that
Mm-hmm.
when you if it is flat, you just have to throw all that science out. So like you're gonna lose everything. You lose a Big Bang. You're gonna lose, spinning space balls, and you lose gravity because isn't the gravity we have on Earth depending on the actual mass that they determine that the Earth is? So if it's flat, you lose gravity. So this perfect system we have, since it hasn't been made by a Big Bangs and spinning space balls, yes, not proved, but let's say strongly, you must consider an intelligence, yes, but not for the globe.
But can we have intelligent design with the globe as well?
You could, but you can't have a flat plane and all that science that they give us. The science doesn't work. There's a flat plane, right?
That's crazy. So, what does work with the flat plane if not science? Like, how do we figure things out? If the Earth is flat, we got to give up biology and geography and physics and engineering. How do we figure things out?
Oh
Well,
my God.
let's clarify. I want to say 90% of
He
science
just
is
said
true.
we've got to throw science away.
90% of science is true. 10% is fake. It's false, right? So we have to, throw out all these. What's this propaganda? Which scientism? I'm not going to call it. Science that can't be proven. That part's not science. Science that is proven,
So which part
verifiable,
is
repeatable, demonstratable.
science?
That's real science. Not all this
Okay,
other nonsense I consider scientism.
all right. Give me examples of science that is real, that does work on a flat Earth.
Fraction, mirage. First of all, if you're anywhere on the East Coast right now, it is absolutely gorgeous. The twilight and the waning crescent moon is just beautiful. Wish I could stop my truck and take a picture. Anyway,
Yeah, Godric, you were saying?
I think science is anything basically you can confirm and prove on Earth. Not
So
these.
what can we confirm then?
For example, not 2 million light year away stars. For example, that's not, to me. That's not science.
Yeah, that's fine. Hey, Godric, I fully understand what isn't science. I'm trying to figure out what is science. What on the flat Earth
I would
can
say
we do?
90%. I say 90% science is real and 10% is false.
All right, give me an example of anything within that 90%.
Anything that includes, hubris and assumptions and dogma.
he wants positives, Godric. He wants
Yeah,
a positive.
positives. Don't tell me what isn't. I fully understand what isn't. You've made that abundantly clear.
Dude,
Give me
no
what
matter
is.
how many times you explain this,
Hard to point on
hey
it.
Godric,
Yes.
no matter how many times you explain this to this kid, he just stops. He just doesn't stop. Yo, did you guys see this David Attenborough on Instagram shit? With so he posted this picture of the sun coming underneath the clouds, and he goes this magical picture taken on this airplane shows the sun beaming light underneath the horizontal plane, right? So that was just one post. His fucking next post, I guess somebody screamed at his ass. His next fucking post is literally the Lake Pontchartrain. And he's like, you can see the curvature of the earth right here. And it's like somebody yelled at him for putting horizontal plane. and it's fucking hilarious. David Attenborough on fucking Instagram. But Copernicus, if that was you, I thought you might appreciate that. Fucking.
If it was me, what, yelling at him?
No. Just knowing that, like this out of nowhere comes Lake Pontchartrain after, after a post about the horizontal plane of the clouds. He was like reprimanded, whoever runs the account was, and then they put in a Lake Pontchartrain, and he's like, "Oh, you could see the for no fucking reason, other than his previous post said that the sun was coming underneath the horizontal plane, which of course you can't have when you're on a spinning space ball, right? It's kind of funny. Forgive me, I guess you could answer and entertain Nate's line of questioning that'll never end.
I'm gonna actually leave because Issa just ruined the whole vibe, you know. But God, this was
Are
fun.
you offended? Are you leaving Twitter too? Hey, yo, did you see CBS News?
No, but I actually gotta go. I
I'll
just
hang
arrived.
out, Nate. Stop. You're part of the.
But I'll be back a bit
Hey, Nate,
later, man.
did you see that
Well,
CBS they left Twitter on Friday, but they came back
that's
today?
crazy.
They
That's
came back.
crazy.
They were like, after our security checks were in place, we realized we're going to resume activity on Twitter.
That's what's up.
Hey, Tate,
Twitter.
did you hear my positive answer? I did give you an answer to your question.
I didn't hear you. I'm so sorry, Travis. Well, what
That's
did
all
you
right.
say?
I said refraction and mirage. It's absolutely
Okay.
verified scientific.
All right. That's cool. All right. I'll be back later, man. Peace out, guys.
Okay, man. Good
Don't
talking.
be leaving, man. You're all offended and shit, like CBS News. Leaving Twitter. Sorry, I should have just kept out of it. Forgive me, boys. I just thought it interesting that the only place that they ever can see curvature is like fucking Pontchartrain.
So did Twitter go down? Did it have any problems recently, or is it still going full swing?
Nah, dude, do you realize fucking Elon fired almost 8,000 people already? And Twitter is functioning just fine. Also, check this out. There's a picture of, it's a dude named Melissa who used to run all the political, what do you call it here? Check this shit out. This is who was who was deciding political disinformation on Twitter. And I posted it in the live stream. Yeah, these clowns are freaking out about it too. Also, did you guys see this thing with the clothing company? What the fuck is their name? Let me find it real quick. They're called Balenciaga. Do you guys hear about that yet?
No.
Oh, okay. Thanks, babe. They've been having these photo shoots with kids with teddy bears that are all laced up in like sadomasochistic sexual shit, and then they just deleted their Twitter account. And they actually, one of their posts has a fucking, it's like a picture of a fucking handbag on a desk, and on the desk, hidden, or as it's put, poorly hidden, is fucking like court documents involving like child fucking you know what. So it's like really weird, and they just deleted all their stuff from I think Instagram or Twitter.
So were they trying to expose? Were they trying to
No,
expose stuff, or they?
no, like trying to like exploit it. And like, you know, of course, because Elon now is in control of Twitter, all these knuckleheads have like got digital fingerprints on all that shit. So I hope they get wrecked. You know, like because they've been pushing all that shit and thinking they were going to get away with it for so long. And I think now, you know, there might be some comeuppance, hopefully in the next, I think, couple of years, because it's going to take like congressional bullshit and fucking drawn out processes to like do it. But I think over the time, like people will wake up to the fact that there's been these Epstein cult motherfuckers running. Oh, dude, did you hear about the NFT guy? That fucking, there's 2 NFT guys that got 2 tech guys within the last month that were found drowned. One of them was lost at sea, and then the other one was in his fucking hotel room. And the one guy in his hotel room had made a post about like some Epstein shit going on, and like he had like figured something out between, like he like straight up came out like said like CIA, Mossad, and fucking were running this Epstein shit, and like 2 days later was found drowned in his fucking bathtub. This is just like a week ago.
No.
Yeah, interesting. And then like I guess like the House or something's going to open up all these investigations to Biden and all the money. This is what gets me a little bit. Is like this is where like some of the like old, you know, like I'm thinking of Grimm, you know, guys like Grimm that were like, yo, this flat earth shit's a psyop, because more and more like all the conspiracy heads are not aware of like what's going on, actually going on. Like, I mean, not that we ever really know. I mean, because you could just Pete Shea it to death and be like, wow, it's all a lie and it's all a TV show and I'm not going to pay attention to it, you know. Or you could also go full Pete Shea and look at it like Clues. But at the same stroke, like, you know, so many conspiracy heads are not fucking paying attention to what's going on because we're like worried about arguing about horizontal planes and shit with like people like Nate for no fucking reason.
So what should we pay attention to with the NFT guys? I mean, is it just...
Well, no, just that they were in on that tech thing. Are you familiar with the FTX shit that's going on? No? Like this guy, you might have heard like the guy Bank, something Feynman or something. He just got busted and he was like allegedly like a tech billionaire that gave all this money to Ukraine. Or the U.S. gave all this money to Ukraine, and then it's showing that the Ukraine put the money in the FTX, and then FTX gave all the money back to the Democrats and like a bunch of Republicans too. So like all these dudes have like been kind of caught in this money laundering scheme using this tech thing, FTX, which was a crypto company, which is tied to NFT world, which is tied to the people who were creating it and advancing it. Do you know what I mean? It's like a culture. So that culture, that tech culture, like, you know, they're like, they've been the ones who've laundered the funds to have political advancements made. You know? That's why the NFT shit kind of matters, because they are in the culture of this community that's been moving all this money around for politicians.
so it's just creating a platform for laundering.
Yeah.
Right.
And like, you know, and they got caught. This is why it's newsworthy and why we should know. And why anyone who's interested in this shit, you know what I mean, like conspiracy, etc., should be in on this side of the game too, instead of just carte blanche. Oh, I don't care because we know it's all a lie.
Is there a channel? Is there a channel that you know of that does what you're talking about? Like someone?
I mean, I'm sure that, not that I know of. I just pick up random bits from people that I'm from, you know, friends with.
Yeah.
Right. Right. I mean, or like people that are shit posting, and you just kind of go down the rabbit hole. I haven't seen anybody on the NFT thing specifically. In fact, I tried to look up the only article I could find is about the one NFT guy who was lost, like drowned at sea. I couldn't find the other article, or I couldn't find an article about the second guy, and that I saw on some Instagram post from some NFT guy who was like, "What the fuck?" You know what I mean? Like, this is fucking crazy. And then I can't find it again. But what's interesting from like a flat Earth perspective, and the idea of like sitting at the mountaintop, if you will, right? Realizing that it's all full of shit. It's just that, this is part of our society's like great awakening, or whatever, pardon the term, but like this is how they're going to be woken up, by realizing like, wait a minute, they were laundering money using crypto. What? They're gonna like, flat Earth is so far down the road, dude, for most. I like my flat Earth mixed in with international politics.
Flat Earth martini, dirty with international politics.
With a shot of a shot of Democrat corruption. Yeah. Because that way you can see why they're doing what they're doing. That's why the money thing made so much sense to me. Is like, if you never settle the national debt through discharge, like I'm talking about, if that never happens, then you have to have asteroids worth $4 quadrillion worth of nickel. You have to have all that. You have to have the space program. I get what you're saying. Right, they've got to have a way or something to monetize, or it's war.
Yeah, if no one's cashing out, they can't have it keep banking, stacking up stake. They've got to get rid of it and break it back down.
Right, and what's crazy to me is it's only like the capital of any currency is based on the population rate, the birth certificate. But instead of admitting that, they've got to say that they're collateralizing space rocks.
Yeah, I get you.
And people, instead of realizing who they are more amenable to space rocks than like discharge of the financial fucking issue. But I think like you can't have, because you got to have constant collateral to monetize something. That's the problem with the U.S. right now. That's why all the normies are freaking out, because the economic theory does not pan out. Like everything.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have gold, right? If you don't have gold backing it, then you've got to have collateral somewhere else in another source of value.
Right, you got to have. I mean, you got to have cars. You got to have something to use as collateral for your credit.
Yeah.
And and the problem is, it's like kind of like I was talking about a little bit about with Lewis the other day, but Lewis just couldn't get it, or just plays the part that someone couldn't get it. I don't know what to fucking think sometimes, because if the U.S. citizen is the collateral on the national debt, this is the big fear that everyone initially getting into this or economics kind of like marvels at and is terrified of, is the prospect that if the citizen is the collateral on the national debt and China owns the national debt and the U.S. cannot pay China or the UN, then they get to come here and take U.S. citizens, because U.S. citizens are the fucking collateral. And that's where you go into internment camps and slavery and FEMA camps and all the rest of it. Because the citizen, if I say, are you a U.S. citizen? You say yes. Well, get in the fucking train. You're collateral on the national debt, dude. It's like the marshal's coming to collect a car or something like that from someone who didn't make a payment. And that's the terrifying prospect. And that's why if people don't understand that, you could be a flat earther all you want. You're still going to be on the fucking train.
Yeah, I suppose that should be some kind of glitch in the matrix for some people to understand that system. Like, it's almost like, how can they do this, right? Because I'm an American, I'm a free citizen, like I have the Constitution, and so then when their rights are infringed, they don't get it. They're like, why can you do this? And they don't get it. And so then they go, well, I don't get it, but you're doing it. So whatever. Okay. You know what I mean?
Well,
It's
yeah,
like they
well,
don't.
here's the thing. This is why the law is so righteous, because the law says, well, I mean, and you can look at it like immoral in this turn, but it works all in all directions. Is the idea that, like they say, there's a maxim in law: ignorance is no excuse of the law. So it's like, oh, I didn't know it was a 25-mile-an-hour speeding limit. Doesn't matter. I didn't know he was a cop. I didn't know he was a federal agent when I punched him in the mouth. Well, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Because ignorance is no excuse of the law. And that's where, like, even worse, it's like U.S. citizens, if you identify as such strictly, they're not protected under the first 8 amendments of the federal Constitution. Freedom of speech, right to own arms, blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? But they're collateral in the national debt. Looked at as property. That's why you have a citizen. You're not a citizen, you have one. I've got one of those. Are you a U.S. citizen? That's more complicated. I often think the best answer would be, is it a crime to love Marilyn Monroe, French fries, and fucking apple pie, bitch? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, because, like, you got to play that line of, like, what they think is Americana versus being a U.S. citizen, because they're both distinctly different terms. But that's why the economic thing matters, because the potential for them to load all U.S. citizens up as collateral on the national debt is not something I think the Democrats wouldn't be fond of. And the fucking deep state, whoever they are, Republican, Democrat, whatever the fuck. But if we don't even know that we're in that trap, then that's like you just said, you wind up like, I don't get it. Well, it doesn't matter if you don't get it. But I think there's a way through all that. That's what I've been trying to preach. You know what I mean? The idea that discharge of debt would eliminate the need for the lies. But the people need the lies because they can't handle the truth. It's crazy. I don't know. These are the types of conversations I like having versus, like, where does Jeremy get his groceries?
Anyway, sky is still beautiful.
Dude, I saw the moon. Did you see the moon this morning? I don't know where you're at, but
yeah, I can see it. It's a nice waning sliver. Yeah, crescent.
Notched up over here. I just know. I was like, what? Oh,
what was it?
Yeah. When Travis first mentioned it, it was just like the light was just peeking through, but you could still see like the night sky.
Yeah, man, I was up
Yeah,
early.
you should be good over there in Jersey, because I mean, if our weather's the same, I've got a clear
It's just
sky
about
right now.
yeah, unless you're like in the middle of Pennsylvania or something like that. It's
Right.
pretty close. I mean, it's such a fucking wide state. It's crazy.
Who, Pennsylvania?
Yeah, it seems like it takes the whole trip across the country to get just through Pennsylvania.
That in Tennessee. Tennessee's wide as well. I think Tennessee is almost as wide as California is long.
Really?
I think so. If not, it might be a little bit.
That's cool.
Flight over Pennsylvania, pretty boring. The drive through it, arguably pretty boring as well. But like the scenery from the ground is like way better than the scenery from the air. Like and some of the like crepuscular ray shit that goes on over these little valleys, and man, it's like whoa, it's it's like it's just crazy. Yeah, nice drive.
Yeah, I want to find these David Attenborough photos, man. Yeah. This, I thought it was funny. He did a I was talking about it earlier. He did like a picture of us like these clouds. Let me see if I can find. Oh yeah, here it is.
Yeah, but even to use the term horizontal plane is a bit odd, right? Like no one would necessarily say that.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like here, I'm gonna put the two pictures up, and I'll show you exactly what I fucking mean.
You know, I don't know. Some people would just be, look at the sun and the clouds. They would make a point of saying horizontal plane.
Let's see if I can get him.
He's on that dangerous FE train. You know what I mean? Trying to stay
That's
hit.
what I'm saying. He got attacked. Like, watch. I'm gonna show you.
He'd be getting some Twitter activity at least, huh?
Dude, yeah.
Because who the hell was that into him before just now?
Let's see here.
Before just now.
So yeah, I'll post these two pics. So like the first one is on the bottom. I posted them wrong, but let's see. So like that was kind of the picture of what he showed. That was, I think, somebody else's picture, but it's funny because his first picture was this photo was taken from a C-17 at about 40 minutes from Oahu. The unusual glow is from a sun angle below the horizontal plane, illuminating shallow altocumulus clouds, generating a remarkable, unexpected view. Then his fucking like next post, how the power lines at Lake Pontchartrain, Louisiana, simply and clearly show the curvature of the Earth. Like that dude got yelled at or something. I just thought that was so funny. Like they only ever show Lake Pontchartrain. That's it. It's probably like Soundly's photo.
Yeah, right.
Seriously, it probably is. Like it's literally the only place they've had for like 5 years. Right?
Much.
It's that one reliable spot that people claim to see the curvature of the Earth from the ground. Poor Soundly.
Soundly knew. He's like, this is gonna make me fucking famous.
Man, like Soundly, I remember him from way back when, right?
Oh
Remember
yeah.
him?
Oh, fucking right. Yeah, no, I mean I like Soundly. He's a good whistler. Remember he was whistling one day and it was actually pretty impressive.
Right, yeah, like the guy was kind of a musical thing to him. Yeah. That's the one good thing about him, right?
It makes me well, you know what it is. I look at the snack sometimes.
That's
It's like
one not bad thing about him. Look, yeah.
I feel. Well, I always bring it up when I say I try to speak on the good things of people. The what was I going to say? Oh, damn, I had a great point too. Fuck me, I don't know why I just lost it. Oh, that's it. Like, it makes me think like when you talk to like there's like Rumpus and Soundly and the rest of them. Like, I feel like it's like a Robert Anton Wilson. Like, what do they call them? That begins with a D. What the fuck is the term? Oh my god! Like the not the merry pranksters. Come on, snack.
The Discordian Church of the Subgenius.
Yes. Like NASA is like Discordia, and they're just like in the '60s they were like, how do we get the government to give us money? And they were like, space program, boom, run it, and they just went ham.
Like I'm okay, you're okay thing.
Yeah.
You're okay, I'm not okay. You're not okay, I'm not okay. Right? I'm okay, you're okay.
Yeah.
That whole shit is attributed to Robert Hannah Wilson. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. Like the whole idea that like I mean, even he was doing a speech one time, and this is what kind of triggered my thought down this lane, is the idea that like he was like, I got a good friend of mine that works for NASA, and he gave me a call one time, and he was talking about it, and he kind of whole nother fucking story.
Like,
but
it's okay, we're not okay. But
yeah.
like once you have that narrative established, right, then it's like you can just get people on it for whatever. So it does seem like
I
that
honestly think
space.
like Pete Shea is on that. Like Pete Shea is like Discordia.
Pete Shea's on another level.
I mean, dude, remember the first rule of Discordia is you are a pope, and your first job is to find the differences between you and the other popes, so you can prove how they are wrong and you are right.
Wouldn't we both be lying if he hadn't attacked both of us for being agents at some point?
Right. Well, I mean, that's how you get. I think the litmus test is like if Pete Shea calls you an agent, like you're good.
Shea calls you an agent means you're not an agent.
Means you're all right.
But yeah, he's just on his ideas. Yeah, that's good. Anyway, man,
I'm busy for a minute.
Yeah. Dumb pictures. I need to go get my horn worked on. He said, it's always the case. We got some holiday music happening background. I get Christmas copy. Water like boils slower the second time. What do you think? Right.
What was that? Say it again. I'm listening.
I think water boils slower the second time, or what? Seems like it's taking a long time to heat up the second time. I had a pot of water boiling. I let it cool down.
That depends on if you watched it the first time. If
Right,
you're
I'm watching
watching
it
it
the
this
second
time,
time. Right, I wasn't watching it the first time.
there you go.
But like, isn't it boiling something off though? Like there, I don't know. There's like just like when you have a rolling boil, it's like that's definitely just water vapor, right? But at first, there's like that initial like kind of mist shit, like just really fine stuff that kind of comes off it sometimes. I don't know if you are want to pay attention to such water boilage yourself, but I have noticed it. I turned off the heat, then it starts steaming. But until then, it totally wasn't. Semi-enclosed systems.
Yeah, Snack. Did you hear about them NFT dudes? Like two dudes like drowning or something.
Yeah.
One was like in the beginning of the month, and one was like about a week or two ago.
More than news? I don't know.
Yeah, I haven't heard very many people aware of that. Yeah, how funny is the name? What's the Fonz? Peter Dinklage or something, right? Snack.
That's a funny name for that. Yeah, it's a funny name to have.
I don't know why I thought of it.
He almost seems like ripped out of like, I don't know, like the 1400s or something. Kind of very medieval. Got a good character. Oh, coffee.
Yo, yo, yo. Hello?
Hey.
Yo, what's up, bro? Why y'all so quiet?
Oh, I am. Is there an for you?
Say what?
You've been up all night?
You so quiet, Snacks. What are you saying?
I'm saying, have you been up all night? Oh, I'm on speaker.
Not all night, but
Okay.
I've been up. You?
Yeah, probably. Some.
What you been doing?
Drawing.
Drawing?
Yeah.
What do you draw?
I don't know. Working on
Is
some
it
of
like?
that idea.
You ever
I was.
seen Superbad? You ever seen Superbad, Nate?
Yeah, with
He got that.
McFly or whatever.
Yeah, he got that dick drawn disease that the fat kid had at the beginning.
Yeah, dick drawing disease.
Yeah.
That was a wild movie.
Yeah. I know. I actually. Yeah. Somebody was kind of involved.
So are you drawing like schematics or comic book characters? Or...
I like schematic stuff, but yeah.
What's what's up? Yo, what's up, Jeremy?
In the meantime, I got super bad chicks giving me McLovin.
Giving you McLovin. Yeah, McLovin, not McFly. Yeah, that was his name. McLovin. You know that guy in real life get mad pussy. It's crazy. That guy and the other kid that was in Superbad. Have you guys seen that movie? This is the End. It's got all those guys. It's got them two dudes from what's his face, man? The guys from that movie where they was drug dealers or one of Seth Rogen and his friend James Franco. Yeah,
James Franco.
yeah. It's got them and This is the End. You should check it out, man. It's also got the whole Superbad cast.
I was on mute that whole time I was talking. I'm like, why are these guys fucking over talking me already? It's too early for this. I was almost started yelling at you, but my mic was off. So.
All right. Whoa, what was he trying to say?
I was listing all the people. Yo, Danny McBride was firing that shit.
In what now? This is the End?
This is the End. Yeah, Danny McBride.
Yeah. I liked how they was using everyone's real names and they were kind of breaking the fourth wall because they were actors acting in the movie. It was pretty funny, man.
Yeah, no, that was a good ass movie.
Yeah.
Had that chick from Harry Potter was in it.
Yeah.
Chick from
The Office.
Parks and Rec. No, the Indian chick from Parks and Rec.
Yeah, but she's also in The Office, isn't she?
Was she?
I think so. I remember in The Office, I think. She was in it. Yeah, Rihanna was in it. Everyone was in it, man. But you can see all these like comedians are like a little super group in Hollywood, huh?
Are you like they're not? I mean, they're kind of managed by different agents, and they manage similar guy. I don't know.
Yeah, but it's like they all homies in real life, you know? Like they all hang and shit. and they put each other in like each other's movies, you know.
That's how the rich stay rich.
It's like that.
Yeah.
That's how they
That
keep
is how
the
they
tank money all up in the family.
exactly, man. Like even like Will Ferrell and Ben Stiller, they be doing the same thing, right?
Pulling all their peoples in the movies with him, yeah.
Mm. All up in each other's movies, man. It's cool, but it gets boring after a while because they're always in each other's movies. You know, what was it? Zoolander. Um, there was the what other movies were they in together? Like they always seem to be in each other's movies. I don't know, but when I think of it, I can't think of any
Wife,
other
it's
movie.
like in every one of his movies, Ben Stiller's wife's like in it.
Yeah, his wife's always in his movies.
It's a good financial move, bro.
Yeah, but what's funny is his wife's always in his movies, but it's like she's always hooking up with someone else. You know, like I think she was in Dodgeball, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then she was hooking up with Vince Vaughn. Yeah,
Oh, Vince Vaughn's great.
yeah, he's fucking hilarious. I don't know what happened to him.
When Jennifer Aniston in that one movie, Jennifer Aniston was like, "You don't say anything about my sister. She's been through a lot." And he's like, "Yeah, of dick."
Yeah, he's fucking hilarious. And you know he's like that in real life. You know, like he'll tell you some shit. He'll fucking roast you so bad that you start laughing. Funny guy.
You see him in that movie where he's like father to like 500 kids or whatever?
Who?
Vince Vaughn.
Uh, I ain't seen that.
Yeah. Go ahead and watch. Go ahead and watch that one.
What's it called?
Yeah, I don't know. Just type in the loose plot description I gave you. You'll find it.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna look into it.
I'm not advertising. I'm not giving medical advice about a movie.
Or
Yeah. No, but it's pretty good. I don't really care what he does after that necessarily.
say what, Jeremy?
I was singing the kid song with him.
Man, I just arrived at my stop, so I'll talk to y'all later. Peace out, guys.
Yeah, it was Agent Katz. What's his name? Katz. That guy. He was like going after Ranty or whatever.
No, them dudes made a channel together, I thought, and did some supernatural ghost shit.
Oh, that's awesome. But what's his name again? Cats what? What was his? There's so many different cats over the years. I can't remember.
Conspiracy cats?
Yes, that's it. Thank you. Yeah. He's a funny
They're
dude.
not related.
He's a funny
I kind
guy.
of just thought the Agent Cats was Conspiracy Cats.
That's what I was wondering.
Okay.
I was wondering if it was him. Get him in here. He's pretty cool. He's funny. He's like I always think like if you're funny and witty, I don't give a fuck whether you're either side of this. As long as you're funny with it. I miss Jim Banner for that. He's fucking hilarious. He like slices people. So like it's so funny. I love when people like can shred someone and make it hilarious. Like regardless of, but you have to have like a strong point too. Yeah, it's so funny.
Yeah, we're about to fire back up the Earth Awakening show. Because remember how we used to do brain-ins and then Gio was doing it for a minute and then we stopped? About to get that shit cracking again.
Which one now?
Just the show. Like Brandon used to do.
Oh yeah.
The
I used
live
to like
show.
that. You can't see, dude. I did it before that kid, and it's like, you become the hub of like this big debate, and then it's like you just get worn out, and it's like and anyone that's kind of what's good about, I think like Gio learned from all that, and I think he has like a good little setup here where this could like be a great server for a long time. But you get burnt out trying to be like one person in control of like this big shit show. All these different
gets
guys.
burnt out. You're fucking crazy.
You just get burnt out.
Nobody gets burnt out.
Like Snack is the epitome of getting burned out by it. Snack used to run. Jeremy, you ever heard of Free Chan?
I've heard of it before. I have no idea. Is that like a forum or something?
Nope. Snack actually created it. And so back in the day, it was like a 24-hour YouTube channel that we would go into on Google Hangouts. And Snack would run that motherfucker 24 hours a day. Him and Yvette would fucking make sure that shit was always running and you could go in and talk. And whenever we had 33 people watching us, we would go and flat earth spam some other channel. So like, we would go spam NASA or something like that. Like whenever we got 33 people watching, we'd have everyone in the chat and everyone who was in the thing go to, oh dude, there were so many different little quirks and funny ass shit. And David Quintana and fucking, there's just so many great funny motherfuckers. It was a great time, man. But Free Chan was so fun and like entertained all of the perspectives. And they kind of, I mean, I wasn't really there for, I guess, anything. Like for some reason, like
kind of
for some reason,
reduced down to that. It went through like a bunch of different stages and changes. I think from the beginning.
Well, let me put it. I was just going to preface it with this. It's just the idea that when I came, like, it was so wild over there, right? Everyone made.
Yeah, when you got there, it was like that. Yeah,
it was like me. Yeah, and I was a little bit late when you. I mean, you started it, but from my perspective,
it started out like Gem Panda was in there every fucking morning. Like, this motherfucker's here again. I can't stand him and his fucking voice and stuff, and just like, Negator.
Well, dude, I remember the first
between
time
the two of them, Flat Earth Math.
First time I went in there. Yeah. Oh, first time I went in there, fucking, it was like Cathexis and Gem. And I literally, like, I had to, like, look up every other sentence. I was looking up another word.
Like, without Cathexis, like, it doesn't, just like, it was just a blend of crazy shit that happened to make it what it was. I can't, like, say I could ever do it again.
Think of it like this. Bro,
it's
that
just
time, that
it was what it
moment in history. That moment in history. Like, think of it like this, right? Like, nobody wanted to say they were a flat earther.
No.
Nobody dared to say that they were a flat earther at all, dude. And then, like, there was a couple of people that were like, fucking hey, that were like diehard flat, like fucking fucking peak, you know. Like, you know, there was that phase of 3chan too. Like, but like I don't know. It's just different. Like, you know,
Yeah.
Texas is always going to be like he's
Well, like when you got
flatter to
like
politics.
it's like almost like when you got like on this when you got to free chan, it's almost like then it kind of like reverted to where Cathexis and you and like other people were like, yeah, let's just go to like the other room where it's like we didn't have to moderate it all or whatever. It's like somebody else could handle it. That was nice, you know. Just because it's like got to be too much trying to balance everybody else's like man. But I'm a terrible moderator anyway. I just mute people and talk over them.
Well, I think like I mean, you also too. It's like you have to remember, like let's say for like a lot of people don't have any context as to what we're talking about. So like when you know you think of it, man, like this was like this. Well, hold
dude,
on.
I had like no idea. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, this was like the primordial ooze of what this shit has become.
Yeah,
because like you know, it's like the idea that fucking you know, think of it like this: like all of those like we're almost like a bunch of revolutionaries that were all together at one point, and then like everyone broke up into factions to the point where we've got Gem's Discord.
well, yeah,
it's just hilarious. Like,
I mean, figure it like like I was into this before Rick and Morty the cartoon show happened. So there's that, right? There's been in this for a minute. This is before Discord was like, like you could
Discord
run
is like
rooms like this,
2018, bro. Discord's 2018.
Well, like yeah, I mean, but
2019, you know.
Is that even when did they even have like the lockdown on the voice stuff? I think it was more shoddy. You know, I think it's only recently that's been like super good. Past couple of years. But anyway, yeah. And they were like trying to shoo. I don't know. It's weird. Like, you know, I think we had something pretty much like what this Discord thing can be is like an open platform based on a certain set of ideas and stuff. So we just basically were running that same concept, except like, you know, we'd have to like get in touch with somebody and then send them the link or give them the link to somewhere else that like had the links. So a lot of that, I think, it's like lost in either keep it like just all debate or, you know, let it be funny sometimes or let it be, you know, musical, let it be musical for a little bit. We brought that in there. Sometimes just got to be too much music and too much fun. And then whatever.
Well, you know what it was you had like the groups of people that were you were trying to get like you had groups of people that wanted to hear debates. Then you had groups of people that wanted to you know listen to the music. And then you had groups of people that just want to talk about Tartaria. And then you know what I mean, like, and then actually, like, inevitably, it happened is that now there's different places for all those different conversations, as opposed to because I remember we would get yelled at as like the Kumbaya Club because we'd be playing music and having a good time, and then you know, people wanted to see fireworks, and then you know, it's like everything's evolved proportionally. But then, yeah, I think it all goes together, though. Personally, for me, I like it all together.
Yeah, I think it was all just really interesting because how the topic was pretty new still, you know. In the refresh of all of this, it was still pretty new, and just seeing like what was possible with, you know, simple software tools that like were provided, you know, to just like for people to actually like kind of
well, you know, it was cool too is
get more in contact with it, because it's like if you just in the before Google Hangouts era of it, you know what I mean, it was just like you could just watch videos and that was it, and it's like good luck finding somebody else that is into this stuff, right? It was like a lot harder to find people. Anyway, what were we gonna say, man?
Oh, just like the idea that was what was interesting too was that there was only so many people allowed into a call. So it was like you were a guest Like it was treated a lot differently in that regard, I think, because it was like there was only a certain amount of people allowed in. Therefore, if you got the link, you felt like, yeah, you know what I mean? Like I'm in, you know?
Yeah,
Like,
it was like 8 people, right? Yeah, so it was a small group. So,
which kind of like made
this
it like crave. It kind of garnered like people wanting to get in. You know what I mean? Like which made for an interesting dynamic.
Yeah, I mean, people compete on here for mic time like in a completely like crazy way sometimes. So it'd be nice if it was just more, because it's like the more people you have in, then it's like the more like space needs to be there between people, and if anybody wants to go on a diatribe, like forget it. But most of the time, it's not 8 people talking in a conversation anyway. It's like usually 2 or 3 people and then alternating. Hosting debates is a kind of a pain, but credit to people who keep it going, I guess.
Whatever happened to Zern? Hope he's all right.
Yeah, it's just I don't know, man. Right, a lot of the same globe cats be out here since the beginning, seemingly with the same arguments, seemingly haven't gotten very far. Seemingly the flat earth thing has gotten dynamically more in number. I mean, it seemed like at some point it was like there was like only a group of like 100 audience people that would like show up on like any given amount of server, right? Like for a live stream, if you had, like when we had 33 viewers on a live stream, it was like pretty cool. Like, I think we organically had stuff up to like 60 or 75 a lot, but like for sustained hours, man. And so for one month, we ran we ran 1 million minutes viewed, which was crazy in a 30-day period. That was with Poncho later on.
No, whatever happened to Poncho?
Just man.
And Vinny. What the fuck?
The early days, man.
That shit was so crazy. I remember like, and fucking what was his name? The Florida guy, Steve.
Stephen Bradley. Yeah.
Oh my god,
terrible.
Yeah, and then everyone was like a big scandal about it, and then I don't even know. It was like scary times back then. I always felt like, ooh, weird.
Yeah, I'm glad. It feels like more. It was like medieval back in them days. In them days, I feel it was more medieval. Nowadays, I feel it is like a lot more civil, much more modern. Right? I don't know. Just evolution. Antonio Subarats, right, is not a big part of your existence, but back then, he made it important. And That's not a thing. Yeah, it's just weird. Like all the information and stuff was coming through this like grouping of different YouTube channels, and then yeah, it's weird to see it grow because we, just having kind of tracked it myself, seeing like what was happening at the time. Man. And so, this is just like, I don't know how many Discord servers there are of this. I don't really like care to take a survey of all that per se, but there's probably like 3 or 4. And then people got all their like private servers, I'm sure. And I guess that's the thing, with the way that Discord democratizes the ability to like host conversation and to also have long-term backup on posting of stuff. So like it means you can kind of roll back things, and that's always good for reference or whatever. It's not as much fun as doing it how we used to do it, though. We used to have to like fucking hotwire the car and get her on the road. I found this pretty good loophole way of like, even when people like wanted to, jump in and sabotage streams, kind of keep them out for a while. So Google eventually just fucked up Hangouts so much that it didn't even matter.
Yeah, it was like ripe with like manipulation too. All kinds of stuff. It was wild, man. Like just to get a link even to like the Google Hangout, and then like if you didn't give it to somebody, it's like like just like it was all these weird dynamics of like pressure from weird fucking angles, crazy shit.
Yeah, wackadoo shit. And I'm sure like one time something really weird happened with my router. Like at a critical time.
Yeah, I've heard of those like DDoS attacks and shit and stuff, right?
Yeah.
I don't know how they do it, but yeah.
And then there was all like so it was like, well, how many people were really watching shit when it was going on in the beginning, because right there were bots employed to watch and pump up viewer numbers so that it sort of had a psychological advantage over our stream. The what was before the Gems room was then called, well, it was called Flat Earth Debates right at the beginning.
Well, no, well, yeah, maybe, but I don't think that was Gems.
Right. No, that was ours, and then we switched over to being called Free Chan because we were, and then that's when Gem had. Well, actually, I think somebody had just like gotten in touch with Gem, and he's like, "Oh, there's another server. I'm gonna peace out and go over there." And then that appeared to have had lots of viewers, so it like sucked all the viewership over to there because it was like reading at like hundreds of people, but it never was, right? Otherwise, I couldn't go in there and crash the bots out. Right? I don't know if you were there to see that. It was pretty cool.
I haven't heard you. That's interesting.
Yeah, because it was, well, you remember that one was always having like real high. It looked like it was reading real high, like there were so many people watching it, and nobody fathomed it.
That's where I met, like, because I got invited to go on there,
right?
And then like, yeah, and then it was
A4. Do you remember?
but you
What
gotta
happened to
remember
A4?
at the
Wasn't
time
A4 over there?
At the time, I didn't even like I didn't even know about like watching the YouTube, or maybe I did. I'm trying to remember, man. Like I don't think I was watching anything. I was just strictly going in for the debate, and any of the YouTube shit was kind of a sideshow because I wasn't paying attention to it because I was in the debates. But that's where I met. Like, I think I debated Rhetoric and Discourse. Like, that guy. He's a pretty cool dude. We had an interesting conversation. I remember asking him, how big do I have to build a Foucault pendulum in order to detect the rotation of the Earth? And we were kind of laughing. He's funny. But yeah, that's where a lot of them cats rap. But I never really noticed
I was told
or
that
knew the depth of
like
the scene anyway. I didn't know. And then
like
I
a lot
didn't
of
even meet you till later.
I was told that like Jim Panda would come from like a certain group of people who were associated with a debate group called the Great Debate, and then
With
later like
Sensi allegedly or whatever.
oh I don't know. No, it was like before. It was before I think any.
But I always dug either
streaming
way.
on FE was happening.
You might have been in and out there. I don't know if I just caught the end or what.
Yeah, it was before any kind of FE stuff was streaming for discussion. I think it was around before then anyway. Like debate groups have always been around, right? Since like the beginning of like when you could put people on Google Hangouts together.
Yeah, I guess they were doing like the atheist debates. That's what I've heard. Like the atheist versus Christian debates was a lot of kind of where the ballers kind of come from.
Right. So then it wasn't until sometime later like that I think Google made it so it was easy for you to stream. Although you could have always used Hangouts plus an earlier version of OBS maybe to do live stream. But I don't even know if there were like live streams available to do even. I think at a certain point that was not a thing. So yeah, man, we take this for granted, you know. We could play music on like this actually is pretty solid, right? Like we tried to play some music on it. I mean, the ultimate test of musicianship is whether you can live stream on a shitty platform.
Yeah, I think we figured out the formula. Like it's basically two instruments and that's it.
Yeah, whoever's holding the streaming end down, it's whatever is going through their headset that matters. That's what I get out of it.
That's a good point.
Well, for the rest of the stream, I guess, you know, and but like I would understand like what the lag was, you know, just from like, you know, some days it would be a little bit laggy, some days it wouldn't be. So you kind of anticipate like where to be. Yeah. Got to use your Stevie Wonder Spider-Man skills.
That's a good way to put it.
I don't know, man. I have to believe that there's that available, like in a performance that like some kind of not ESP, but just like that you can just read what's going to happen in a way.
No, dude, I remember being. I'll never forget it. Actually, I was playing with the band down by the shore there,
Yeah.
and I just remember having to like hit a note at a certain time, and I was like, I'm not gonna make it, but I made it, and I was like, I don't even know how I made that. I don't know how I made that. Like, you know, it's one of those kind of. I'll never forget it even because it was so weird that I hit it, or I don't know, man. It was just weird. It was like. It was just cool as fuck, and I don't forget. You know, I can't forget it because it was like I actually hit this, got to the note, and like I don't know how I got there. It was crazy. I don't know, man.
Right. I know. Yeah, it's like an automatic process because you just like I call it like a target note. So you just have the target note. So it's like because your hands already know what they're doing more so than your brain can figure it out and plot it. It's just like gonna happen.
Yeah, exactly.
You take the most natural path to it, like finding ground or whatever.
It's like when you practice a song. I think it was something like when you practice a song, but then like you're playing it more up tempo, and you practiced it. It was one of those kind of things. Like, wait a minute, like it took off a little too quick, and
I mean, yeah, it's really crazy. Just like how time, like we listen to music in a certain time, and you start like breaking that shit up. It comes all like meditational. You know what I mean? Like I was listening to, I think it was maybe like NPR or something, and they had this like lady on. She's like a flautist, and she's playing like some Celtic stuff. You know what I mean? Like almost sound like Renaissance type
yeah, I like
thing,
that shit.
but her percussion section sounds like it's like Paul Simon's, like Lady Smith Black Mambazo is like boom, 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 it's like a 40 crazy, it's like all super, flambéed, you know what I mean? Crazy, and how well they mesh together is really interesting, because it's just maybe a little bit more than I guess like the average like Celtic drum setup might be. Um, but and like just the internal rhythms that start happening when it's like, the percussion section is not all really like it playing in the same time, they're playing in the same clock, but they're not playing in the same grouping of time, like somebody's, kind of playing it in like, yeah, 8/4, and somebody else is like in, 16, but it's just in like little bursts and shit, or it's like moving against the grain of the time and shit, so because you got like 8 guys, right, all trying to play drums. They all got to have like different proportions in and outs of these things, man. But yeah, it's just weird. It gets like really hypnotic, man. Like you understand, like that's that trance sort of stuff, like, people be doing around, you know fucking big ass fires and shit, just chilling out, playing some drums around a circle or what have you. That's cool. Like I don't know. Like just I guess it's a little. It's maybe is it like uh, it's stupid, right? It's like I sound like I'm describing some hippie shit, but yeah, just like sound and some fire, right? And like fire is like, if you're near the fire, you're getting like some infrared therapy going on there. Some infrared's hitting you.
Dude, I got one right in front of me right now. I love fire. I love having a wood stove. Little crackle.
Did you guys get a bunch of snow up there?
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah. Yeah, no snow here, just yeah, like cold blast of air, pretty much.
Yeah, I saw it was cold as heck down there, though.
Yeah, down by probably down where you played last. I mean, that area gets chilly. You know what I mean? Because it's right by the water. Like It's crisp. It is.
Yeah, I remember. I don't want to say any names, but it was we were doing the 90 below when it ain't no snow. We were like young. I had like this whole rap. It was like oh, it's so funny. It was like 90 below when there ain't no snow. Yeah, Jersey was always wild like that. I remember that like there was like that ice storm. Where fucking like I remember we were like literally like jump, you know, like you'd have our sneakers on and like jump on the sidewalk and like just slide down the fucking down at the park there.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes it gets brutal, like driving conditions. But like that's like, man, it's almost like nothing I don't think I can drive, but you know, I won't drive it like any faster than I think I need to, right? But like I don't know. I'll pretty much take a car out in the snow or ice or whatever. Not at night, obviously. Um uh, yeah, sometimes you shouldn't. Um but yeah, I just noticed like it's like people in California are have a they just don't know about driving on slippery stuff. It just doesn't happen for them very often. So they're like really suspicious of doing this activity. Like they would put snow chains on their tires for a lot of things. I think I've driven without, but sometimes you feel like you're driving a snowmobile. There's a lot of snow.
What up, fellas? What up? How we doing?
What up, Jeremy?
Lounging.
Up here, me.
I'm gonna post some footage that I just put up last night. I thought that I lost this footage and found it, and it's a pretty interesting watch of a full moon rising back in October. Some green flashes, some interesting refraction distortion on the moon.
What happened?
I just posted a capture from last month's full moon on the Chesapeake. It had some really interesting refraction going on. There was green flashes. I'd never seen green flashes on the moon, only on the sun.
Oh, that's crazy.
Plus, there's interesting airplane transit about 3/4 of the way through. See if your boy Kosho comes through with this prediction.
Mic check.
Mic check.
What up? What up?
Yo, man, where's everybody at, bro?
I don't know.
Are they like other servers people go to?
Yeah, 24/7 gems. That others, couple other servers.
I'm trying to avoid them spots, man. Like, what else is pumping? Like, which other servers get active? Are you in like any non-flat Earth servers?
Oh, I'm in tons of non-flat. Most of my servers, I'm in 100. First of all, Discord limits you at 100 servers, right?
You in 100 servers?
Yeah, probably 99 or 98 to keep at least like one or two spots open just in case. But
yeah. So like most of the servers you in, like what are they? Social servers, sports servers?
Nah, I don't do that gay shit, bro. Crypto shit. A couple video game ones.
Yo, add me to the video game ones, bro. What the fuck?
Stupid ones, dude. It's not even anything good. It's just like dumb shit. It's like hold on, let me see if I can find them.
Bro, I'm in like 4 servers, and I'm only active in one of them, which is this one.
I mean, everybody and their mom got a fucking server now. So, dude, this video game one is like for one specific video game, bro. I don't even play it anymore. I don't even go in there anymore. I don't know why. It's just waiting to get deleted out of my list, bro.
That's wild. I used to use Discord
like that.
Like you know, if you have Nitro, you can have more than 100 servers.
Oh, word.
Yeah, I used to be
wild.
Yeah. Bro. I used to be too many shits. Cut all that out. Cause this shit gets distracting, bro.
You gotta just, use it in moderation, dude.
Yeah,
I mean, this shit, what I do is just, I'm just on an earbud, like doing my things throughout the day, so it ain't really that bad.
Well, bro, you fall asleep to Discord. Come on. It's pretty bad, man.
Be having dreams about you guys for real sometimes.
Exactly.
I had a dream Veach. One night I was on the phone with Veach.
Oh.
I've had a bunch of dreams with me and Witsit where we were doing cool shit.
Like what?
One night, me and Witsit were just giving money to homeless people. Had money, like racks. Just giving racks to panhandlers. Rakia was in one night. I forgot what we were doing in that one. I've been doing my dreams are fucking vivid and crazy, bro.
You don't be smoking enough, that's why, bro.
I'm almost constantly high. I don't know what to tell you.
Then how do you remember your dreams and shit?
I don't
know. Interesting. You must be smoking some.
I can remember, my memory's crisp, bro. I can remember being in the crib.
What? Nah, like my earliest memory must be when I was like 4 or 5, man. And that was me fighting with my sister over some dumb shit.
Like 2 or 3.
Jesus, that's wild. You must not have enough life experiences, to like forget that stuff. Yeah, because like everyone got like a cap on memory. I think I'm running at like 20 terabytes. You might be on like 10 gigs or something.
Get the fuck out of here, bro. You ain't got no life experiences, bro. I've been all over the place. I climbed a pyramid, dude. Did you ever climb a pyramid?
No, I've never been to a pyramid. Wait.
You're running on fucking 10 megabytes.
Bro, I've been to cities that were in the Bible,
What'd you do?
I've been to cities that were in the Bible, bro. Like ancient ass cities in the Middle East.
But me too, bro. I just told you I climbed a pyramid. Shit was fire, bro. The one is in Mexico, but.
Oh, in Mexico. Whoa.
Yeah.
There's pyramids in Mexico?
Seriously, dude? You can't.
Is it like
can't not know that. How did you not know that?
Is it pyramids or is it those Aztec things?
Ziggurats.
Bro, it's straight up pyramids, bro.
Bro, ain't those just like steps built like a triangle or some shit?
That's what a pyramid's all steps.
I don't know, Jeremy.
There's a difference between a pyramid and a ziggurat.
I don't know what I climbed. I climbed some ancient megalithic shit. It was dope as fuck.
What is it called,
was the
Travis?
snake one.
It's called a ziggurat, is what you're thinking of, the stepped temple.
Well, what's the pyramid where the snake goes up it on an equinox or a fucking solstice or some shit? I think that's the one I climbed. It was in Chichen Itza or the Yucatan Peninsula somewhere. Whatever that one is. I don't know if it's I'm pretty sure it's a pyramid.
Right. Usually ziggurats don't have a top to them. We've got a plateau on the top.
This one had a top or not.
That's pretty dope. What were you doing in Mexico?
I was like 13. My dad took me there for a week, bro. When I was 13, he fucking left me in a hotel room. He took me for a week. He left me in a hotel room for the night once. And he was out partying, like, doing crazy shit.
Yeah.
The whole night I was alone in Mexico. Cartoons in Spanish. I'm like, oh, this sucks.
There was no stuff.
I mean, you can't do that shit nowadays. Bro, this was like the 90s. This was like the late 80s, bro.
God
I
damn.
think they invented subtitles yet.
That's fucking wild, bro. Jesus.
We picked up hitchhikers. We went to see all these places and stuff, like temples and pyramids and shit. We picked up these 3 hitchhiking dudes on the back roads in the middle of nowhere in Mexico. Good times. Dangerous shit, bro. My dad's a maniac.
Yeah, man.
We flew to Bahamas.
Why your dad putting you in danger like that?
80s, bro. There were no rules. Listen, one time we flew to Bermuda for the day. I went to Bermuda for one day. Or no, Bahamas. My bad, Bahamas. Went to the Bahamas for one day. I've been around, bro. Try to play me. You ain't have enough life experience. It's like you come in here and try to trigger me. Is that what you do?
No.
Come in here trying to trigger motherfuckers.
Bro, I just go off what you tell me, man. If you remember shit from when you was 2 years old, that means you ain't got enough else to forget 2-year-old memories, right?
Or I can just... my mind's just better than yours. I'm just better than you, Nate.
You're running on...
Have you been watching The Art of This Shit? Yo, Nate, is that the best NASA could do, bro?
What?
The CGI.
Does it look terrible or what?
God.
Like real bad? I gotta check. I haven't watched any footage. I think
Arma could do a better CGI.
Better. Let's not go getting crazy.
Dude,
Arma is pretty good at it. Kosho's not too good, but
Arma needs to get into go to NASA, show them how it's done.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, we know the radiation levels out by the moon. Couldn't we have just replicated those radiation levels and seen if the fucking shit was safe here on Earth? Like, what kind of protection we needed? Like, I don't know.
It's not about only protection. It's about what happens to the systems when they're all in operation, all simultaneously doing things. It's again like when you're testing a jet plane for the first time, you don't stick passengers on it. You go up, you fly it, you test it, you run it through its paces, you run it through its maximum paces and what it can do, and then you say, okay, now it's a 747 that people can fly on.
So they were testing this just to make sure it was. Go ahead.
No,
So you're saying 747s go up as drones for the first time? You ever heard of test pilots?
It's definitely a thing. Test pilots.
Yeah.
I heard of that. They test all the new shit, right? Somebody will come out with a new plane and they'll go fly it around, see if it works good.
Yeah, we just engineered a pusher, a diesel turbo pusher. Engineered it, built all the molds for the wings and fuselage ourselves. Well, the engineers did. And had a test pilot fly it as soon as we put it together.
Maybe
I didn't
NASA don't
send it
got
up
that
as a
pilot.
drone.
I just put a little clip.
What you got? Go ahead, Elbow. What's the clip of? I can't watch it right now. I gotta drive to the store.
Oh, it's the moon. It's the moon with Orion.
The moon with Orion?
Yeah.
I don't even know what that means.
What the Artemis
the constellation
rocket?
in the
Yeah,
back?
the little rock. No, the Artemis, the little satellite that is supposedly through that way is called Orion.
Artemis
when I saw that, I became a baller. Just want everybody to know I'm a baller now. I'm convinced.
You're a humper. You're a hump
Does
dropper.
anybody want to address how I just refuted that there's no test pilots or simulations that occur? I mean, that's what they should do to me.
They're only getting $60 million a day. I don't know if you get a test pilot on that budget.
What do you mean?
Tight.
What, you would just take a test pilot and just toss him on there?
Well,
Without
after
testing
we
it
engineered
first to
it,
make sure the systems work?
no, after we engineered it and did simulations and tested the whatever we wanted to test, the electronics or whatever under the pressure and radiation that we thought was going to occur, then yeah, sure, I would send a test pilot. I mean, we're smart, right? Engineers are smart.
I don't know if you're talking to me, but I can't hear you, Rakia.
That's how he's talking to me.
Wow.
He's addressing me and then lies and says he can't hear me. What a piece of shit. So that's how we do all the other planes. Jet pilots, SR-71, the 747 like he mentioned. I don't know that they sent that up as a drone. I think they had test pilots take it up on its initial flight. That would be my money. Like, that's where I would put my money.
Yes, they did.
Yeah, so the engineers engineered it. They used known aerodynamics, known technology, known simulation, and said, yep, this is going to fly with this thrust, with these electronics. Now hop in there and go fly it, test pilot.
It's a little bit of a different situation, Rakia. And like I said, I'm not talking to you, so like I'll just bow out.
Oh, I thought you said you couldn't hear me.
Boyak, you're such a pussy.
What a liar.
I may be a pussy, but I don't want to deal with Rakia.
Hey, easy guy.
He doesn't want to deal with
and that's name calling. You should get a
I
warning.
agree that it's different. We're
Yeah,
going
sure.
out
Oh
to the moon.
Bro, what the fuck happened, man? It was so peaceful.
Yeah. Copernicus, chill with that.
Yeah, until someone started not telling the truth. I just came in and refuted
Blame it
what he
on
said.
me, Elbow.
I do agree.
No.
I do agree it is different. We are trying to go to the moon. So I personally wouldn't throw a human in there. But after we've been there 6 times with no deaths there and back, I would think we could engineer something similar to go back and not have any issues. Like, or if we had issues, we could take care of it. Like have abort systems that, we could engineer that would take care of our passengers. It seems like we can't.
It wasn't even gonna land. It was just supposedly gonna fly by. So I mean, it shouldn't have been a problem.
We did a flyby like 60 years ago. Before they landed on the moon, they did a flyby, right? With humans.
But Rakia, this is legit to you, man. The video clip I just added looked legit to you. This is directly
I'll be honest,
from
all the video that I've seen looks terrible. It looks fake to me. And I come out and say it. I'm just going to say it. That looks freaking fake to me. I mean, I don't know what it's supposed to look like from space, but the videos that I see look freaking fake, dude. I'm biased. I have to admit, I don't think we can even get there. But just looking at the video and all the videos that I know that I've seen before of different things, the video that they send back to us about going to the moon and space and all that, Mars.
I mean, the Glovers have to freaking be like, okay, what's the fuck is going on? This looks weird. Like, are y'all just
about it?
what the hell? Are you serious, dude?
Well, what
Did you
looks
see
so
the
weird
clips?
about it, Alpha?
Did you see the clip I just posted?
No, I didn't.
You're telling me? Okay, look, watch that
Right,
clip.
so then
This is
what are you
directly
asking?
from NASA. This is directly from NASA. Does that moon looks real to you?
Let me see.
It looks so fake. It must be real.
This is directly from NASA's YouTube video. YouTube.
It's complete comedy, man. It's complete.
Man,
utter
what's up?
comedy.
Let's see.
Hey, what's
So
up, Don?
how does that look fake? Like,
Oh, you know what? It's not even.
Yeah, Nate's just like nom.
I'll tell
War.
Nate how fake that shit is, motherfucker. That
You
shit
got
fake
like
as
you
hell,
got like
Nate.
you got like 2 more business days, Nate, to answer the question. I mean, I already see where it's going. You don't even have to. You don't even have to wait until business day.
Nate, if you can't figure it out yourself,
You would throw away your religion.
Why do they always say it looks fake and they can't describe what they mean?
I'll describe
What
it
do
for
you mean?
you.
What does it mean?
I'll describe the shit. Moyak,
Yeah.
you see how fucking awesome high D that shit looks? Right? Here's what's fake about that shit. They don't use that awesome fucking view until they fucking get there. Why is it never a view like that when it's on the way? That's why it's fake, Moyak.
Don, you're using your brain today, bro. What's up?
He's the man.
He's the man.
Testing you. Let's see. What did he say last night? That was hilarious.
At 3,000 miles, that that little dot that we see from Earth, shouldn't it be way bigger?
Why should it be way bigger?
It's way closer. It's not 260,000 miles away now. 230,000.
To the guy who said, I like when they say it's fake and never come up with a reasoning for why they think it's fake or explain why it's fake. I've seen movies that I'll say look real, right? They look like reality. It's amazing how close to reality they can make a movie look, right? Like something that you know is CGI or fake or made in a studio. But this is the opposite. It's supposed to be reality and looks fake. That's how I explain.
Yeah.
Well, if it's 2,200 miles across and you're 3,000 miles away, then it should take up no more than what? 30 degrees of your field of view?
It's real because he looks so fake. That's.
So if it's 3,000, it's 2,000 miles across and it's 3,000 miles away, that should take up no more than 30 degrees of field of view, right?
Dude, NASA could have put a unicorn running around on top of that thing, and they would have been like, "Yeah, man, look at that, bro. Even unicorns live up there. They would fucking eat it up."
It's amazing. Won't answer that question.
It doesn't matter anymore, bro. I mean, because no matter what NASA gives you, you will eat it like it was freaking cereal, bro.
And you have no reason to deny it because you haven't been able to articulate anything that's wrong with it.
First of all, it looks like a squash as it's approaching. It looks like a freaking pumpkin.
It looks like a pumpkin. You're not very good at identifying shapes.
Yeah. So when it was approaching, I don't know if you watched the whole. I watched about 7 hours of it.
Shaped. Look at it. It's misshaped right now. It totally was like an egg. That was fucking weird.
Yeah, and when they were approaching, it looked like a pumpkin.
It just went from a circle to a fucking egg, guys. Like back up 20, 30 seconds.
What lens are they
How
using?
you're saying that. Moyak says you don't know how to discern shapes. Right,
Guys,
Moyak? I mean, no way that a flat earther can discern a shape.
Yeah, we can't tell what shapes there is because we think it's flat, right?
Yeah, we don't know what an egg looks like or a circle. I mean, we don't know what any of those look like. We're giving our opinion, or y'all are giving your opinion. I'm not looking at the video, but of what shape it looks like to you. A pumpkin, an egg. Moyak doesn't think that's possible for y'all to do that.
Moyak, do you find anything disturbing to you in this thing? All the things that we're talking about. Is there anything that you say, let me think on that?
The only thing I don't so far have any understanding of with is where the cameras are positioned with regard to the craft, because some of them look like they're like 50, 60 feet away, external shots, and those are being presented as factual. And I'm not sure where the camera would be.
I can tell you what they say on that if you like. Those ones are supposed to be on the solar arrays. There's one on each end, they say, which are fully swivelable. So that's the explanation for that.
That makes some sense, but it seemed like it was too far away. I don't know how big those solar arrays are. To me, it looks like you're somewhere in the order of 50 to 100 feet away from the craft with those shots. It could be just the lens that they've chosen that's giving that perspective. But yeah, I know that they're supposed to be on the end of the solar array. I just didn't think that was indicative of what I was seeing.
Did you guys not like watch this right now?
Can you show me a clip of which one do you mean? Like which shot looks weird?
Are you talking to me?
Too far? No, Moya.
I didn't say. Well, the far away shots.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Like right now, it still looks like a fucking egg. Like, are you guys watching this?
Don't know
it
you're
looks like an egg.
Travis.
That's right, Travis. Yep.
Are you on the live one?
What are you guys watching? I want to see. What are you guys watching?
I clicked the link. That you put in the chat, Elbow.
Oh, that was like 20 seconds. You went straight back to NASA.
Hurry up before it goes on the dark side of the moon, and you'll lose all.
Okay, where is the demarcation for day and night of the moon right now? Because that's probably why you're getting the egg shape. It's perfectly round on the right-hand side, and on the left-hand side, you're seeing where the day-night is.
Are you guys? What's the channel?
Oh yeah. I'll give you a good reason, Moyak, to why it looks so fake. The line on the moon is really sharp. It shouldn't be like that.
Why not?
Because that's not natural on pictures to be like that.
It's not natural to have a sharp line with a sharp object?
Is the moon a sharp object? Moyak?
From that distance, it looks almost perfectly smooth. Why wouldn't it?
Well, that's the incongruence for me. It makes no sense.
Moyak, is the CNET one you dropped? Is that the one you're watching?
I'm not watching any right now, so I'm not sure what these guys are talking about.
Jesus, this is crazy, dude. The one you dropped is straight CGI, man.
Listen, hey guys, this is so easy to dispel this right now. The moon is super close to the sun right now. It happens every month, and right now, tomorrow on my Sabbath, is a no moon. And you can easily look up right now on Stellarium, Star Chart, whatever app you want. You're going to see how close the moon is to the sun. So that's bullcrap right now, because they wouldn't be able to see it because it's so close to the sun. They'd be blinded. Go look on Stellarium right now.
The distance to the sun is still 93 million plus or minus 238,000 miles.
Yeah, nice. Why don't you look for yourself on Stellarium or download a star app, and you're going to see how close the moon is to the sun. It happens every month. This just happens to be the time right now.
All right. You know that Stellarium is not showing you the distance from the moon to the sun.
Well, I understand that, but you can clearly see it yourself. Here, I'll show you right now.
It never gets closer than 93 million miles, give or take a little.
Okay, so I'll put this in the chat. So you go ahead and look, and then tomorrow it gets even closer. And then Wednesday, it's going to be a little bit farther away. Wednesday, it's going to start probably Thursday or Friday. You're going to be able to start to see the sliver, which people think that's the new moon. It's not. The new moon is full moon, fully restored. So here, let me just post this. It's very simple to do this right now.
The sun is very, very, very far away from the moon.
Says who?
Everybody who writes for Stellarium and stuff. It's not in any way, shape, or form approaching the sun beyond the 238,000 miles it makes in its orbit.
Well, okay, so then
Radius.
I would say question the people that you're taking their answer. I would say look it up yourself and document it. Every month, you're going to see how the moon, after the full moon, goes back to the sun. I personally think well, I'm not going to tell you what I think because it really doesn't matter because I can't really prove it. However,
right, let me ask
you
this
right
because
now.
I'm really confused by what you're saying. If I was looking at a ship in the distance, on the horizon, it's far, far away, and I put my thumb up in front of my face, is my hand really close to the ship?
Well, let me ask you right now, where do you think the moon is? Because you're not going to be able to see it at night. Nobody is going to be able to see the moon worldwide. So where do you think it is? How are these people able to find the moon?
12 degrees a day in its circle around the Earth, and it's circling.
Wait, what did you just say?
It's moving about 12 degrees every day, so it will be 12 degrees closer to being in between us and the sun by tomorrow.
And then on Wednesday?
It'll move another 12 degrees.
Well, we're going to document this. You and I are going to be documenting how close the sun is going, or the moon is going to be getting to the sun.
Well, that's why I go back to my original question. Do you think that when I move my hand in front of my face, that my hand is appreciably closer to that ship 10 miles away?
That has nothing to do with this.
Well, that's what the Earth model shows. The Earth model is showing a object that's circling around the Earth, which both of those objects are about 93 million miles away from the sun. The moon moves closer, but not appreciably closer.
Do you like to be lied to?
Sounds like you're the one doing the lying, or at least a misunderstanding.
I'm asking you because it sounds like you're really trusting and it really doesn't matter to you about anybody lying. I mean,
well, you're talking about it as if it's the model. You're kind of mixing the model with the flat Earth model. You're saying that
we don't have
the existing model is
nobody knows the model.
No,
nobody knows
the model. The model has been described 1,000 times. It's Earth and Moon in orbit, or the Moon is orbiting around the Earth, and both of those objects are 93 million miles away from the Sun and orbiting the Sun. That is the model.
Okay, well, who told us that? So, NASA is a government organization, right? So you fully, implicitly trust the government?
Depends on the subject.
Have you ever? Has the government? Have you ever felt like the government's ever lied to you?
Depends on the subject. Yeah.
Okay, well that's good. I mean,
can I ask him about some specific data and evidence?
Yeah.
All right, Mike, I've been waiting for you, man, or somebody. Like, I wanted to show you this yesterday. So when I have a camera or a lens and I have like flare in the lens, and then I move the camera around and look around with it, the glare like stretches and skews, and it doesn't just stay the exact same glare in the lens, right? It usually moves as you move the camera. I was wondering if you knew anything about glare and stuff like that.
No, not to that level. I mean, the only thing I could think of is that as you move around, your camera's going to be doing automatic setting changes. So that's going to do a lot of changes. And then beyond that, I don't know what to expect with glare.
Right. I don't know enough about it either, but I do know that I have created a phenomenon where, like, say you get like a light ray like streaking into your picture, and then you kind of move the camera around. That light ray is going to like stretch. It's not going to just stay on the same spot in the picture. That light ray is relative to all your positioning where you exactly had that lens and everything.
Right.
Right.
Like I
You
said,
kind of know what I'm saying? Like it kind of moves around. But if you look at this probe orbiting the moon or whatever, this craft, I mean, it's changing its orientation by many degrees as it orbits around. And you can see even in the pictures that I posted, I got many more. I got many, like 100 of them in this live stream. It keeps going around and the sun raises up in the frame, but the glares never move. They don't change 1% of anything different. It's every ray is exactly the same as if it's pasted on there, Moyak.
Let me
So
see.
it's
Okay, so this
very
I'm
suspicious
trying
to
to
me.
get it. You took these freeze frames at 12 that you posted at 12:23,
Got
and I'm
100
just
more
trying
of
to see
them.
what the change is. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I think this is the one they're still streaming live, you know what I mean? So it's like the same shit's probably still happening. Every little piece of glare, they just move it. Every dot remains the same on the chain of glare and they just raise it up. It just moves along. It's like it never shifts at all.
Like I said, I would have to actually do this with a camera and see because I don't recall what I would see with glare.
I agree. I'm not confident enough to really put my neck out there on it, but it's real suspicious to me. And I can't imagine that, oh, well, we're in this empty, okay, we got no variables in space, so the glare stays the same. Yeah, but you're tilting the fucking camera forward and backwards. You gonna tell me it's okay.
You're going to be moving through the different lenses at different angles and stuff. Yeah, I can see that.
I mean,
but
they do.
Like I said, I don't know what glare, I don't ever get a glare shot like that from my camera to begin with. That perfect star pattern. Usually it's so far overloading my camera that I can't see shit.
Reminds me of the Antarctic 24-hour sun one. Like people didn't like that.
That one, the camera is always staying locked on the sun. So I mean, that you wouldn't expect to see any changes.
Right now, but it's still flexed. If you remember it still pulsated almost. The rays kind of stayed in their same orientation, but they flexed a little bit. The amplitude of the light was, getting brighter or darker as it hit little pieces of clouds or stuff like that. We had atmospheric, yeah.
But you're not going to get any of that in space.
Right. Golly, I just can't imagine tilting my camera forward and that light ray not stretching out.
Let me look at it. I got a flashlight here. Let me see what my camera does to the glare on the flashlight.
You're going to want to get 93 million miles away.
Aperture on my camera because that's probably required. I'm not going to have it do automatic settings.
The most craziest thing to me is we got these third-party channels streaming the shit. Where's NASA shit? NASA's in between shit. You get a close-up of the rocket and like the sidewall of the rocket and black space. They don't show anything. And then when they're there, then boom, they can show it. And then you hear all the Globers constantly cry about when, the skeptics are like, hey, why don't they stream the whole thing? They're like, oh, we don't have power. We don't have, are you stupid? Why would they do that? And it's like, dude, they can stream it all fucking day nonstop once they get, what's the problem? Right? It's a little weird, man.
Hey, Don, I think night sleep did you good, bro.
Yeah. Again.
Very passive. I'm like, I'll have to go look if it was actually Don speaking, bro.
Yeah, this is all fantasy. If anybody believes any of this shit, it's unbelievable.
Looking at my camera on my phone, I went through probably a 30 or 40 degree swing of my camera, and the glare remained uniform on my flashlight. So,
and it didn't stretch at all.
No, I'm going to share it with you in a second.
All right, thank you.
So let's get this straight. I was complaining during the whole flight why they didn't turn the cameras on, and they were saying it's too far, not enough battery, blah blah blah. Now they're the furthest away, but somehow we got live feed.
No, what I said to you yesterday regarding that subject is it depends on what they're trying to show themselves and what they're trying to do at the time. If they were at maximum telemetry, they may not have the bandwidth. They also could be now taking stuff and allow, with the available bandwidth, they will they've started streaming some of the cameras, and it takes time for it to accumulate all the data that it needs to show you. I mean, I don't know what the delay is on that image that we're looking at. Is it 5 minutes? Is it 1 minute of video? I have no idea. Now they have enough time to have actually accumulated data.
Don't you remember Nixon's call to the moon?
Yes, a 30 kilohertz bandwidth. Actually, that probably would have been like 20 kilohertz bandwidth. And they didn't have a whole shit ton of telemetry at that time that they were doing. They were just talking.
Did you forget the live footage from the moon in '69 with batteries?
Yeah, with
the
batteries.
Let me finish. Please don't interrupt me. Why are you interrupting me, bro?
Oh,
I just want to get one sentence out.
No, go ahead.
The telemetry that they sent in '69, right? Live from the moon. They did it with batteries. Now, these batteries, they were taking care of life support on the lamp, pressurizing, depressurizing, all that stuff. And they managed to show live footage from the moon in 1969. I'm done.
How much telemetry were they sending? And what was the bandwidth requirements? We don't know these things. So, I mean, I'm sorry, I can't answer that.
Yeah, but they were able to do it. So couldn't they replicate? If they know what band, they know what telemetry, they know what single, they know what batteries, couldn't they have easily replicated it that now? With these solar panels, I'm sure we have much more power than they ever could dream of, right? So I don't see the problem here.
I didn't say that it's only power. I said it's bandwidth. Bandwidth is king. And if the telemetry that they gave in the Apollo program was far less telemetry, in my opinion, than what they're doing now. I mean, as far as the sampling rates, the amount of information that's coming in from the different types of sensors is logarithmically greater than it was back in 1960s. So if you have the same amount of bandwidth, that's a physical limitation on how much spectrum you allocate for this communication, and you have lots of telemetry to handle with that amount of bandwidth, then you have a limitation.
Right. Just making excuses. You don't find anything. This is what puzzles me, man.
Well, you should actually be looking into what are the bandwidth restrictions on it. I don't know. I haven't done that. And this is your question, so you should be asking it.
Dude, I just told you they have the cameras on right now live. So there's no excuse whatsoever what you guys were giving me. Distance, time delays, battery power, bandwidth issues. They seem to be having no issues with that right now. But during the trip, magically during this 5-day trip, they weren't able to do that.
No, they did it a few times. They sent little bits of imagery as they went. And we have a fuck ton of video. I don't know what the time, if you can give me the timestamp of the video, what the live is actually showing, then maybe we could make some kind of an assertion of whether it's something they can do. If this is 4 hours, 6 hours delayed because it took that long for it to actually get through the video stream, then you're going to have 4 or 6 hours of delay before you get the first image.
Obviously, you didn't hear, right? It's live footage, you're saying. Live.
As live as it can be. I don't know
so
what
the delay is what, 30 seconds, if I remember correctly, from 1969, something like that?
No, it
20
was 2
seconds.
And that's not the delay I'm talking about.
What delay are you talking about?
Okay, let's put it this way. If I have 8K video that I'm trying to send to your computer right now, and you have a 30 kilobyte circuit that you can receive data on, how long will it be before you get any accumulation of video? It'll take hours, days to pile up that information so that you can see it. Would you call that live? I don't know.
Moya, do you not understand the term live? NASA live footage from the Orion space capsule. Do you not understand that?
Live is as fast as you can possibly get it.
Yeah.
There's not, as a matter of fact, there's nothing live. Even me talking to you right now is not live. It's delayed by 30 milliseconds.
So we're not going to have a constructive conversation. Okay, got it. I'm going to disengage now.
Thank you.
Yo.
Hold on. Wait. You're not live yet.
Yeah, there's a delay. I didn't actually say that. There's a delay.
Totally random. I just want to say this. I dropped a GIF in the chat of a figure skater. So I was thinking, right? According to special relativity, this girl is expanding and contracting constantly as she spins around.
Of course, motion. Motion causes expansion. But at the same time, contraction when it comes to the arm.
Well, in this case, she's doing both because it's based on which direction you're going, right? So she's expanding, then contracting, expanding, then contracting. Or if you stretch and do yoga, if you stretch in one direction, you're expanding. If you stretch in the other way, you're contracting. Literally. Physically.
That explains the egg moon shape.
Dude, you gotta admit that's pretty funny, bro. Like people will actually ridicule you if you don't believe that. I was talking to a physicist though, and he's like, many people in his field think that special relativity could be wrong, and that length contraction could be wrong.
Could be wrong. It's most absolutely, certainly wrong. It's ridiculous.
Right, but I'm just talking about how the people, I'm talking about the people that'll like ridicule you like it's been proven. I just now talked to a physicist who would ridicule them and tell them to shut up because he has no idea. They have no idea what they're talking about, and it's well known that length contraction could be wrong, and they are exploring alternatives.
Okay, just a quick question to Don.
I do see one picture, Moyak.
Okay. Yeah.
So it's cool Witsit comes in, but this channel I'm watching is called Websit. What is this fucking? I'm sorry. I'm watching a channel called Webbit Live or something.
Look, there's a channel out there that a lot of people are getting fooled. It's been showing for days now something orbiting the moon. And all these, I've been laughing so hard. All these ballers are showing me, look, there's proof. And I'm telling them, dude, the spaceship hasn't even reached there yet.
Wait,
so there's a fake thing going on. 2 or 3 channels are showing it.
Don, is this picture supposed to be real?
So yeah, this is live from Webbit Tutorials. It's got this, NASA guy talking about the 4 objectives. They're showing the stats of the Artemis, but I don't know what that crap. Maybe that's the actual Artemis because it's still far away.
Nah, it's the one at 24 minutes after the hour.
24.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing I was talking about, Don. Like, I don't know how they get those supposed long shots, or are they dragging a camera on a cable behind there?
But did you take I know, right? Did you take a few photos? You said, didn't you kind of like swivel the camera?
That's a video. That's a video.
Oh, thanks, buddy.
Yeah, that is me rocking the camera back and forth, and that star pattern remains fixed.
Well, do you think this picture is real at 37 minutes after the hour?
I don't know. I haven't. Like I said, that one I'm very. I've mixed emotions on some of the really distant shots of the Orion capsule that I don't understand how they claim to get those.
Yeah. Like, do you think that looks real though? Just like hypothetically, like you think, like if NASA said that was real, would you be like, it checks out? Like that moon picture right there, like the moon. I'm talking about the moon.
Yeah, moon with the Artemis on the lower left corner. Yeah. Damn, it does not look like what I would expect.
Right. Yeah, it looks dumb as hell to me, bro. I'm hoping that's not claimed to be real. Like, at least with the pictures of the Earth, they're so far away, and like they have plausible deniability, right? Like with those pictures. Because this is why this conversation's hard, because like none of us know what it is supposed to look like. You know what I'm saying? Like there's no standard of comparison. So like our only standard of comparison is the very source that we're getting it from. So like really even the ballers and the flat earthers, they like there's no way to know like, oh, this is what it would look like. This is what it should look like. So it's like impossible to really.
Well,
right,
the moon,
but they're inconsistent.
When I look at the moon, I see a moon that looks a lot like that, except it's got a different set of craters. So I have no problem with the moon in that image. And especially being closer and not having any atmosphere between us and the moon.
Magical high res.
The big problem I have is the distance from the capsule. That bothers me, and I don't know how they're pulling that off.
Well, they claim there is a little atmosphere, right?
Nothing visible.
Sodium, potassium.
This one is claimed to be real. This one I just posted.
And I have 3 points to Moyak.
Yeah. Look at the one I posted as well. It looked like an egg-shaped moon. The other one looked like a squash.
Well, the egg-shaped moon, that's because of the day-night side of the moon. You're actually seeing half of that moon is squished because that's where the shadow is falling.
Bro,
you're only able to
this is why they rushed the vax out so people would believe this. This is crazy, dude.
Look up at the one I posted though. The moon on the right side with the little nasty guy in the top right corner. 37 after. The moon on the right side is lit up. The left side of the moon is supposedly the dark side, and it's not completely jet black. You can still see the whole thing.
That has to do with what do you call it? Exposure.
See, that's another thing, dude. They always can say exposure, because like no, in real life, I'm trying to help you out here.
Yeah.
In real life, like exposure does drastically, like the spectrum of exposure drastically changes what you see in a picture. So like when we show them stuff like pictures of the moon, like even from the Earth, they can pretty much always say that, and there's not really much you can say. It's kind of like when I was showing them the eclipse and how it wasn't actually like a perfect little curve. Like, oh, it's exposure though.
That
you can't really rebut that because like exposure can do tons of stuff too.
The egg moon looks like the eclipse simulation when they had the moon go in front of the Earth. It looks like a cartoon, like that exact cartoon.
Wait, they think that's real though.
I thought that was admitted a simulation because
that's claimed to be real, bro.
I thought I don't want to go down that road because that's just a shame if that's
what you're talking about, like the cartoon looking like where they show like the time lapse of the moon and it looks like a cartoon.
Yes, and then it goes.
I think it's real, dude.
Oh
but are we? I'm not sure which one you're talking about. Are you talking about the sequence of stills of the moon in succession, where you can see the circle of the shadow on it?
Nah, like when they're supposedly out in space, they actually show the moon go out in front of the view in front of the Earth from the dark.
One of the early. That's like one of the really early pictures, the one where they adjust the solar panel.
No, like
from a few years ago.
Yeah, a few years ago when they were talking about the eclipse that was going to sweep across America, remember? And they were using it to talk about the shadow being bigger. Actually, they kept using that fucking cartoon to fucking describe the process. But Mark, I do have 3.
It's from Epic.
As far as your I appreciate you doing the flashlight video there, Moyak. I do have a couple things. Right. So first thing, you can see them waving a little bit, but that's probably due to the left and right, not the up and down, and that's understandable. Spacecraft isn't doing that. Then you have but you have a very distinct artifact, the little circle.
Yeah, the circle. Yeah.
So you can see how that one just raises right up as you just change a couple degrees. That's shifting. That's one part that I see. You have the glare streak, not just the sun rays in the Artemis stuff. You have these chain dots, the approaching glare hexagons coming at you. Those don't seem to be like doing that. I don't know the term, but how your dot, you could see it approach the middle, it's going up, it's angling with you, right? They really aren't doing that at all. They just literally float and raise up. They don't seem to be changing that angle the way your forward artifact did. That's the more forward artifact, right? And then
I would say that like as far as that goes, that little dot only will appear when I have the camera at certain angles. So I mean, you should see a dot like that appear at some point when they're taking a picture of the sun. It depends on what angle. I could totally miss it depending on what angle I go up at, and I could have it come right through the middle of the frame if I do it at the proper angle. So really, that's luck to the Irish whether you actually get that circle to appear.
I could buy that. I mean, I definitely buy that. There's some more closer things that are going to dramatically change that. But anyway, okay. Then there's one last point, and if you look at your video from like right after 2 seconds, it's only 4 seconds, but if you kind of look right at three seconds. You'll see at about 5 o'clock, 5:30, out of your rays, your light source there. You'll see a new ray grow. It's very, quick. You only have a few seconds of film there, but if you look at it, you'll see a new ray protrude from the center, be born from the center, and start sticking out at about 5:30, 5:45. I'm pretty sure. is the time I remember seeing.
Did you guys see this picture I just dropped? This is from
Sam's-
NASA's actual video right here. It says telemetry-driven animation. Why we got to get animations at all? Why would that be a thing at all?
I'm with you. I
And
agree, man.
when you're not seeing what you're, when you're not able to see what's something, they describe it with an animation. What do you mean?
It's 2022. We're supposedly by the moon right now. So like, yeah. I don't need animations.
They only have 16 cameras aboard, so they are limited. You have to understand.
I'm not sure what. What time did you post this at?
I just posted it. 46 minutes. And yo, this is not. Have you guys seen this video? It's 3.5 hour long stream or whatever.
Right. That is, if I'm not mistaken, when I saw that, that was after they just prior to that image. They say they've lost telemetry because the shadow of the moon is in the way of the communications.
And it traveled. Was traveling at a velocity of 300 miles max. It went 15,000 miles at 300 at the velocity of 300 miles per hour.
Look at the picture
In
I just
7
posted.
hours.
It's
In 7
traveling
hours.
yeah. Look at the picture I posted. It's traveling at 90 miles an hour at one point. At one point, I caught it at 66 miles an hour.
Well, that's the thing about escape velocity is that actually is what happens when you go at escape velocity. Just at escape velocity, you'll keep slowing down to but you're always going. You'll always have forward speed, but you could slow down to 1 mile per hour and still be moving away from.
But Moya, can you travel 15,000 miles at 300 miles an hour in 7 hours?
Well, it depends. Did I make the first couple of miles at 25,000 miles an hour? Yes.
No. Max 300 miles an hour. Max. And it went down to like 50. So in 7 hours, it traveled 15,000 miles.
Okay, so we're talking about in orbit around the moon right now?
From Earth to moon.
Okay, from Earth to moon. Started out at 25,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, no, but this is to say only 7 hours before it reached the moon.
Okay, so you're saying it
this
was
is
300
real?
miles per hour at that time. So when you start your clock for 7 hours.
Right. So 7 hours before it reached the moon. Like it was like 8 hours into 9 hours until it reached the moon or something like that. But the 7 hours that I watch, it started off around 24,000 miles left, and then in 7 hours it had about 8,000 miles left.
I hope they get to the bonus mission.
And the max speed velocity was 300 miles per hour.
I don't know. I'd have to see it. I mean, the way you're describing it shouldn't be able to happen.
Right. It was.
But I don't know what you're getting wrong because I assume that they would have their numbers at least correct.
Yeah. No. I was.
Let's put it this way: you must be getting something wrong. In how you understand it.
No. I was actually going. I was discussing this at 4 o'clock in the morning today when somebody else was here, and we went through the timeline of the 7 hours, and it started off at 7 hours ago. It started off at 200 miles an hour, and then it went down to like 198. I mean 100 and 150, 170, 50, 60, 90. And then the last hour or so, it was going about 300 miles an hour.
Okay, I guess the one of the big questions would be is what is that miles per hour reference to?
The velocity of the actual of the Orion capsule.
Yeah, but from away from what?
Oh well, that's a good question, right?
Yeah.
What's the how are they measuring the speed of reference to what?
I don't know.
Right?
Yeah, I don't know. If that's a speed away from Earth, maybe. Now the moon is moving towards it. I don't know. And that you would think that if they're doing a reference like that the reference would be uniform across their description. So if they say it moved 15,000 miles, then I would think that would have the same reference as the speed they were using.
I mean, you would think they would say, okay, it should have the speed of about 2,000 miles per hour.
I mean, if it's from Earth and you're just sort of like getting in the way of the moon, then you're going to be approaching the moon at 2,000 miles per hour because
right, and the velocity was
the moon is
showing,
moving.
And the velocity was showing no more than 300 miles an hour.
Right, but that really depends. It really depends on what they're referencing. Because, like I said, let's just take for instance, if I just took the Orion capsule and just parked it in the moon's orbit, then the moon will be approaching it at 2,000 miles per hour. I will be closing on the distance to the moon, even though I'm not moving at all reference to Earth. I will still be approaching the moon at 2,000 miles per hour because the moon is moving. The moon will be moving towards me.
Right, but they had to approach the moon, right? It wasn't just gonna park it somewhere and let it, crash into the moon.
But that was just an example of if I'm just trying to show you that the reference is important. If I'm using the Earth as a reference and I say I just parked it in front of the moon will approach it at 2,000 miles per hour, even though the number will say that I'm going 0.
Right, correct. But that was
like if I stood in the road.
I understand what you're saying, but that wasn't the trajectory that it took, did it? I mean, I understand what you're saying. So, I mean, if I'm standing in front of a car, I'm not moving, but it's coming at me.
Yeah, it's going to hurt. So I don't know. When you're dealing with these kind of calculations and stuff, and you're dealing with speeds, you got to know the reference. You got to know everything about that statement in order to say what it's telling you. And I don't know the answer to it. I don't know what they were describing.
Right. I mean, I went to their website and they have a little, I guess, what do you call this? This Unity game-like thing that shows you the trajectory and whatnot. So it wasn't there just waiting for it to be hit or getting close to it. It was traveling a distance or whatnot.
That was one thing I never really understood about the original Apollos, because like every time I thought about escape velocity and stuff like that, and you're hearing numbers like 25,000. It's like, okay, when they get to the moon's only moving 2,000 miles an hour. I have to slow down in order to get to the moon appreciably. I mean, like I would have to have the equivalent of the same rocket that I took off from Earth to slow down. But then after I thought about it long enough, it's like, oh shit, you know what? Gravity is acting on that thing the whole damn way to the moon, so it's got braking. It's slowing down at somewhere in the order of 9.8 meters per second, less whatever the distance is from Earth. So it's going to constantly be just slowing down a little bit and a little bit and a little bit. And apparently they get down to some really slow numbers. Like, I saw numbers, like you said, in the 200 mile an hour range and stuff like that. I'm like, oh shit, how are you ever going to get to the moon at that speed?
All right. Let me rattle off my biggest points of contention more. I can see if you kind of can feel sympathy for a little bit of them. All third party channels, no NASA official live streaming of their exact stuff of what they got going on right now. That's interesting to me. You have seemingly lack of live stream during the travel, but then when they get there, there's this easy fucking stasis live stream all the time. All the in between pictures are messy. You got them saying that they have bonus missions to, satisfy the public's thirst, and it's like, where is it? But that's the main coup is, where's the official channel? Where is the raw data? And let's stop having us the fact that we're all scratch our head that there's 15 different channels. You could copyright strike any fucking thing, but this shit, people could be pirating the hell out of it. They ain't gonna do nothing about it. What else do we got here? Yeah, the speeds, I'm not going to get into the speed things and all that. So, but just where's the official channel? Doesn't it irk you that we're sitting here scratching our heads? There's no fucking
I have no idea what I would have had to, like, again, know ahead of time what they planned on showing, because they have reasons for what they show and they don't show. You can say that's because they're faking it or whatever. I don't think that's really a problem because they had infinite amount of time to fake this data. With all the pushbacks they've done from the launch pad, they could have faked the hell out of this if they wanted to. So you could show all this time in between Earth and the Moon. These are not telling me anything useful. I would like to have more information. Yeah, I would love to have had, to some extent, the whole video going to the moon. But then when I think about it, every piece of video I've seen is exceedingly boring when you look at it in real time.
It's true. I mean, just to
nothing
know that
changes.
it exists would be cool. I mean, you're right, but
I think
we
that's
see
the
that
point,
machine,
right?
We see that metal machine, and we see some organic space, and then we have other cuts that look like HD resolution, fucking digital graphics. You know what I mean? It's a little weird. Also, NASA has official YouTube channels. If you go to NASA's channel, it's not showing this live or whatever for some reason. It's just very weird.
Isn't that funny? Isn't that the funniest thing you've ever heard?
Well, also, when you look at these YouTube videos, they say live, but that's because the NASA stream that fed them the information said live. So that information will be on there in 100 years from now. If you look at that video, it'll still say live because what? It was recorded and with the live written on it.
Is that the machine you've already been fed? Like,
Of course.
It said live. Like, this is like, are you kidding me? Sorry, any of this is real. None of this is real. It's all an animation, right? Like the picture I just posted.
No,
Like,
I didn't say that. But
picture. Is there any real pictures
I didn't say that, but I
this?
said that as far as live goes, if it went out with the phrase live on it, somebody recorded that with their little YouTube website, and now they've got it and they're playing it. It says live. How do you get rid of that live? You
What about the NASA
scratch
site?
it out?
Is there any of that live? Is any of the NASA site stuff live? Like, is there any real pictures at all? Can you show us one real picture?
I don't know whether, it depends on what you call live, because any kind of a high resolution picture they
Doesn't
send,
matter if it's
a
live,
video,
just a real picture.
any kind of high
the
resolution
whole
video, I would say would be even their live stuff
one at
would
a
be
time,
delayed
guys.
by however long it takes for the information to get out.
Don't brush by Jeremy's point. I was
One at a
asking that
time.
yesterday. You think we're going to get a view of the so-called Apollo mission sites?
Not likely at all.
No.
Not likely at all.
So wait, I just wanted to ask, like, is there any real pictures at all that we saw from this whole mission? Can you just post one real picture of the whole thing? Is there one that you believe is actually real, not an animation, not just a representation?
Oh, most of them are real. The ones that I've seen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, can you show me one? I asked you for this a few minutes ago.
All right.
And also asked you for the one with you're saying that had the picture that you kind of found kind of iffy because it was how you don't know how they would take that shot from like 50 to 60 feet away.
Actually, I think it's more like that one shot where you can see the 4 lit windows. That one looks like it's taken from hundreds of feet away, and I don't know how they did that. Now that could be some kind of a 360 camera view or something, because those always look bizarre. But to me, it looks like the capsule is way too far away for that image to be real.
Oh, that's a special lens they have, Moya. You haven't heard
It
of
could
it?
be a lens. It could be a 360 camera. I don't know.
Just show us one real picture.
You're not going to believe it anyway. So what's the point?
No, I'd love to see something you think is actually real. You said the one that we just saw was fake. So which ones are real?
I didn't say it was fake. I said I don't understand it.
Okay, well that's okay. Whatever you said, it doesn't seem like it's real or something like that. Either way, I don't see anything that I think is believable. But maybe there is. I mean, why wouldn't there be like 100 million pictures already of like totally believable stuff? Oh, okay, cool. Let's see one.
Now, I don't know about 100 million, but there are tens of thousands of individual frames of video.
Moyak, that lens comes from the polarized La La Land collection. You can get it on eBay.
Yeah, cool.
Can make any shape, distance you want.
Yeah, cool.
Come on, you gotta admit it's funny, man. The pictures they show us. You don't admit at least they look like suspicious.
I told you once I think it looks suspicious.
Just
have
the
you guys?
one. That's it. Just a distance issue.
Have you guys posted some of the pictures or nah? Like where are they at?
I'm very happy with this one right here. I have no problem with this one.
Okay, so that's supposed to be the real moon. So you're saying that's the real moon?
Yep, I have no problem with that.
What is that?
And
Why
that,
did you
that comes
like?
from
Why is
a-
that? Why did you post a picture of a screenshot of a picture? Like
because I had
where's?
I was looking at a video and I just dumped that frame.
Yeah, that's okay. But like, where's like the official images released by NASA? Like, where are the?
That's actually what we're working on, buddy. And it seems like the one he posted, the CNET one, that's like the best official one we're gonna get right now. I don't know if anybody has.
Wow, that seems official. That seems super official. Cool.
It is weird to me. Let's go. Let's all go to NASA.com right now. Let's see what we find. I'm sorry,
.gov
or whatever.
The claim was that. I thought the claim is that this is an animation or something. Are they actually saying this is the real moon, or are they saying it's just an animation? What's the
That
actual
was
claim?
taken from a sequence of video that was touted to be real. You see, somewhere shortly after that image, you can see where it rotates around. The solar panels get aligned, and that was all real time or whatever delay it takes for video to get to Earth and bandwidth restrictions. Semi
all
real
right,
time.
guys. Public
So
outreach.
hold on. So this is the one. Because I just stepped back in. This is the one you're saying that you don't know how they did it, or is it?
No,
this is the real one.
That one I have no problem with. The distances involved. It's the other one is one where they have like the full moon lit mostly on the right hand side. Orion capsule looks like it's about 300 feet away from the camera, and you can see the four lights of the Orion capsule pointing at the moon. That one, I don't understand if that is being touted as a real video or some kind of animation.
Why does it look like an egg?
Because there's a shadowed portion.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a picture of this one.
One
This
side
one
of
is
it's perfectly
real.
spherical, and the other side of it looks sort of egg shaped.
Like this one, I just
you
posted.
have a. Oh, let's see.
Oh, that one's awful. It
Yeah.
looks like a pumpkin. That one.
Yes, that one, the shadow, is looks like it's on the southern side of the moon, the bottom side, and it's coming in from the bottom left.
Yeah, and look where the shadow is of
the shadow's coming in from the bottom right.
Look where the shadow is of the solar array. Does that correspond?
Let's see your image. But I'm looking at elbows. Hold on.
Elbow, yeah, elbows. I'm talking about elbows.
Okay. All right, so let's look at that. The shadows are coming in from what way?
That kind of just doesn't jive, right? And I didn't think of it until you just said shadow. Thank you, Moyak. Does that look right to you?
No. That looks like the sun is coming in directly from behind the Orion capsule. So my idea of what's happening with the demarcation of these day and night doesn't make sense. Plus, it is elongated on both top and bottom, which would say shadows coming from both directions.
Hold on.
Yeah.
The capsule shadow, wouldn't you say, is coming from the left? Wouldn't you say the sun would have to be?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you.
Okay, so how about now the shadow on the moon? Which way would you think the sun would be on that one?
The shadow should be coming in from the right-hand side.
Or at least from the top side, maybe a little bit, right?
Yeah.
So this is like a smoking gun right here that me and you just uncovered live.
No, I don't know that that's even a smoking gun. It's also at the fringes of the camera.
And of course, we couldn't have done it without Elbow posting it at this particular time. Nice. This is a smoking gun right here.
You keep on smoking whatever you're smoking.
Must be good, right? For me to catch stuff like that. So you're in agreement with me, Moyak. Something's wrong here, right? Whatever it is.
Don't know. Could be.
That's good enough. That's the best I'll get. Okay, I'm satisfied with that. As long as we got you thinking, Moyak, it's all it takes. Just a little bit of logic. Let a little crack of logic go in, and man, it can do wonders for you.
I can't find it, but I think we have what is it? Astronomy Live has been taking images of this new star in the sky that's going to the moon. That seems to coincidentally match the Artemis mission's trajectory.
You know what else I noticed?
Hey, hold on.
Holy crap, bro.
Go to like 59 seconds and then watch it to like 4 seconds. 1 minute 4.
Yeah, but check this out. I noticed.
Watch. Okay, go ahead.
No, sorry, bro, but this is important. I noticed another thing thanks to Moyak. If you go to Elbow's shot on 4 minutes past the hour, right? We see the shadow of the what appears to be the solar array on the right? And we also see the moon and we say what doesn't occur, like it doesn't look right. But also, what else do you notice? There's a big elephant in the room. Anybody? Okay, I'll tell you. Which side is the capsule lid on?
Left side.
The right side, where the shadow is.
No, it's left side. Left side, if all the shadows are elongated, so like that little 6-inch box or whatever, however big that is, that's sort of centered on the capsule there, that is got a longer shadow. So the shadow is coming off from the left-hand center of the capsule.
But how could there be a shadow on the lit part of the capsule? Am I missing something here?
That's a tapered surface, so I don't see a problem with that.
Tapered surface?
Tapered? Is it tapered? Looks tapered to me. Could be the shadows. Hard to tell. Let me get closer.
Something to go about, huh? Nice post, Elbow. Nice post. This got to be the post of the whole launch, I think, right here.
Now the sun is slightly on our side of center of the capsule, because if you look at the thrusters on the top of it, they give you a really good angle for where the sun is.
I don't know, bro.
What do you think about that?
Go on. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, look at this little clip I did. I created a clip. Look at the shadow of the just watch the shadow.
Let's have a look. This is Elbow talking, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Watch the shadow, the little squarish rectangular shadow from the It's about from the 3 second mark or 2 second mark.
Nice, bro. Nice.
What is that?
Yeah.
What is that?
Yeah. We're going to be finding a lot of these gems. Now that I got everybody thinking like that, you're going to see how many things we're going to find.
What are you describing here? I'm saying this is the 1 hour and 47-minute video you're talking about?
I just posted 10 minutes after the hour. It was from your video, that you posted at the at the 4-second mark of the clip that I created. The little light that goes through the shadow.
Yeah, 1 minute or
that
or 1 hour.
So if you go to the 10, I posted the clip from that video.
I'm looking for where you posted the clip. I'm trying to find that.
If you go to the 2-second mark,
I'm not at that point. Tell me where. What time is your video stamp again?
it's you want it from the actual video?
No, I want to see where your video is.
10 minutes after the hour.
10 minutes after the hour. Okay, that video. And you're saying that like 3 seconds into that video?
Yeah, because this is a clip from your video.
So that's 50. Shit. How do I get back to the start again for you? Do you have it time stamped or it's just?
No, this is
I created
I created a clip from the video, so it's a shorter version of that part. A part of the.
I'm not getting that clip at 110. Hang on. Okay, I see your clip there. Why is it not doing? Mine's showing the whole damn video. There it is. Okay. All right. Now, what do you see at 3 seconds?
Look at the shadow.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, keep looking at the shadow and let it play.
Oh, the little white blob that's moving around?
Yeah.
Let's see, what is that?
And it goes into the white as well.
Is there a chance that that's a reflective surface that's shiny and just moving as the capsule moves?
I don't know. I mean, it looks kind of weird. What is it? What do you think it is?
I don't know. Reflection off of something shiny.
What?
I don't know. They have a bolt on there somewhere that's shiny?
Yeah, but what is okay? Here's what gets me too. And his 15-second clip. I'm too high. Why does the satellite can rotate? Why does it jerk when you restart that video? That would indicate the camera's moving, right?
I see what you're talking about now.
Elbow, do you not see that when you very first start your 15-second clip? It like the satellite body jumps.
Yeah, it was actually doing that through the whole thing. It was like it was delayed. Like I just took that part, but if you go back to it, I think it was like at 56 or so. It's still kind of weird the way the whole thing just jolts. But I mean, I guess it could probably be just transmission of images. I mean, because what I thought it was that it was actually sending just back fragments, right, of the image, but that little animation or light that just went by or whatever, glare or whatever, it was very concise, not it wasn't jerky as the other.
It was focused and smooth. Yes.
Yeah.
I would say that is a reflection. Let me think. Off of something that's on the solar panel. And one of the mounting hardware pieces or something as you rotate is doing that. I say that because of the second one that happens out by the N in NASA, by the red letter out there. That one starts to come into view and move across the screen.
But you understand what we're saying? Also, that the whole video is a little bit jerky, but that little image, that part was very smooth transition. Was a very smooth transition compared to the rest of the video as well.
It's very weird. So you're saying there's got to be moving parts out there? Is that what you're guessing the reflection would be, or somehow it's?
I don't know if it's a moving part. You know, depending on the angle, you can have it possibly move faster than a craft. I guess, depending on how far the angle. If it's something that's out on a 50-foot long solar array, it may move at a different rate than the craft seems to be spinning.
Right.
Why is the resolution so bad? Like I get it, like great, you know, they don't have to like cater to the people and they don't have to like get all this expensive. But why is like, because I'm watching the video of like the actual live stream of the NASA Artemis 1 like passing the moon, or whatever.
Because
it's
they're not
like,
there yet. Once they get to Fantasyland, then they can show you high definition again.
dude, that's pathetic. Like, I'm not gonna take that at all. As someone who's like rationally and logically in the middle of this debate, is like, that's just garbage. The fact that like the resolution is what it is there is so pathetic. The moon looks awful. It looks like a low grade budget video game. Like, I'm not even kidding. It's like, to call it anything else than that, you'd be lying to yourself, and you'd be fooling yourself. How is it that that looks so bad? The law of high definition. This is like a thing. It's like anything incredible and amazing in this day and age will be filmed in HD. And so to accept this low budget fucking pixelated crap from a multi-trillion dollar organization is pathetic, and you should be ashamed of yourself. It's absolutely a fucking joke.
Yep. Should be a telescope on there. And they're live talking about water bears right now. It must not be that important to them. And they got shit more. I don't know why the cameras always be so, they be jerky in space when it's supposed to be smooth. The camera's not moving. It's just a lot. All this stuff is just enough to be suspect about it. You know, at least we got so many people being like, okay, you know, I'm suspect. Like, the only defense is, well, there's a team that worked on it and they'd have to be fooled for it to be fake. It's like, okay, maybe they were.
No, dude, the moon in that video in this 2022 live streamed trip to the moon legitimately looks like Nintendo 64, like Crash Bandicoot graphics. This is like what we're dealing with. It's their goal. No, it's their goal to pass off something as shitty as that and literally have people eat it up. It is the most laughable thing ever. They're just trying to do the bare minimum. No, they're trying to do the bare minimum of things, and like literally just sneaking under everyone's nose. It's like they're looking at that, like they think that's like literally like a video game. It's like, oh, that's real. That's like totally legit.
Is NASA gonna say the same thing as Elon Musk? You know, it has to be real because it looks so fake.
I think it's a good thing, bro. I think that, like, I love that they believe it. Like, I don't care anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, who cares, bro? Who cares? These are the same people that, like, if they heard that something, like, you had a blessing and something good happened in your life, it makes them mad. You know what I'm saying? Like, who cares? Who cares what they think?
Well, we care. We analyze what they.
I don't care.
What they post.
I don't care.
We do.
No, I understand that. I'm saying I don't care what people think. Like, I don't care that Viv believes in it. You know what I'm saying? Like, who?
Well,
who
yeah,
cares?
I could give a fuck less like who believes in it or whatever. But it's funny. I mean, at the end of the day, we're just like sort of analyzing it for what it is. You know, that's sort of what we do. And I think they sort of know this, right? They have a community of people who are like, you know, looking at all of this stuff, all the videos, all the pictures, and we're analyzing it like under a microscope, right, or under a magnifying glass. So they know, and they'll curtail and they'll put things in these things to make them seem shoddy, and they know that people will rile up about them. But I mean, I think that it will eventually like expose itself, right? Like people will sort of just come to accept that, like, wow, this is like what we're given. It's bare minimum. It's bare minimum trash. And if you do accept this sort of stuff now in 2022 for what it is, it's like you're the outcast. Like literally, you think you're in like with the group and the like the forefront of technology and space frontiering. No, you're not. You were given garbage. And they're laughing at you. They're literally just laughing at those who eat it up.
Based on what? The picture's looking fake, so it is fake. Is that
dude, it's not.
Bro,
it's not even.
We
It's
want
not
you to believe in it.
No, I'm just
yeah,
curious.
it's not even. No, it's not even the look. No, I'm saying it's. Yeah, I'm saying it's 2022, and the video that they have is low
tier. It looks fake to you.
Pixel. No, it's not even that it looks fake. It's not even that it looks fake. It is low tier garbage. It's not HD. It's trash.
To you, it looks
not
like
that it looks.
Fake, so that's what you're saying.
To everyone, it's not.
To try to reverse the burden here and say it's incredulous to like not believe this is just so laughable. Like you lose credibility by believing it. You realize that, right? All your other arguments are like weaker now because you believe this.
But don't you understand it's a good thing?
You think it looks fake. It looks like a Nintendo 64 game, so therefore it's fake.
Okay, good.
Yeah, that's really the logic we're going through here.
Dude, you're arguing
like
with
Zanuck, right?
About if the picture looks real. Like, dude, it's fruitless, bro. It's a good thing.
Why-
This is the best thing that could possibly happen to flat
determine
Earth.
whether it's real or not.
The best thing that could happen to True Earth movement is they keep on putting out these pictures.
Yeah.
You know, and then you have the Xanax,
The Xanax.
the Vivs,
And the
and the
400,000
It
Roots,
is
and the
real.
post
It's
shows.
real no matter what. It's guaranteed real because they like the way it looks. It's guaranteed real.
It's
It's
good.
like
It's a
when
good
team
thing.
that works on it, right?
too.
It's like
Does
when
there
you
have
corner
to be
your
a
friend.
team that
You
got
know, I'm
moved,
not
so
an
it must
expert in
be fucking real.
Guys, yo,
It's like-
one at a time, guys. Guys, relax.
Real quick,
everybody.
it's like when you have your friend that's like is doubting everything you're saying about flat Earth, and then the whole thing with the Elon Musk car in space comes along, and you show him that, and you make him have to say that he believes it because he's said everything else, and you're like, oh my god, now I'm laughing at you because you're believing that. That's very
I spent a good half hour talking about with SE about why this thing's going 90 miles an hour.
We don't care.
It's just complete being uneducated or uninformed about.
And you
what's
didn't
happening.
convince anybody. Don't get righteous on this.
I just want you to
Well,
know that
again,
this
Rick,
is what
I
this is what
explained to
Xanax
you
gets
how
off
this is
on, right?
possible.
Like he wants
what
to
it
try
does.
to
Without
push your
knowing anything
buttons
about
and
the
provoke
orbit
you
and
and
the orbit
talk
was
through
special.
me, and like it's like
Okay, so
just don't
I
take the
talk and you
bait,
talk
bro.
over me.
It's
It's
like
very
the
easy for you to do that.
Xanax.
Okay,
I'm literally speaking,
you can
my
talk.
guy.
Go ahead.
So it's kind of like the jab, like now we know. So it's cool, bro. Like it's now you get to know who has eyes to see and who doesn't. It doesn't matter. He just now said it looks fake to me too. I'm not gonna lie. So
Well, here's
wait, Xanax said that?
Yes.
Well, I'd like to say
Oh,
something.
wait, Xanax,
I've
did you
heard-
say it looks fake to you at least? Did you at least say that?
It looks like a cartoon.
Oh,
Okay, well,
great.
then,
Well, then what are we arguing about?
Yeah,
That's
what
what
are
I'm
we
trying to
arguing
say.
about?
It's
That-
like you guys
that
actually
is not
like it.
fake.
You guys actually like to get all riled up and argue, but it's like there's no point in it. It's like, dude,
Well-
this is it. They know. Do you know how many Globers are talking about this? Not very many of them. So that's all that you need to know. They know it looks stupid.
Well, wait, it's for the audience, right? It's for just the general purpose of discussion, the advancement of the sort of whole argument, right? So we're gonna sit here and like pick bones at this stuff because that's what we do, right? We are gonna argue it. We're gonna debate about it just for people to listen to, right? But again, my initial point was that yes, it does look fake. Okay, it does look fake, but that's not the whole point. But the other point is that this is coming from a supposed multi-billion-dollar industry company or whatever organization, NASA, whatever we want to call them, that's on the forefront and the pinnacle of like technology and like engineering in front of you. What? And this is the quality that we get, so it's curtailed. It's not just the fact that it looks fake. It's like, who are these people, dude? This is a multi-billion-dollar organization at the forefront of fucking space travel, and you accept bare minimum budget level pixelated trash? This is what you accept, and you say yes, it's not fake. Well, how are we? What am I supposed to do with this? Like,
Dude,
what
they
am I?
accept
obviously
9
we know
months
it's
of
fake.
testing something they put in their body, bro. I'm just saying. I'm like, okay, look, this right here is from a screenshot from NASA's stream. Okay.
Well, that's
it's clearly a
that's admitted
cartoon, right?
animation.
And
It says animation, though, right? That one says animation.
that's right. That's what I was literally about to say.
I'm sorry.
So it says that it's animation, but the point is, like, why are we spending billions of dollars for a mission where it's 2022 and we still have to be shown animations when they're supposedly out there by the moon with like
How do you suppose they
dozens of
get that
cameras?
shot without animation?
What?
They want to show it graphically to show the moon in the background, and then in the Artemis space capsule on top, and you can't do that if you're on the space capsule itself. So all you would see is the moon, or maybe a dot if it's too far away. But
Well,
you showed a
but
picture
Janik,
before that.
wait a minute.
You see the moon. Is that animation too? Or that actually that's actually a picture there. So you have the moon and the Earth.
To look at
The moon and the Earth beneath it, right? Is that the picture?
Well, look at
Dude,
the high
I
def
want
of
you
the
to believe in
capsule.
it,
That
and
the capsule's in high def. This is my point in putting those two together. The capsule's in high def, and the moon's not. The moon's looks like a crappy no surface moon, and you're that close. But there's high def on the capsule, and then the picture before that, you see the Earth supposedly in the background that looks more high def than the moon does.
Dude,
so why is this
I
moon
get-
like all
yeah,
gray?
well,
out?
I get more detail.
Hold
on
on,
I
Sai.
get more.
This I think there's a little purpose for this though.
To get us to argue? Yeah.
No, because they'll be like, look, this is a CGI we created, and this is not supposed to be CGI, but it looks
Oh, it's
CGI.
CGI. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, we're talking about even the part before it cuts to CGI. Look, I get more definition of the moon when I look at it with my P800, like $200 fucking camera now. I can get more definition on the moon when I'm how far away from it apparently. And then this vessel that's like right up against the fucking moon. This you accept this as a glober?
And
This is laughable, dude. This is the most
capsule's in high
laughable thing
definition.
I've
Look at the
ever
detail
seen.
of this capsule. Why would you get detail
Is
on
it
the
right up
capsule and
against
not
the
on the
moon?
moon?
Wait, like,
Yeah,
this
it's
is
a
the
lot
point,
closer
though,
than
like,
I am
it's
with my fucking P800, dude. Yeah. Wait, it's
yeah. So real
pounds closer.
Glovers, real people that just think the Earth's a ball, they're not gonna go around being like, ha ha ha, this is so awesome. And when I show them my camera taking a picture with my P900 and it being like incredible quality, and then showing them supposedly being in space and seeing this with like no quality, they're gonna be like, what? Like, but it's only the anti-flat earthers in here that wants to just find some way to ridicule people to say like, oh, stupid flirts, we're literally out by the moon now, blah, blah, blah. So it's like you're talking to people that don't represent reality like at all. They're like no one. They don't, you know what I'm saying? So it's like real people aren't even keeping up with this. They just saw a clip of it on TikTok, or they saw like the news say it happened, and they're not really looking at it and claiming that it looks amazing. You're talking to anomaly.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
I'm
no, full
confused
stop.
now.
No, you're right.
Zanuck came in and said, well, it looks fake. It must be fake, like making fun of us for saying it's fake. But then he called it fake himself. So what's the deal, Zanuck? Why would you like say that you're surprised we would think it's fake and then you call it fake yourself?
Because these are things that are actually foreign to you. You haven't been to the moon. You haven't been in space. It looks fake because all the things we've seen in movies and in cartoons and things are made to, imagine what these things would look like in person. And here you see it from firsthand from the spaceship. Pictures of the moon, pictures of the actual craft itself with wide-angle lenses, which tends to distort things quite dramatically. But suddenly, because it's so foreign to you, it looks fake, and it looks fake to me too, because I've never seen anything like this before, up close in reality. We just see pictures. So
Do
obviously
you
it's
wish
gonna
that
look
it was
kind of fake
better
to us.
though? Like when we're
It's
looking at
fantasy.
this.
In my mind, it's fantasy. Going to the moon is fantasy, right?
Yeah, so whenever you look at this picture here and you see that they're supposedly like really close to the moon, and I'm allegedly 238,000 miles away, and I have like incredible pictures of the moon, and then the actual craft here, it has pretty good quality, and then you look over to the right of the picture and the moon has terrible quality,
Yeah.
right? Like you
Is that a
accept
problem?
that to make
You understand
sense.
photography, right? You seem like you understand cameras and things. So if you're
I have
focused,
better pics with my P900.
So,
I'll
see.
post some of them now.
Well, yeah, of course. But listen, I can't even finish the sentence with you guys. Seriously. So you have the capsule and the Orion, and it's looking at the moon in the background, but the Orion is very much in focus. So the moon isn't quite perfectly in focus. If you wanted to focus on the moon and the lighting was right and the exposure was correct, you'd probably have amazing detail of the moon.
Where's that at?
I don't know. I don't know if they can change the focus or change whatever those settings are on those cameras. There's like, I don't know, 40 or 50 cameras on the system, right?
Yeah, there's tons of cameras, and what are you talking about? Change the focus. It's about what you focus on, my guy. And they would obviously be getting really close up. You know what, dude? Dude, this is why I say it's pointless, dude. It's like, just go take your next jab, dude.
What do you think the settings are at for this picture? I know what they are.
Oh, what are they?
Well,
show us more video.
The Orion capsule is in focus, and you have something that's tens of thousands of miles away that is a little blurry and is not as exposed as much as the Artemis capsule is.
So show us the other camera. Why does NASA not have split screen? What happened? Remember, SpaceX did split screens, Zanuck. Remember, they did fuck up and get one of the cameras wrong. But
I don't know. It's not possible, I guess.
Yeah, it ain't possible.
When you have something that's exposed as highly as it is for the capsule, things in the background that are much further away are going to look a little blurry, a little dull.
You gonna repeat that shit?
I can't hear you when you talk over me. I want to hear your question,
yourself,
John.
man.
If you let me finish, I can listen to you.
You
So what did
said
say
that
again?
already,
Would you
Zanuck.
rather me always say, please let me talk, please let me talk, please let me talk? Or why don't you just wait till I'm done and ask the question so I can listen to you? I want to listen to you. Really, I do. But I can't hear you when I'm talking.
I want the data efficiently. You've said that about the fucking focus. We heard you.
But you see, it took me like 50 seconds just to have you shut up and say it again.
SC, I think Don's issue is really Zanuck, because Don was actually really nice and calm, and
I'm sorry.
You're doing amazing, bro.
Thank you.
But
Zanuck, you're wrong,
Zanuck
but
comes
you're
in
not
and
saying.
just rubs you differently, man.
He's not saying anything. He's like,
That's what
I can
Zanuck
explain
does,
the
bro.
camera setting, and it's you're looking close, and then someone asks him another
Well-
question, and then he reiterates back on the fucking camera thing again. It's
Well,
like he can't deal with the hard questions. He's got to play fucking kindergarten teacher time.
Which is why you should look at it like it doesn't actually matter what he has to say.
No, I think
We're
it's
just
a
having
valid
fun
point.
making fun of him now, though.
God, I'm fighting him. I don't want to listen to what
Don,
It's like a toddler or something.
If
It's
one
like,
thing's in focus,
and I'm
the
not
other
trying to
thing can't be
insult
in
you. I'm not trying to insult you. I'm
I
just trying to use an
respect
analogy.
it.
It's like someone that doesn't understand. It's like if you go up to a 5-year-old and you want to talk to him about length contraction. You know what I'm saying? It's like, why would you want the opinion of the 5-year-old on length contraction?
And he is a 5-year-old skeptic. When it comes to being skeptical and open and understanding the possibilities of everything at play, yes, Zanuck seems to act like a 5-year-old. And I'll act like an adult as far as fighting. I need to grow up fighting.
Well, don't you agree, Don, that I could do almost a better job of what Zanuck's position is to argue with you? Right? Like,
absolutely. And that's why, Zanuck should be mission control so he can release all the cameras, all 16 of them, 16 split screens, picture in picture. Let's go, Zanuck. Why is NASA behind? Why is SpaceX better than NASA?
No, NASA's better than SpaceX.
SpaceX showed 3 cameras at once from a rocket. Although it was really only 2. One was mirrored and they had to go back and put the third one in later. But they still
That was
showed
a real
3 at
problem
once.
for you too, by the way, wasn't it?
So
They mixed
wait,
up the
why is the
thing
moon?
that-
The moon doesn't look out of focus, by the way, right? The capsule's
It's
totally in focus,
oblong.
but the
It's
moon,
stretched out due to the distortion of the lens.
or it's fake, like you said, right? Like you give that option,
Well,
like it
I
could just
said when
totally
it
be fake,
showed the
right?
surface of the moon, and that might have been I couldn't tell. I'm not good enough to tell exactly. I don't know where they were. It seemed like they were not quite. They were still 16,000 miles away from the
Looks like
the
a duck,
moon.
quacks like a
Yet it
duck,
looked
must
like,
be fake.
hold on, it looked like they were actually orbiting and scanning the surface.
But the Earth
So I don't
is
know if that was
focused.
CGI or actual real picture. I don't know.
Tell me the truth, Zanuck. You
So
don't
when
buy
are we
this
gonna
shit.
see the Apollo moon landing shots from
Sites. I mean, the sites where they have the leftover
sites?
equipment.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
You realize,
We've shown you
Zanuck, you
pictures of
realize
that
the
before,
people
right?
like that you're talking to, don't, like we have no doubt that it's fake. Like there's not like one. It's not because we're just incredulous. Like we really know it's
You really
impossible
are,
to do what
Philo.
they say they're doing.
look, this is
But it's
supposedly
like
a shot of it going over the surface. Have you guys seen this? Zanuck, you think that's real?
When was this taken?
Oh my
This is out of
God.
their most recent live stream that's literally running right now.
Okay,
Oh
so
my
they're
God.
actually around the moon right now.
This is from the live stream running right now.
They were not that close. That was yesterday, though.
This is from NASA's live stream right now. That's all I'm telling you. They may be showing shots. I'm not saying they're
Yeah, that
saying they're
looks pretty
looking
real
at
to
it
me.
live right
That
now.
looks
This is
real.
a live stream that's currently live on NASA's page on YouTube with 11 million subs. Okay. This is a shot from, maybe 3.5 hours ago in the stream.
Right. Looks like that could, the shadows and the terrain, the texture of the surface looks, pretty legit to me.
Okay, so there you go.
No.
Go. It's just like if someone's taking 4 jabs, bro, right, and they're arguing with you about how awesome it is, you try to tell them about it, and then they're like talking about how they're gonna go get their 5th one. Don't you agree that at some point you're just like, go take your 5th one, bro?
Take my what?
No, I agree. He should go take the fit. But again, it's all for the audience. Some of this seems a little tedious and tiresome but it's just we're going at lengths to these people because it's just we're sort of hashing out their position, and we have to do this. Zanuck, but all
they're
you're
compromising
saying
their
is
position by believing it, though. Like
right.
everything else they say is discredited now because they believe this bullshit, right?
Yeah. Well, I understand Zanuck's point. It's fairly simple. He's just saying because it looks fake to you doesn't mean it's fake. And, touche, that's fine. Certain things may look fake and they may not actually be fake. But I'm sitting here, my position, and to solidify it is basically just saying this is not enough for me, right? This is not enough. I can't make a definitive call based off of this stuff. It could be happening. So now, but if someone real quick, can you just clarify something real quick? What is Artemis, like, what is the goal here? Are they actually sending a craft to the moon eventually? Like, what's the whole mission of Artemis? Like, what's
The whole thing of Artemis is we have completely new technology, new propulsion systems, new fuels, new technologies that are running the show. navigational systems, everything is new. And so it'd be stupid for them just to like throw people on there. Let's go to the moon and land and do it like
Nobody asked
like
you.
years ago.
No, I'm just saying.
Seriously?
Yeah, I'm
Or
just.
you waffle on.
I could have sworn
Give
I
him
was
the
just giving a.
3-part mission and then waffle on if you want. Answer him
I could
correctly.
have sworn I was talking. SC. I could have
But
sworn.
you
it.
do like you don't just answer the questions directly.
I think that was a very. I was en route to a very concise answer. Was I not?
That was not
No, it was
concise.
antithetical to concise.
No. Okay, let me. No, it wasn't
Tons of
antithetical to
epithets.
concise at all.
Take
Let
the
me just finish
feedback.
this sentence. I promise I'll be quick. Just shut up. This takes 10 times longer when you guys do this to me. Just let me fucking talk. You know it's not. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that you do this.
Give them like 30 seconds at least, guys, please.
I'll try to be more concise, but don't talk over me because it just makes it longer. So let me just finish.
Doesn't make it longer.
So they had okay, I'll summarize. New technology. They have to put it through its paces before they start putting bodies on it. They're testing all the systems, the rendezvous, the timings of the orbital mechanics that are involved are completely complex. If you understand what they're actually trying to do, you'd be even like more amazed. I'm amazed when I saw more of the detail last night after talking to SC about it. There's reasons why this thing at one point was going 95 miles an hour. And then over time, it starts real accelerating to the moon again. And then catching up to the moon's gravitational influence. But anyway, that's why they're doing it this way. They're doing it because it's a first run. Yeah.
Time at 30 seconds.
For safety, we got it. He could have said two words.
Do you guys see these pictures? Do you guys see these pictures I dropped of the crater and some more craters?
Yeah. There's no way. That's got to be CGI. There's no way.
Surely this is admittedly CGI, right? They don't actually clarify. But
right, yeah, and they would do that too, just to keep you in the dark. It's like, oh, are we actually looking at something animated?
Why don't we find that same crater somewhere else? Another picture of it.
Sure, I'm sure it's like a modeled like real crater on the moon. How would you know?
What a terrible argument. Basically, he's saying that they if they were gonna create CGI, they couldn't model it after what we see on the moon.
Oh, they absolutely could. I think it'd be very easy for them to do CGI and make.
So that's an incredibly stupid question, then, to say like, why does it match what we see?
You're going from the perspective of this is fake, all CGI. And if they have a model, then they're going to be consistent with their modeling. You'll be able to see things like this on the model at any time. And this could be fake. I can't bet my life that that's a real picture or not. You're right.
Well, this is the truth, actually. You guys can't. This is the honest truth. The baller zealots or whatever, they can't tell the difference between the fake and the claimed to be real. I've proven this by testing them for many years. So when I send them a picture, they get nervous because they can't decide if it's real or fake. They immediately want the source and blah, 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 which is them admitting that they don't know. So they just wait until NASA tells them if it's real. Dude.
Well, what's it? You're right. Okay, hold on. Let me respond. You're right. A lot of these pictures are so good. Most people.
Why are you interrupting?
Oh my God! Seriously?
Yeah, seriously, you're interrupting. What's going on?
Let him though. Let's go. Let's let him organically talk.
We're going very quickly. I mean, a quick introduction. So yeah, I agree with you. I think these pictures can be so good that no one like us can discern whether they're real or not. In fact, yeah, but even some of the experts can be fooled. I believe it.
They're so good. That's why they look fake, huh?
Yeah, this is the point, though. Like,
that's not what I said.
This is the point. You guys put off like this illusory confidence, as if you're going to convince us, right? Like when I debated Conspiracy Cats, he was just getting intellectually eviscerated. Like it was almost criminal. How, and he gives off this illusory confidence, and he speaks with such conviction that it basically can cast a spell on the audience, or maybe even convince himself, right? It's the same thing with this. You guys are so sure that whichever one of these they claim is real. But if I send you like 10 of them and I say which ones are real, which ones are fake, you will not be able to answer the question.
Right.
And to that note, Zanuck, please, you've been going back and forth. Let me just talk with you a little bit. If we were to ask you right now to go to nasa.gov and give us the real Artemis data from nasa.gov, I bet you couldn't do it.
I've been having a hard time trying to find that myself, and I just want to harken back to something Witsit posted at 11:30. Like, what's up with that? Why does the moon look like an irregular egg? I just want to ask you, Zanuck, why does the moon look like an irregular egg in that first photo that Witsit posted at 11:30?
It's strictly because of the lens, the distortion of the lens.
Everyone should look at the TikTok moon video I just posted too. The detail on that moon is crazy.
So, hold on. So the lens distorts the right side, but not the left. Shouldn't the castle be distorted as well?
Yeah, I mean, it'd be hard to actually
I,
tell
I,
if
I
the
don't
cap.
know why. Yeah, I mean, if it's unless it's focus on a portion of the lens that's straight. I don't know how the camera's mounted or how the lens is actually what it's looking through because it's not just a camera outside. I don't
Well,
think.
it just looks silly because like look in the first photo that he posted at 11:30, right? It's at the oblong shaping looking egg moon, and then the next photo it looks fine. It looks like a perfectly circular moon. So it's like actually it doesn't
Right.
really.
I
It actually
think
looks sort of fatter at the bottom. Again, but it's just distortions. They should have cameras that don't distort. Why didn't they put cameras that don't distort it? Obviously they're doing
I
this
think
shit because
toward the edge of whatever lens or maybe a window it's looking through, there is you get toward the edge of a like a beveled glass, for example. If there's like some containment of this camera, and that the edges have glass that has this type of would have kind of effect bending the light, that would create this effect. And maybe it's looking more toward the center where I don't know, the field of view might be through this one portion of the glass, whereas the center is really where the Artemis capsule is, and the other side is where the edge of the glass might be.
Another
That's
good
just
point I think to point out to everyone so you guys know, like NASA themselves said, like even with the original moon missions, they were like the people in the control room, they have no way that they would be able to determine between the real mission and the simulation. So it's like even the people in the room, they don't know. They're just getting data. And my question is, Zanuck, see if you can answer this concisely. It's a simple question. Is there anything that they've shown us so far that couldn't have been faked?
No.
Thank you.
Other than, well, probably, I mean, technically, yes, I'm sure there's things that could
Wow.
be fake. Time, I mean, things that we would be able to really investigate. No, I think we could be fooled very easily.
Thank you.
All right, then on top of that, if you were to find out that the orbital mechanics they say they're using don't actually work the way you think they work on paper, like it's actually physically impossible to do what they say they're doing, then you'd be sure it's fake, right?
If the orbital mechanics didn't work out and was completely
Yeah,
wrong,
with the trajectories, all of that, like yeah, you would know for sure if you looked into Kepler's laws and everything and figured out that it actually doesn't work in dynamics, and it's a geometric explanation, but not a dynamic explanation. Then you'd be sure. Then you wouldn't have to argue with us anymore. You'd be on our side. Cool.
But I mean, does anyone here understand the complexity of this? Or
I didn't mean to open that door. Sorry, guys.
Has anyone looked at like what actually happened, like where these objects are actually where they lie, their motion, and why they're slowing down, and why they're going to speed up when the moon kind of like suddenly comes into their range, their field of influence. Have you seen? They're pretty
How
amazing.
could we know?
I wouldn't believe them at first glance. They're so complex. I can't imagine. And I've studied a little bit of it, not a lot, but this is beyond my my
Look
pay
at
grade
Witz's
analyzing
picture, Zanuck, at 43 after. He just posted a picture. It's got the side of a rocket, it's looking back to Earth, and it's got a glare of the sun. Would you not be interested in like the whole video of that journey from the ground to where it is right now? Are you seriously not interested in that?
Yeah, but most 95%.
Let's just leave it there. Yeah, that's good enough. We're on the same team. Let's stay on the same team.
Yeah, I'd like to see video. I don't need to see 24/7, but I these kind of images where you see some dynamics of the sun and illuminating parts of the Earth, and then of course the spaceship as well. Those are interesting, but most of the time the camera would be just looking into space and seeing just black. You wouldn't see anything, or do you see a dot?
Not in that instance.
Well, no, these kind of pictures. I'd love to see video of this kind of stuff.
Yeah. What don't you think NASA would love to see video of it too?
Well, where's our live video? I mean, this was a picture. Where's the video of this?
They don't have it.
Yeah, it was like a live stream.
Maybe we should
So
have
it's
it.
like, well, I mean, I guess they should. This is sort of a plea to them, right? It's like we want like why wouldn't they be able to basically do a few of these? Because I don't know how many cameras this craft has on it, presumably a few, right? How is it that they're not able to basically just give us the full unedited, unclipped, raw photo from start to end of one of these? Why isn't that just some archive that's just there? It's like, oh, eventually here you go, they uploaded the videos, here's the full Artemis 1 uncut raw live cam so it's like the full cam, right? It's not just them choosing the cameras they want to show us, right? How is it that that's not the case, right? This is This is my tax. This is all everyone's tax dollars going to this whole space exploration, space frontiering nonsense. And they are going to give you select cuts of what they want you to see. That's ridiculous. No, it should all be open source. It should all be basically susceptible to the hive mind of the internet and be able to be taken apart and challenged at any time. But no, this sort of stuff, it's all occulted. It's all hidden hand. It's all fucking smoke and mirrors. And we don't, how are we able to discern if this is true or not? Yeah, it's just photographs of like some expedition in space by some group. It's like, okay, well, yeah, there's claims on the table that these people have crafts in certain areas. And it's like, surely, Zanuck, it would be a feat, and it is incredible. And the mathematics behind it surely would be incredible if it's true. Yeah, great. I'm there with you. It would be absolutely incredible.
So let me ask you,
but
what do you think, would you actually have to see to, I don't know, to make you think it's true or have some validity?
Well, again,
what would you need?
Again, maybe
I think that nothing. It seems like nothing would be enough, but I'm just curious. What would your answer be?
I just sort of outlined that. It would be they put these cameras on here, right? Well, again, what about like full, uncut, undoctored, from start to finish video footage? They have the video, they're recording. Why? Presumably that's going to get like uploaded or whatever eventually. It's like, how come we don't have access to just the full start to end mission? They're going to give you
95% of it, like I said earlier, would just be black. Nothing to be seen.
Sure. No, how would takeoff be black? Takeoff to like the point of the entire
Did
mission
they have
should
takeoff?
be
I thought they had video of the takeoff.
full uncut. I mean, yeah, uncut of like the camera itself. So it's like there's camera 1. Here's camera 1 from start to finish, no cuts here. Here's also the camera 2 that was on the vessel. Also the camera 3. They should have them all.
Yep, should be an easy log to reference.
I don't understand what's so hard about that. And it's not like I'm making, some ridiculous thing that like NASA has. I get it, right? NASA's involved, but they're not concerned with doing this particular video filming thing that I want them to do. I get that, right? I'm just a measly
Where's the data archive, motherfuckers?
I get that, but it should still sort of be a thing in a way.
Where's the fucking archive, Zanuck?
Yeah.
Stand with us and demand the evidence. It's our data. We paid for it.
Yeah, Zanuck.
See, Nate's with us. He doesn't want his tax dollars wasted. He understands there's no national security issues. If we show the little space pictures, it's totally safe.
More. I want more for sure. I've always been a big fan of more.
Did you guys keep your receipt? you paid for it. Did you keep your receipt?
$30 a year, yes. Every American paid $30 for the fucking Artemis alone, not to mention NASA's whole budget. I want my $30 back.
Don't you think it was money well spent, though? Like,
no.
We sent something to the moon, dog. No.
I'd rather
why not?
Lenses and everything else.
I'd rather have $1 million prizes every day for a year that 365 Americans could win $1 million before I spend $10 billion on something that went to the moon.
But most of those Americans are just going to squander that million.
Don't
back in poverty.
Y'all NASA people spend it in Japan, so I'd rather that it just comes back. I'd rather that the hillbillies spend it back in America. Y'all too busy giving y'all money to other countries and shit.
Have you ever looked into how many technologies and inventions NASA has that they've had to invent for the space program?
Yeah.
No.
Link it for us. Yeah, show us the list.
We've talked about it many times, and there's usually nothing very exciting on the list. You get Velcro.
They make like
a lot of little things, but there's a lot of
space food. Yeah, NASA made space food, right?
I invented a button, and I invented a triangle button and a star button, and I invented a button that you sew your sweater to get you button your sweater up with. I made a heart-shaped button. These didn't exist before I made them. I mean, you guys happy that I invented them?
Is it true NASA invented Velcro? Someone told me that.
Yeah.
Is it though?
I also invented a special holder if you had your bottom 2 fingers chopped off. It's this special little grip that goes on the side of a crayon. and you can hold the
Apparently
crayon easier
Velcro
with your two fingers.
and laptops and yeah. I'm not
Well, at
sure
least
what else.
if they did that, they
Fly
accomplished
ass.
one thing. At least they accomplished something. Then they didn't do any of the space stuff, but at least they're accomplishing something. Is that your point?
Yay!
No, I'm not trying to make a point. I'm just trying to list off things NASA apparently invented.
Well, to think if by now the world wouldn't have discovered Velcro without NASA is sort of ridiculous. I mean, that's insane to think. Or even like laptops and some of these things. It's like, okay, I guess, some of these like really insane things we could give them credit for. But again, all this stuff is just in contention, and there's no, it's not
Maybe
settled, right?
What about
about
memory foam?
the
Crack-resistant
multiplexer,
lenses.
demultiplexer? Did they invent those? Oh, we probably
NASA
couldn't.
made memory foam? Really?
Astronaut foam.
Fairly
Well, they got a lot of
certain.
time in
Didn't
their
he,
hands, so
give
you
the
gotta
phone?
give. It makes sense that it'd be able to have some time to invent these things when they're not doing what they say they're doing, right?
Yeah, NASA
I've been
make
saying
the
for a
memory
while.
foam beds.
They're
That's
the
pretty cool.
independent.
I
They're the
fucking love memory foam
They're the
mattresses.
independent R&D version of the government, and also the propaganda wing.
And thank God we didn't need them for the communication cable. I mean, we really don't need
Yeah,
the
but
satellites for communication, right?
Hold on, don't land yet, don't land
yeah,
yet, don't
but
land yet, don't land yet.
how many backs has memory foam
Where is it at?
saved?
I don't see it.
Bad posture. Like how much bad posture has like memory foam fixed? That's a really key invention. I don't know, man.
Do you think without
That's
space
like
travel we wouldn't have been motivated to create memory foam, Nate?
I don't know, and I don't think anyone's saying that. I don't think anyone's saying that if NASA hadn't made these things, we wouldn't have made these.
Who started this? Extremistus? Was that you? What was your favorite invention? Whoever started this?
Mine's memory foam.
I just
because
think
my bed
people are
is
saying,
Oh, Chuck. So,
I mean, if NASA made it first, you should give credit where credit is due, right? They were the first
Yeah,
to do it.
yeah, I could see that. But the problem is that they're taking billions and billions and billions of dollars to do like small research R&D problems like memory foam when they're supposed to be going to space, which isn't real.
and I got that there's been a few perspectives. I want to address this to Chuck because we were typing in chat a little bit. There's been a few perspectives of people in our group who are like, hey, I know that the realm is different, so I know they can't be doing what they're doing. There is some of that, Chuck. But you got to be careful with what group you're dealing with, man, because mostly all you've heard in here is people just questioning the space stuff and the rocket stuff. The shape of the Earth has not been relevant to the conversation at all. And you was in text chat attacking like, oh, it's flat earthers, so NASA doesn't care about it. It's like it's irrelevant. This is space travel skepticism happening right now. Flat Earth is a completely different topic.
I don't think I said that. Did I?
Yeah.
I mean,
you did.
it is something I would say. I don't think I did.
Hey, you were like, look at just in the past 15 minutes, some of the things, your little paragraphs there, you mentioned flat Earth a couple times. And
I just don't want to take credit for what somebody else said. But again, it is something I would say, so I'm not offended by it.
Hey, do you ballers think that this figure skater is expanding and contracting? Like expanding, contracting physically?
Good subject change.
What about DARPA? Like, how come no one hates on DARPA? DARPA makes space tech.
I was
I do hate
about
on
to
DARPA.
fucking mention them, Chirality, actually. And I was about to say the fucking part that crosses over between NASA and DARPA is the government's research and development sector. And then, of course, DARPA's only involved in that. And then NASA has a whole other half where they have space propaganda. So NASA's kind of like a two-purpose fucking two-pronged fork for the government.
What's fascinating is it's not space travel skepticism, it's space travel impossibility. Just like it's not globe skepticism, it's globe impossibility. So I'm not a skeptic.
Exactly.
I just know it's impossible. Thanks.
Exactly.
Why is that impossible? Why is space travel impossible?
Yeah.
Open your mind, man.
Another day we can talk about the second law of thermodynamics, Newton's third law of motion, rockets pushing off of nothing, and the inverse square law of light. That's for another conversation. But for now, folks, you can't prove your globe. You can't prove your outer space travel. You can't prove squat. But you have the math. It's in the math, as somebody told Witzig, Austin on his gravity conversation. It's in the math. It's in the math. God bless
It's
you.
in the measure. It's in the measurements as well, but you won't.
No, you don't have measurements.
You don't want
We
to
don't
talk
have
about three
measurements?
things.
Measurements of what?
The Earth.
No.
What do surveyors do?
Oh, they
What do
make plane
cartographers do?
survey measurements, and those are not going to help you. So.
Can I just? I need to summarize.
Okay, why do geodetic surveyors also exist?
Because they take the plane survey data, they then compile it together to account for a longer distance, and then they apply the assumption of a sphere. And they're trying. The reason they exist, their primary use case, is to try to unify the actual data with the assumption of the sphere, and try to come up with at least a 90% accuracy of that assumption with the observation.
So you don't think geodetic surveyors surveyed the United States, Canada, India, and the UK?
I think that they took the plane survey data, then they put it together, they looked out over distances and tried to get an estimate somewhat close to the assumed R value. That's what I think they did.
Do you think that, or did you look into it and that's what
It's objectively what they do.
No, it's objectively they do things with in geodetics. They do things for gravitational strength measurements. They have thousands of vehicles and instruments that do this, whether they're helicopter, balloon, airplane, or land based. They can measure the anomalies of the gravitational strength everywhere.
What a freaking diversion!
That's not a diversion.
They
Geodetics
measured. Okay, so we measured the Earth.
not
We
only being
measured the
round,
Earth with gravitational
Why
measurements.
are you talking when I'm talking?
Because you're
Geodetics
diverting.
surveying. I'm not diverting. You're talking about
it's
geodetics.
funny, all those
Yeah,
surveys that Chucky
geodetics would be
mentioned, they were
basically very.
all completed
Hold on.
before geodesic surveying was ever a thing.
Something is look.
I was literally
Which is
discussing
really,
this the other
really
day.
Damn it, you
strange.
guys. Something as
One at a
simple as
time.
geodetics can be
And you're
shown.
unbearable, though. You always you have what you want to
Why
talk
are you
about,
talking
and then you
over me?
just
I'm
you
in
have
the
what
middle
you
of a
want to
sentence.
talk
I'm not
about, and you
diverting.
just jump in
You
and
can't
talk
say,
about
"Oh,
it
I think you're
regardless.
diverting, so I'm going to interrupt you." Just let me finish my sentence again.
Your sentences are always 20 times longer than everyone else's.
They're not because you're talking over me, Witsit.
And they're irrelevant.
You're a moderator. You should know better.
They're on a
let me talk
subject
for
that you
another
want to monologue
10
about.
words.
That has
Let
nothing
me
to
talk
do
for
with
the
the
10
thing
words,
at
and
hand.
I'll stop. I promise.
Just go make your own
I don't need
Discord
30
server.
seconds. I need 15 seconds. That's all I need.
You should make your own YouTube, Zanuck.
I don't need a YouTube. Geodetics can be done land-based, balloon-based, airplane-based, whatever, helicopter-based. They measure these gravitational anomalies. Basically, what we're measuring is varying plumb lines that are not parallel over the surface of any parts of the Earth. And by the way, reciprocal zenith angles should be the answer to your question. Thank you.
So see what I'm saying? What you want to do is you want to just scattergun bullshit, and it's like this is why everyone ends
That's
up
not
See, then you
scattergunning.
immediately interrupt me. You see what I'm saying? And this is why people don't
No, you
like
were
to
talking
talk
over
to
me
you,
constantly.
because now you're interrupting me again. You know, so like I try to stay calm, but it's impossible to interact with you calmly because you take that and you use it against people, and then you overtalk them. Okay. Now we
How
weren't talking
ironic. You
about.
were
We
talking to
shut
me the
up.
entire
Zen.
time.
Okay, I'm muting you. So we're not talking about gravitational measurements. He said that they had measurements of the Earth, right? He measured the Earth being a ball. And then he brought up geodetic surveying. I explained what they do. Okay. I talked to a geodetic surveyor on modern day debate. And what he admitted was they take the plane survey data. That's how they get the distances in the first place. Okay. So they take that plane survey data of that place. They look out in the distance. They're like, okay, this is that far away based on the plane survey data measurements. And then
You know the
they go in there with a
geodesics?
window of what's expected. Okay.
Okay.
And then he
Are you
said
talking about
sometimes you'll
geodesics
see
or
you'll get
geodetics? Quick question. Are you talking geodetics or geodesics? Do you know the difference, by the way?
You're so annoying, dude.
No, I'm curious because you're talking like geodesics. Do you know the difference between geodesics and geodetics?
What's the difference?
Oh, so you don't know. That's okay if you don't. So You don't know. Wow. Usually you
Hey,
look up something you don't know.
because
So
Austin
geodesics,
doesn't.
All
Hey,
right,
because
just
Austin doesn't know
explain
Earth's
it.
ball.
geodesics
What
is what you're
the
talking
fuck,
about.
No,
Austin?
Austin
Geodesics
doesn't know.
is these distances
Earth's
that are
ball.
on a flat
Earth's
surface that are
Let me
ball.
not say anything
applied to a
substantial.
sphere.
Just contemplate if you know
Geodetics
or don't
is the
know for 10
gravitational
minutes.
You
variation.
can't all talk,
Why am I
dude.
being
This is. I'm
talking
gonna
over when
just
you
leave.
asked
This
me a
is giving
question?
me a
I'm trying to
headache.
respond.
Yeah, what's going on in here, guys?
That was
Come on,
crazy.
man.
No, what's
So
crazy is you
geodesics,
don't understand what
I
I'm
do
talking about
understand.
and
I'm
what
going to
you
explain to you right now why I understand. So
always
geodesics,
interrupt and try to divert away.
you
Right?
asked me a question. I'm responding to you. You're acting like you're calm while you talk over me. You asked me a question. You
I
can't
was in
let
the
me
middle of
respond.
talking.
No, you asked me a question. What's the difference? You said, and you were
No, yeah,
quiet.
because you interrupted me to say your diversion
Because it
question.
sounded like you're talking about geodesics, which is different than geodetics. A geodetic surveyor is looking at these variations in gravitational strength and direction, which is actually the same thing. But geodesics is different. That's where you take the flat planar geometry in the of the Earth in these maps and make them the shape of the ball based on the distances that they measure. That's geodesics. Like if you walk from the equator and you go north, two people that are parallel, they'll eventually meet at the North Pole. That's geodesics.
Okay, whenever you do
Okay, that's,
when you do long distance geodetic surveying, you use Odysee. You clown. So stop interrupting me. You don't know what you're talking about.
Not to
Okay?
call me
So
names.
yeah,
You don't
because you're
understand.
interrupting me, pretending you're teaching me, and you're just always wrong. So
I am teaching.
yeah,
I
whenever you
just
do
told you
geodetic surveying, you
geodesics
do
and
take
geodetics.
the straight
wrong.
line data. Okay? Even in geodetic surveying, it involves geodesy. So you don't know what you're talking about.
I
So
do know. I didn't say it didn't. I said one was different than the other based on you were talking about geodesics, which is like the distances and wrapping things to form a
oh my
sphere.
god.
You can
Do I have
force
to
it.
mute you?
But
Do I have to mute you?
geodetics is
Just mute him
variance
and ask him if he knows what hammer
Okay,
time
no, I'm
is.
just gonna finish what I was saying. So, in geodetic surveying, they do use geodesy. Okay, that's a part of it. So when you try to jump in and say it looks like you don't know the difference, they're two different things. No, in geodetic surveying, that's involved in the conversation. Okay, duh. That's actually the first step, my guy. Okay, so they take the straight line measurements, the planar survey, and they compile that together to get their distance. That's like the first step of geodetic surveying. Okay, then they look in the distance and they go look at their NDSA model, right? They have an R value, and based on certain places on the Earth, they have predictions. And then what they do is they look out across this location and they try to get it to match. They have a window. It's usually around standard refraction in a certain in both directions. They have a certain percentage that they'll accept. Okay, and then they keep that window. Anything that they take as a measurement that falls outside that window, it's thrown out. Right? Because if they didn't, the data would be very difficult to work with. This is what the actual surveyors say. Okay. And then they take a weighted mean within all the data points that fall within that window. And then they try to get within 85 to 90% accuracy of the assumed R value. So what they're trying to do is take the plane survey data. The whole point of geodetic surveying is trying to match the plane survey data to the assumption of the globe. That's literally the entire point.
What I gather from these people like Austin, with the main surveyor and these people on TikTok and stuff like that, they never actually see or observe or experience curvature of the Earth. They calculate it based on what they assume or presumptions of what they assume that they live on a ball and that the plumb lines all go down to the center of this ball, and then that's all they assume. If you actually listen to these surveyors who believe they live on a ball, they're actually dullards because they store the shot, they put it in their total station, and they allow somebody else to think for them. And it just totally blows me away.
So reciprocal zenith angles are fake?
No, it's just your interpretation of it has a baked-in presupposition of sphericity.
Okay, so what is the preposition?
That the Earth's a
What is it?
sphere with a certain size.
No. If you measure reciprocal zenith angles, what would that mean to you?
For one, the measurements of reciprocal zenith angles don't always match the predicted value of the radius. So
They don't have to.
see what I'm saying?
All
They
I'm
don't
talking
have to
all I'm
because we
talking about.
just assume we
No.
already know. And
I'm
then
not
people on
saying that. I'm
Discord in
saying that when you
their
see
full-blown
when you have a reciprocal
delusion, they
zenith
come
angle,
invoke it as what proved what had to be assumed to do it in the first place.
okay, so no, the radius could change based on those values. That's a known fact. What I'm telling you is why are these numbers summing up greater than 180 degrees. Why are the reciprocal zenith angles showing that the surface has to have some curvature? We don't know exactly what it is. It's all, let's say I play with you and agree with you. But we do see it's always greater than 90. If these parallel plumb lines existed, they would always add up to 180, but they don't.
Wait, that's assuming that there's no atmos?
No, you can do over short distances where atmosphere is not a factor, or you can do multiple. Remember, I talked about this before. You raise your altitude. If there isn't any refractive values, you'd be able to measure that by a change in the reciprocal zenith angles, and they don't see that either because they're
Well,
over shorter
actually,
distances.
you're
They're over
wrong. They
land.
actually do
You're
see
over
a change when
land.
they go higher, and
Hold
they do
on.
see it.
Hey, what's it?
Oh
You're
man, this is
doing it
why I
over
don't come in
land
here as much
where there
anymore
isn't this
because
type
you're
of
always
phenomenon.
here and you're just
Oh my
like
God!
unbearable.
You want to just preach and
No
think
one
you know
else
everything. Go ahead. Unbelievable.
Clearly overtalks them.
Yeah, so they actually do get differences when they go at different altitudes. And he said you could do a shorter distance where the atmos doesn't matter. What a cool claim. And of course, as you go further in distance, it changes more. And just because you have more atmos, and it constantly fluctuates. It's not like, oh, this is the R value, so it should be tilted back this much, and this is exactly what we measure. That never happens,
It's
actually. It
always
never
worse.
directly matches the
It's
prediction.
either worse. It's never better with refraction ever, because the density of the atmosphere is always greater as you go down. Very rarely do we have an inverted density gradient. In very, very extreme situations, but over in land, that
You mean
never
where
happens.
the land is hot, where the ground is hot, when the sun
Where the
shines
ground
on
is
it?
hot, with very like on pavement, like in a very narrow, few inches above the surface type of scenario. Because even temperature is not the main factor here; it's density. You can still have hot areas that have denser areas than cooler air above it, or warmer air above it. It doesn't matter. It's always going to be. That's why they call it density. That's density altitude in aviation, because it's really about the temperature and the pressure.
Zanik, do you assume or presume that we live on a ball with a radius of 59 miles? Do you presume it?
No, I don't presume. I've measured it.
No, you have never measured the
I have
radius.
absolutely positively measured it. I have values. I have
you-
values in the form of angles that I have done that
you
show
are
me.
really good at interrupting. I haven't talked to you
Every
ever.
single person.
You are really good at interrupting. We have never measured density of the Earth, mass of the Earth, radius of the Earth. We have never measured that. It is all an assumption to prove their ball. That's all it is. And Witzik, Austin has done a great job in talking about acceleration, downward acceleration, electrostatics, height, velocity, and time. And no Glober wants to hear it because it goes against their 9.18 meters per second squared, which is an average, agreed upon average. And they can't accept the fact they don't live on a ball and that gravity and the globe is not their god anymore. I'm sorry, Zanik. You are transparent. All you Globers are transparent. And Austin said that he could eat your script for breakfast. I could eat your script for dinner. So keep talking. We know what you're talking about. Keep going. Thanks for playing.
Like, I don't know. Honest person would say, like, yeah, obviously to do geodetic surveying, we have to assume the sphere. We have to assume the R value. That's what an honest person would say. That's what Michael, what's his name? Matthew learned. Like, he'll openly tell you, right? Because he's honest. He's at least honest enough to admit what it is. Well, I have a belief the Earth's a sphere, and we have to assume it to do this.
I debated Matthew Learn's Saturday, just a couple days ago, on Tartaria. It's on YouTube now. It's 2 hours long. It was on biblical cosmology. We had a great conversation. I really like Matthew. He just believes in a fairy tale. He believes in a cartoon, and we go from there.
Yeah. And then what the funniest part is, to like even start to do geodetic surveying, you have to use plane survey data. Also, to invoke any of the elevations, you have to assume the Earth's a plane. You assume that the water's horizontal. And you guys like to say level means curved, or not when it comes to elevation. You have to assume a horizontal point that's adjacent to the landmass. A horizontal adjacent to the land mass. And then you measure a distance above that to get elevation. So to have your elevations and to have your actual distances, you have to use planar data, literally. And then you guys have the audacity to turn around and say that proves the Earth's not a plane. Think about how insane that is.
I don't know how they do that. I know they used to planar data. I'm not sure how they. I guess they're saying if they have all the planar datas and they put them all together into a disco ball, if they could show us all of them at once, it would prove it's not a plane. But you know what I mean? Have they ever done that? They've never.
Well, that's what they try to do, right? With the geodetics, they take all the planar data, and then so if you really just take the data for what it is and put it all together, it would just be a plane. So that's why geodetic surveying
You
exists.
keep on confusing geodesics and geodesy with geodetics. You don't understand that they actually the datums from the measurement of the gravitational strength and influence at any point on the Earth, any surface you're on, you can get a vertical, and they're comparing the verticals with each other in short order there, in simple terms.
Can I ask you a question, Zanuck?
So you're really confused at how they're doing this.
Buddy, can I ask you a serious question though? Would this be scientific endeavor as an alternative to what's it said as far as taking a horizontal and then having adjacent to the surface and then having an elevation above that or whatever? Since gravity's different every bit of altitude above the Earth, like couldn't they just have a standard weight and just like raise it up at a point and then they would see the weight change and then they'd be able to tell us what the height was based off of that? You gotta think about it, guys. I'm sorry, my bad. I didn't mean to derail. But Zanuck, you always they talk about the angle, right, of this potential, this gravity. But where's the magnitude?
And
where's
the
the magnitude?
And the strength. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And the problem is he keeps on talking about it. Someone was commending Whitson on such a great job. No, he's not doing a good job. Because if you think it's electrostatics or something else, you have to be able to explain why when you fall, why are you completely weightless? Why do you feel nothing? Why there are no forces acting on you measurably, objectively, as Whitson likes to say. There's no forces acting on you when you're falling. When you match this presupposed average 9.81 meters per second squared, we can see that then nothing happens. That's what we have orbits. That's why we have orbital mechanics. That's why we can measure all these things in free fall. That there's nothing acting on you. So the reason why Newton had a problem with it, he said there's no reason why these things should have this magical attraction of these things. And Einstein said, yeah, you know what? He thought about it, saw that, the story, how the story goes. When you fall, no forces are acting on you. Everything else is moving around you. And this is where the curved space-time, the distortion of space and time come into play. And that's what that's the best
Stop with the
that is it.
waffle.
That makes sense because now everything, it's not a matter of the Earth expanding, growing at some rate, acceleration. No, it has to do with the curved space-time. The path at which you are taking is actually you're not moving. Everything is moving around you, or you're curving around it. And that curving, you can think of the curve. Remember, you talk about centrifugal force. It's a pseudo force that you're bumping into something, like you're sitting on the table or sitting on a chair. It's not that it's accelerating upward; it's that it's turning.
Wait, so gravity's not a pseudo force?
It is a pseudo force, just like centrifugal force is a pseudo force. It's a force that would push you against the wall if you're in a car or in a centrifuge and it's spinning. That's a pseudo force going outward.
Right. So it is a pseudo. Right. So other than space-time bend, that's your force. Space-time bend.
Hey, Zanuck.
Space-time bending, yes.
Hey, Zanuck.
You're not moving. Things are.
Hey, Zanuck, cool bedtime story. If my kids were young, I'd tell them your bedtime story. Thanks.
Good for you. They'll be wiser because of it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I don't know.
I love your intelligence, Zanuck.
All you have to do is think about the following.
I would tell my 2-year-old.
Why are you weightless? Why are
your
no
little
forces
bedtime
acting on you?
story, and they would laugh at me.
Can I say something for Zanuck? Can you understand this real fast? An overarching concept, right? You understand that just because you understand the claim of what's going on, that doesn't equate to it being true, right? And then when you come in here and you just you're like, oh, well, if I can accurately recollect what is claimed to be happening, therefore I'm right and I'm teaching you guys and you guys just don't understand it, but this is what's happening. You understand that it doesn't actually prove anything, like just because you can remember and regurgitate the claim of what's going on. It seems like you don't get that concept.
I don't think they understand, the globe advocates don't understand the appeal to regurgitation. I regurgitate enough, I get a piece of paper in grade school, high school, college, master's, PhD, appeal to regurgitation. I know something you don't. Ha ha. And it's a fairy tale and it's a cartoon.
Well, you know what?
But I have
You could,
appeal to regurgitation. I'm better than you.
all
Ha
right, I
ha.
heard your regurgitation. Can I say ask you something? So if I put you in a box and dropped you off some building, and you're inside this box, and everything around you is floating, and we can measure the distance and the time it takes for you to fall, and we say it's close to 9.8 meter per second squared, but everything inside this box, including you, is feeling weightless. Your stomach kind of feels weightless. Everything in your body is weightless. There's no forces acting. You can measure it with a phone whether you have a G-force acting on you or not. How do you explain that happening? That's the question you should think of. Maybe I'm wrong about everything. Then you come up with your own idea about why that's happening. And I guarantee when you start looking at it, if there's statics, there's some electrostatics or any kind of
Uniform motion is the answer, isn't it? Uniform motion?
No, you're talking about Newton's first law?
I'm just saying, like, why can Witsit not put a different source than space-time on this? Just because I appreciate your point of the variable of the weightlessness and controlling that variable, whatever. But what's your reason to say that you know it has to be happening from bending a space-time? You're saying Witsit's whatever electric thing or whatever, like you're making it like any possible electric theory has to be wrong, and I don't hear enough from you to.
Okay, well let me respond to that real quickly. So you can come up with whatever ideas you want about why this is happening, but if there's other forces involved, we would be able to measure them in free fall. We happen to be matching this acceleration, and
You mean
hold
hold up,
as Newton said, well, let me finish. Newton said himself that he can't imagine that there's some type of magical attraction between these bodies of mass.
I got
Einstein
you.
realized that.
Hold on, guys. He said if there's any other forces, and you mean other than.
Wait, God, let me
Cynic.
finish. Don, I'm almost done. So he said, here's my idea.
God dang, bro.
Finish. Don, let me finish.
You never finish.
Okay, come on.
Conjure up. Think about the mechanics of how that's possible that you are falling with respect to the ground, yet you feel nothing and we can measure nothing.
Okay, here we go. So the we can measure nothing part, maybe we, haven't got sensitive enough to do it. But as far as your opening statement, you said if there were any other forces acting on it. Okay, we're not trying to induce, we're talking about force A, not any other, B, C, or D. Force A, which you equate to the bending of space-time.
No,
right?
That's a pseudo force. There's no force acting. There's nothing you are not moving. You are not accelerating.
So the whole rest of the realm is coming up to you.
Right. That's a hard thing to conceptualize because
Can that make sense for more than one person in reality?
Everybody makes sense if you understand.
Can that make sense if you have a solar system aquarium, and you have the coordinates of 3D space of this whole solar system unit? You're telling me that the Earth is going to move through 3D space and not the person falling?
See, that's where the confusion and the conception gets confused. It's not a matter of something else. Like you'd have to envision then the Earth's surface expanding outward. That's not what's happening. Remember, velocity is a vector, right? Velocity is made up of magnitude and a direction. But the force can be created by both, or either the velocity or the speed, the magnitude changes, or the direction changes.
Bro, there's a phenomenon of you falling. There's a force involved.
You gotta listen, because this is the key thing here.
You just erased all force.
No, stop. Just listen. I'll give you the answer if you just listen. So because I'm admitting to you that the speed is not varying. We're not seeing some change of speed outward. What we're seeing is a change of direction. And either of those can cause a force. Because anytime there's a change of momentum, there's a force involved. Always. So we're saying there's only a direction change. That direction change is caused by the bending and warping of space-time. Says Einstein.
She's
Now,
not
if you have
actually
another
going to.
explanation, great. But think about it really hard that when you're
10 minutes
free falling, you have no forces acting on you.
Are you done? Dude, this is the thing, dude. You're the only reason your paradigm claims the bending and warping of space-time is because special relativity that turned into general relativity, which was all in reaction to Michelson-Morley, and it claims that the apparatus shrank. That's why I posted shut up. That's why I posted the skater, the figure skater, while she's spinning around in your paradigm of nonsense that you're so incredibly confident in, and we can exclude electric explanation, even though it's like literally actual and real. That figure skater is contracting and expanding as she spins in different directions. And that's why your paradigm claims it's the bending and warping of space-time. It's because it's the only thing anyone's been able to come up with to explain Michelson-Morley and then going forward. You have no proof of it. You can't physically manipulate it. You can't isolate it. You can't do anything with an experiment with it. You can only assume it's there. Now, I'm talking about stuff that you can prove is there, right? And it's like laughable, the difference. Like, you can prove what I say is there. You can't prove it at all. And actually, your claim is that based on how it works in such a way that you could never prove it. That's literally what relativity is. It's that things contract when in motion, but everything in that frame, including the observer, contracts. So you can never tell because your measuring apparatus contracts, but so does everything else. So you're literally claiming something unprovable. You can't isolate it, and it's not falsifiable. And then I'm talking about something that you can manipulate, and you can change the vector and the weight and the downward acceleration of something, and it is provably there. So how laughable is it that you would be so confident and even talk down to people about how stupid it is that they'd have a different opinion when your opinion is we can never prove it? That's literally your stance.
You say everything's attracted to the Earth, Anik. I don't know what the problem is. Why you have to erase all
Well, it appears to be that, and everything's attracted via a pseudo force, which is directly proportional to the
or
mass.
a real force, or possibly a real force, or possibly
it only could be. How could it be a real force then?
a real attractive force. That's how.
Okay, well, measure it, manipulate it, like Witsit says. He says objectively there are forces.
Measure it or manipulate it. The thing you haven't done with gravity.
He added another force in an experiment, or he said he did. He said he added a force, and it affected the rate at which something fell or didn't fall, or actually created something to float.
You keep saying you added another force. This is why I don't like talking to you, Zanuck, because we've had this same conversation 10 times, and I will refute your talking points, and you will come back tomorrow and pretend they didn't get refuted. When you say add another force, it's inaccurate. The force was already there. There was already electrostatics. There was already electrostatic induction from the medium to the object. The object's intrinsically electrostatic. There's electrostatics on the surface of the object. The medium's electrostatic, and the earth that it falls to is electrostatic. That's all already there before I do anything. I then go manipulate what's already there, and I can change the vector, the weight, the downward acceleration rate. You're trying to say I went and added something else that wasn't there, and you're saying that I'm adding it to the bending and warping of space-time. You can't directly rebut it. So you just say the same script over and over like a robot. So before you say we're adding it to something that's already there, you have to establish what you're claiming is already there. Do you not comprehend? This is like first grade level logic. If you can't comprehend this, which I know you can, right? Then you should tap out. But you're just being dishonest. So can you address specifically, before you say I added a force to what was already there, you must establish what you're claiming is already there.
That's almost laughable, but I'll respond to it anyway. It's not a matter of me denying that this electrostatics is there. Just because you add electrostatics to something that's already there doesn't matter or mean anything at all, because you still added something. When you add a force, things change. In your situation, you added a force. Things then change. Doesn't mean that you've now added something that's already there, so therefore that's the cause of the original observation of something completely related to something completely different. That's
how is it related?
Logic
what are you talking
at
about?
its most apparent level.
How's it related to something completely different? What is it that's completely different?
You have something that's in a chamber, and it's on the ground, and it has electrostatics. You're saying, and we want to know why this thing is having a force on a spring. Could be a feather. We can actually weigh it with a very sensitive scale.
Ugh.
And there's a force of some fraction of a newton. And it possesses electrostatics as well. and it could be acting in all directions. We're trying to see if there's a bias downward, its reaction of the feather to the ground. So then you add electrostatics to this environment, and suddenly it starts to float. You in your mind, oh, I've counteracted whatever force was there, but because the feathers and all matter has electrostatics, and it's floating, that means the reason it's going down is because of electrostatics. Do you not see how insane that logic is?
Well, you're saying my logic's insane, and you're claiming something's there that you can't prove at all. Okay? So there's a downward electric flow on the Earth. It's measurable. It's provable. So if there's a downward electric flow on the Earth, would that create a downward bias? And don't answer by saying that it's really weak. That's called a non sequitur. So I'll ask the question again, and it should be a yes or no answer. If there is a downward electric flow on the Earth, would that create a downward bias?
Not necessarily.
How would it not?
Because a downward electric flow, so you're talking about electric field versus a magnetic field. So the electric field has charged particles that are moving downward. And you just remember, you've already told us you've measured this 100 volts per meter gradient as you go up in the atmosphere. But is there an electric flow? Can you show me this electric flow?
Yes. Now, this conversation has been had with you multiple times. Even Kosho has jumped in to correct you and tell you that it does exist, but just that it's very weak. And I can drop it for you again. It's been, what, a year and a half since I first sent it to you. You still clearly haven't read it, right? And you'll claim you have, but you'll be lying. And Richard Feynman explained it to you. You can use many things to measure it. You can actually use a corona motor that actually uses the downward flow and runs the motor. So what you try to say was not necessarily then change it to where you're pretending it doesn't exist, because you can't answer the question directly, which is, of course, if there's a downward electric flow, that would result in a downward bias. It's objective.
If that's the case, then you could do your experiment in a falling environment, like in the Vomit Comet or in a box with a GoPro camera, somehow induce your electrostatic influence and see if it's a downward movement exclusively, or if you can move it upward. Whatever you do, make the test so you can manipulate this independent variable, this electrostatics, and see its effect on the objects. Now, you're saying the reason that things are going down is because of electrostatics. Yet when things are falling, there's no forces acting on them. So it's up to you now to make an experiment to show that this force causing these things to fall, but also not giving any influence whatsoever to them, i.e. they're in free fall and there's no forces acting on them, we can measure it at all, that it changes it. And you will find that it doesn't. Or if it does change it, it will be omnidirectional. So no, you're wrong on top of wrong, and it's not a non sequitur.
You just don't get it. This is called sophistry, right? And it's all you have. So like when you say that I need to do an experiment to prove it, why is it that you don't have to abide by the same rules?
Not a matter of proving, it's a matter of providing evidence for your case, for your hypothesis, which you've clearly stated here many times. I've heard, I've listened over.
Obfuscation.
I'm not obfuscating. So we don't prove it. We will find evidence for it. And yes, so you will find evidence in my scenario. In my scenario, I will drop the objects, watch all these objects float with no bias whatsoever, as long as this thing's accelerating at 9.8 meters per second squared downward, and we can change the masses and continue to change the masses, or change the acceleration rate of this box and watch the influence. Just like I said, you can accelerate this thing at 18 or 19 meters per second squared. You could stand on the roof and you wouldn't know whether you're standing on the ground or not, on the earth. Showing that this acceleration is real. You're saying it's caused by electrostatics. I'm saying it's caused by something else.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit. He just lied.
It's not bullshit.
Wait, so what you're saying is I have an explanation that you disagree with, but you don't have an explanation yourself.
Let me see if I can expose you quickly. One question, Zanuck. If I have a scale on the surface of the earth and I weigh myself, am I not going to weigh different on the roof?
No, you weigh exactly the same if I accelerate at 19.5 meters per second squared.
But you're not going to be accelerating at the same if you're on the roof.
You're not listening, Don. I'm going to accelerate the box at 19.5
Okay, I apologize.
millimeters. I'm going to accelerate at 19 meters per second squared, and you're going to be able to stand on the roof with blindfolds on, and there's no windows, and you're going to think you're standing on the surface of the earth. That's
So
a
you're
fact.
claiming that you don't know what it is, but you know that I'm wrong. Is that correct?
No, I do know what it is.
What is it?
It's a bending and warping of space-time. Or if you want to
Okay,
stay
now
Newtonian, it's just
you just said that
it's
in
a
order to
magical
prove my claim,
it's a magic. Hold on, it's a magical attraction of mass to mass.
magical. Okay, you said it's
Well,
bending and warping of space time. Now, whenever I made what I said what's happening, you said that I need to do a test to show that that's true, and that I have to manipulate that variable to show it's true, which I actually can do, of course. Now, doesn't that mean that according to your own logic, you now have to manipulate the bending and warping of space-time to show that it's true?
Nope, I can do other check.
So
tests.
I have to do
We
it,
can
but you
change-
don't have to do it.
I'm doing no. I'm of course I'm going to do tests. So I will change the mass. I'll make something denser. I'll make it more massive, and then I'll measure this acceleration rate. And lo and behold, they're always the same. Doesn't change.
That's a correlation. And if they're the
Don't use
same,
the
how's
old
that
adage,
showing you what's
correlation
changing
does
it?
not substantiate causation. I agree with that. But
Why
that's
can't
what we
Witset's
continue-
story
that's
fall
why-
into the
that's-
same?
That's why we continue to do these tests. Keep on varying the masses. Keep on seeing this acceleration rate be constant. Then we do even more tests. We can do electrostatics tests. We can do all sorts of other tests to see that this attraction that we see the effect of is constant, and it's regardless of the mass.
Dude, I can do an electrostatic test. I can manipulate electrostatics, and I can make something go up, right? So I can literally make something like, quote unquote, levitate. I can change its weight. I can change how fast it falls down, and I can even make it go up. I can change its vector with electrostatics. Can you answer this question directly, please? Can you manipulate the alleged bending and warping of space-time to accomplish those same things? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, drop
By
the
adding more
experiment, please.
All we have to do is induce more mass into the experiment.
This is begging the question. So
Can you make it go up?
So
Can you cavendish it upwards?
What you're telling me is that you're being able to add a force or change the environment and see things levitate. I can take compressed air and I can lift a feather up from that. Now, is everything falling down because of
No,
compressed
he's not
air?
taking a separate force, though.
Hold on.
He's
Why do
taking
you
a
got to talk to me, Don?
proposed
Don, why are
force
you talking
because
over
it's
me?
relevant. That's why,
Stop.
buddy.
Stop it. You're being a fucker. Stop it.
You just keep saying the same thing over and over.
I'm
You
not-
keep
no,
saying
you
I'm
said-
adding a force.
I have this very small piece of element of mass, the feather, whatever you talked about, and I induce electrostatics, and I'm able to levitate it. And so by levitating, I'm now inducing something that's already present in that matter, electrostatics, adding electrostatics, levitating it. Therefore, the reason it's going down is electrostatics. Dude, that's insane. That's insane.
you
talk.
just- this is sophistry.
Can I get in
It's
for a second?
textbook.
Sorry, Austin. Zanuck, I have to ask the question: how is changing the mass of something proof of the bending and warping of space-time? You're just changing the mass, but not warping space and time. How is that?
Well, we can say it's a magical attraction of mass to mass, like Newton did. But then Einstein said it's a bending and warping of space-time. So the larger the mass, the more the warping of space-time. So they can measure this length contraction. They can measure a time dilation. They can do this. Special relativity came first, as what's it said, and it gave Rho. We assume that the constant of the universe is the speed of light, c, and so based on that, we roll then into general relativity, which is the bending and warping of space-time.
Wow. This dude just said you can
So you
measure
had to-
length contraction.
Sandy,
Oh
what do you say?
my.
Sandy?
Well, see,
The measure,
okay,
the measurable
that's the
effects of
point.
length contraction.
I think
Okay,
you
all
can.
you
I think you can.
You literally cannot. The entire claim
Yes.
is that
You can. What's it? You
Okay,
can.
okay,
If you
cite
have
it.
if you have one object going at a super fast speed, like near light speed, and you have another object that's not going at super fast light speed, and say you have the one object passing by the other object as they're supposed to intersect, they do tests like this where they send them and basically, well, I'm not sure about the test, but the theory is, and this is how you test it, is that you send them in perpendicular ways. They're supposed to intersect, but because one's going to either lengthen or contract, like its length, they'll actually miss each other where they should have actually hit each other. So
Okay,
yeah,
so
I don't know if that's actually
Wouldn't it take?
it's
Hold on.
objectively
That's a
never
good
been
explanation.
measured. It's
That's a
objectively
fine
never been
explanation.
measured. The
Do you
very
understand
theory
what
itself
do you
debunks
understand
the
what I'm
claim that you can
wait, but do
measure
you
it.
understand what I'm saying with it,
I understand
right?
what you're saying. What they actually do is that they see that like an electron, quote unquote, goes faster than it does in another area. And what they say is, oh, actually, the tunnel shrank, and that's why it went faster. That's why it looks like it went faster. That's oh my God, that's science. So the very claim is that if you use like say you have a ruler and you're going to try to measure something, right? And you wanted to show length contraction, it would be impossible because within that frame, everything is contracting, including the people and all the space and all the matter within that frame. So you wouldn't be able to tell it actually contracted, even though it actually did contract. That's what the story is. That's the theory. The theory is that you could never prove it.
How would you
So
accelerate an object to light speed? Like, how would you accelerate me to light speed to prove that?
Not to light speed, to near light speed, and they do it a lot.
How would you get me to near
Excellent
light
response there too,
speeds to
Paul.
prove that?
Well, not you.
Slack does that every day.
Why would I send
Paul.
you when I could send something much smaller?
So how do you measure something extremely small to show
Right.
that it's
I just
the contraction is
told
shrinking?
you they do, go to Slack. They do this there, Paul. Do you not know? You don't believe Slack exists, or they accelerate electrons and other types of particles, subatomic particles, to near light speed? Near light speed.
Zanny,
dude.
I've not said anything. I'm just asking you, how would you do that? That's all
Why do
I
I have
asked.
to keep on repeating myself, Zanuck? You said that they've measured length contraction. That's one of the most ignorant statements I've ever heard. Because literally, length contraction says it's impossible to be able to detect it within the same frame.
hey Zanny, you've mentioned you used the word magical a couple times now in the last 5 minutes. Let me tell you, if we're in a baseball game and the pitcher's throwing me a 90-mile-an-hour fastball and I'm the batter, is that baseball magical or is it a real thing?
He'll answer that maybe because he wants to get away from my question.
Here's Zanuck. Here's Zanuck. He believes he lives on a tilted, wobbly, spinning, curvy, bendy ball, traveling at insane speeds throughout the vacuum of outer space at 10 to the negative 17 torr, we are told. And he believes that everything works on that spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball of his, and he can explain it all. And he uses words like magical and insane. It's actually insane to believe, Zanuck, you live on a tilted, wobbly, spinning, bendy ball going through the vacuum of outer space, and we're told at a 10 to negative 17 torr, and we can travel in outer space and we can go to the moon. Ha ha, even though NASA pictures from 1969 tell us we didn't. And the second law of thermodynamics, Newton's third law of motion, and the inverse square law of light says outer space travel is impossible. But Zanuck uses words like insane and magical, and we're supposed to go, okay, Zanuck, you're smart. We're done.
Why is it impossible to be in space? Is this a rocket problem in space?
Hey,
You have a problem with that still?
hey, Zanuck, you're smart.
Yeah.
We're flirts. We're done. I mean, we're dumb.
Well,
I'm
you
sorry.
say about traveling in space being impossible. I was trying to listen to everything you said.
I
What do you mean about that?
I should actually find out where you live, which direction it is, and bow to you every single morning when I wake up.
You probably
Because you're
should.
smart, I'm a flirt, and I'm dumb.
Do it from a great oracle perspective, but do it just from I've been your savior to help you see the light of just some basic
Yeah.
high school level.
Dude, can we please stop?
You tell me the horizon rises to, it doesn't rise to the eye, that it bends around your ball, but I show you Bumgarner at 127,854 feet, 24 miles up, and I show you that, and I get crickets back from you. Thanks for playing,
No, I
Zanuck.
gave you
Thanks
a
for
complete
playing.
analysis of that
Thanks
horizon
for playing,
shot.
Zanuck.
Complete analysis of
Why,
trickery
Zanuck,
or the.
why are you not? Can we not
you-
just every time I have the question
So I
put
can't-
back
I'm
to
responding-
him, someone else changes the subject, and then he doesn't have to answer the question. And then he waits till someone changes the subject, and he always takes the diversion so that he doesn't have to address them. Every time. It's happened 5 times in a row. Okay, you said that time dilation and that length contraction has been measured. Okay, so you claimed you could measure length contraction. According to relativity itself, that's impossible within the same frame. You cannot measure length contraction. Would you like to concede that you were wrong, please?
Oh, I'm unmuted finally. Why do you mute me? I'm
Concede that you
talking.
were wrong, please.
Talk over me and then you mute me.
Concede that you were wrong, please.
They see the effects of length contraction. They measure it at SLAC. It's been measured. They use calculations. They use math to figure it out. But yet, the things they see is that the equipment they use is subject to length contraction. Yes.
They haven't been able to measure the matter they use contracting. That's the whole point. If matter contracts, then supposedly within relativity, everything within that frame, everything within that space, it goes into a different dimension of space.
I know that you don't think they can look at things from a different. So you say they. I know you're telling me that it has to be measured not from the same reference frame, right? So when you look at something a high speed above you, like a satellite or the ISS, you can measure length contraction in these ways.
Site where they measured length contraction, you're showing that you don't even comprehend the basic principle of special relativity.
I don't understand this basic concept of special relativity. Do you understand the basic concepts?
Yeah, which is that in motion, matter contracts, and everything within that frame also contracts. So the observer won't be able to tell that there was length contraction.
Length contraction, time dilation, all very much part of the theory of special relativity. Would you not agree?
Duh, I'm having to teach you what relativity says about
things
length
they've been
contraction.
using for decades now are based on the concept of time dilation and length contraction, right?
Not.
No?
Nope. You got some dilate. What's based on length contractions, ain't it?
Objects moving near the speed of light. Particles moving through the speed of light.
Now we're to particles, right? So special relativity claims that everything, like the figure skater, everything, like a propeller.
Why the figure?
Right?
Why do you bring the figure skater up? I'm just curious.
Because according to relativity, the figure skater is contracting and expanding as she spins in different directions. Just like a propeller on a plane, same thing. It's contracting, expanding. Everything in existence that's in motion contracts. Okay? That's what special relativity claims. It claims that you could never tell that it contracted because everything within that frame contracts, including anything you use to try to measure it. So you won't be able to tell that it contracted. That's like the basic principle of length contraction in relativity, which came from Lorentz.
Yeah, we understand it comes from Lorentz. It's length contraction. We understand that. But why would you say in your example, and stop muting me. I'm asking you a question about your examples. Tell me how the figure skater is going in different directions when she's spinning.
Yeah, as she spins, right, when she's facing one way, as opposed to facing the other way relative to the motion of the Earth, she's contracting and expanding. So when she's perpendicular to the motion of the Earth, right, she's not doing the same thing as going with the motion of the Earth. Do you understand that?
No, I mean, like a tire. So on a car, is the top of the tire that's going backward, going different speeds than the bottom of the tire going forward?
It's not that so you're spinning in one direction, but it's what direction you're facing relative to the motion of the Earth. And this is what I'm saying. This is why I don't want to play your game where you keep asking me questions, admit you are wrong, and that relativity says you cannot measure length contraction.
You think I'm not playing your game. I'm answering your question. You said a skater, and a car going forward, either with or without the going toward the direction of the spin of the Earth, would have the front of the tire going faster than the bottom of the tire. Is that what you're saying? That there's going to be length contraction due to that?
No, it has nothing to do with how much faster it's going. It's about what direction it is relative to the motion of the Earth. I'm going to ask the question again. Admit you were wrong when you said that you could measure length contraction. Yeah, that's right. Admit you were wrong.
I'm not going to say I'm
admit it
I'm
for him,
asking
or
you
do
about
you want to claim you can measure length contraction?
My car example is the same thing. We're going with the spin of the Earth. The top of the tire is going backward. The bottom of the tire is going forward. Is that going to experience length contraction based on Lorentz's calculations or the equations?
It's actually not going to be the motion of the tire. It's going to be, although everything in motion, but it's going to be relative to the motion of the Earth.
Well, the tire is spinning. and we're going with the motion of the Earth.
Okay, I'm just gonna stop talking to you because you can't answer the question.
You just
right?
make
you
shit
can't.
up as you go. You're not making any sense to me, so I'm just going to stop as well.
I know you don't comprehend it. So why do you go around pretending you're teaching people about it, right? Like, why do you come in here and pretend you're teaching us about length contraction when you said the reason? Because we asked you, I'm like, I can manipulate the variable of electrostatics and show that it changes the way the downward acceleration and the vector of an object. So I'm actually manipulating the variable. You're saying, no, that's not good enough. Oh, you're just adding a force and assuming that's what it does and blah, blah, blah. And I refuted that. I said, no, I'm manipulating the force that's already there. I'm adding to it, but it was already there. I didn't add an additional one that wasn't previously there. But you're claiming that, space-time bends and warps. Can you apply your same logic and prove that? Can you manipulate that variable? You said you can just do mass. Then Paul said, how can you change mass? How does that equate to you proving that you're manipulating the bending and warping of space-time? You didn't directly manipulate that. Then you diverted to saying, we've measured length contraction and time dilation. I then jumped in and said, Zanuck, you don't even comprehend what relativity actually says about length contraction. It's that you could never measure it. That's literally what it is. You could never measure it because everything in that frame contracts. Every human, everything within that space contracts. Okay, so just admit you were wrong when you said that length contraction has been measured.
You're like a dog with a bone. You find one little thing that you think you know something about, and you latch onto it. I'm trying to actually walk you through and have you explain to us if you even understand what length contraction means and how it's measured. They do measure it. And of course, time dilation is measured as well. Very easy to measure time dilation.
So, will
Much
you
of our
admit you can't
technology,
actually measure
high tech,
length
is
contraction
based on the
according to the...
knowledge of length contraction and time dilation.
You're
You know this,
unbearable.
right?
So I just talked to a physicist the other day. He was like, there are many people that I work with that challenge special relativity and length contraction, and that people consider it just like an ad hoc explanation, right? Because the problem with it is that it can never be proven, because the very theory itself says that you could never prove it from within that frame, because everything contracts and it would be unknown or undetectable to the observer. They wouldn't know. Like if you had a ruler, it would contract, but you wouldn't be able to tell that it contracted. And if you tried to use that ruler to measure a window in a train, right, you wouldn't be able to tell that the window contracted because the ruler also contracted. And you understand that. You can't prove it. That's literally what it says. That's the whole thing that it is. That's what Lorentz contraction is.
Hey, Zanuck, you telling Austin that he needs help with something or doesn't understand something. It's like telling Michael Jordan in 1991 through 1998 that he needed help playing basketball. So, Zanuck,
are you fucking kidding me? Whitson is an expert in physics. Is that what you're saying? That he
when you
doesn't
talk,
understand these things. He's saying that when I have something in a chamber, and
Why are you so
it has
triggered? You got to
electrostatics.
interrupt.
I add electrostatics to it. I make
Zanuck,
it
why are you interrupting?
electrostatics is the cause of it going down.
Zanuck,
It's
hey, Zanuck, why are
insanity.
you interrupting?
You guys are all
You're not smart enough, intelligent enough to wait till he's finished. Is that what you're saying?
I don't think you literally can help it.
I find it fascinating that globe zealots, whatever you want to call them, globe pushers. You know the difference between a globe pusher and a drug pusher? A drug pusher poisons the human body. A globe pusher poisons the human soul. That's the only difference. One kills the body, the other one kills the soul. Because the globe is a satanic invention thrust upon the world. And Zanuck loves to push his little satanic invention around the world. Thank you, Zanuck. Thank you for playing.
Oh, that's so cute. He thinks it's a
Yeah,
satanic.
Whitson is the Michael
There's
Jordan.
another one right there.
Are you guys
There's
listening to
another
yourself here? Michael Jordan of physics. That's Whitson. You all agree with that? Do you have any idea?
That's not what he said.
I think you just strawman
He's
me.
a guy that's
Zanuck.
educated
Hey,
himself
Zanuck.
on the
Zanuck.
internet.
Not what he said.
Zanuck, are you strawman 2.0? Did you come up
He
with a new
said that.
strawman?
He said me challenging Whitson about physics, about things that
I didn't say
he,
physics. I didn't say physics.
well, we're talking
You
about
are,
physics here. The
you are
fundamental, one of the core
strawmanning
subject
again,
matters of
Zanuck.
physics.
Please
You're saying
don't
he's the
strawman.
Michael Jordan of this
Don't
topic.
please. Don't
You said
strawman
that.
Zanuck.
I
Don't
heard it.
strawman Zanuck. Don't strawman.
Why don't you tell us what you said again? You equated him to be Michael Jordan of something regarding the physics. Which is it?
Never said physics. I said when you question Austin about something and you want to help him out, that's like telling Michael Jordan in 1991 and 1998 he needed help playing basketball. I didn't say physics. I didn't say it. You strawman me.
Well, the questions that we're talking about are physics. I'm asking him about. I'm telling him about these questions that he's mouth to all of us. I'm saying you're saying it's me like telling Michael Jordan, helping Michael Jordan how to shoot a basketball. You're equating him to being Michael Jordan of some topic we're talking about, which is asinine. He doesn't even know what a reference frame is or how fucking Coriolis works.
Strong
no idea how silly Witsit is.
Zanny. Thanks for playing,
For the
Zanny.
reasons I
Hey,
told
look,
you.
you're getting really emotional because you
No,
can't
because you
admit that I just had to
said
correct you on
something
the
in a
basic
chamber
principle
would
of length
affect
You're
contraction.
interrupting with it,
You're
Xanax.
saying
You're
when
not
something
intelligent enough not to interrupt. Maybe
I can
show your
stop him.
intelligence.
I'm here you talking about. I was talking, but go ahead.
Here's an article maybe you should read. It's called The Invisibility of Length Contraction. You seem to not understand the basic principle here, which is that you can never prove it. That's the whole point. So there you go.
And there are no proofs in science. Again, in physics, is evidence. There's evidence to support these theories. That's why they're theories. That's why the Lorentz contractions are theories.
Well, no, it's like you never could detect it. Yeah, it says you could never detect it. So instead of always diverting, because I used the word prove, how about you address the actual point, which is that you can never detect it.
You think that your logic is that you think you can add a force like electrostatics.
Now you're changing the subject.
Make something float, and that is the cause of something completely different.
Why are you changing the subject?
Related to floating, falling. You think
changing
because
the subject?
Stop something from falling using electrostatics, and because something is bound by these rules or it contains electrostatics, that's the cause of it falling overall.
Why are you changing the subject?
Insanity, Witsit. You're
Why are you
really
changing the
insane
subject?
when you say things like that.
Okay, so how about you try to actually address? See, this is the thing. Zanuck will sit on here for 5 hours, desperately trying to change the subject and ad hom and straw man and do whatever he can, right? Other than just say, yeah, I misspoke. You can't actually measure length contraction.
I'll say it again. These experiments have been backed up with knowledge and results that back up and provide evidence for the theory of length contraction. I hear what you're saying.
Can you bring that
some
forth?
of these things, like
Can you
bending
bring
a
that
warpable
forth?
space-time.
Can you bring forth that experiment?
He's got movement.
Can you bring forth that experiment? Can you bring that forth?
I wouldn't talk to him anymore, Zanuck. They're just going to be rude.
Yeah,
Well,
guys,
he just made a claim. He just made a claim. Let it bring it forth.
I know, but let's let everyone finish their sentences, please, guys. Please.
Like the whole basis of what he's saying is supported off of this claim that he starts out with.
Time I should
So why doesn't he just state the claim and then show the article
about now
where they measure the length contraction and end the debate instead of randomly going off into the bushes and complaining about how Witsit or whatever, or complaining about this or that? How about you just show us when they measured it and everyone would just shut up? But no, you want to fucking argue. You don't want to show it.
Someone clipped you a couple of times, 2 or 3 times there in the beginning. I don't know if you want them. If it was important. It was right after Jeremy came in and said, "Hey, man, everybody needs to finish their sentence." Someone clipped you right when you started talking.
It's amazing how you can only hear clipping one direction.
Oh, it must have been Moyak. Because now
was.
he's being stupid.
Come on, guys. Seriously, let's just continue on with whatever you were talking about.
Nah, I'm gonna go, but it just seems like Rakia doesn't.
Hey, see you later, buddy.
Hey, get out of here.
It seems like Jeremy asked us to let people
So I'm
complete
gonna
their
leave
sentence,
now. Have a good one.
and then you literally
Hour.
clip the very
This is
next
the
guy.
place for interrupt whining. Is that all we do here?
Just a bunch of whiners. I mean,
How about you just admit you can't measure length contraction?
I said we provide evidence for length contraction.
We're waiting for your evidence, Zanuck. Like I said earlier, we're waiting for you to support your claim.
So you haven't heard about the evidence from you think we've come up with theories and there's no evidence?
Are you going to support
So
it?
what happened was the way they came up with the theory was they
showed
looked
the
at
magnetic
Michelson
force
Morley,
acts
and there
parallel,
wasn't the The way they came up with
bizarrely
the
is
way they came up with the theory was they looked at Michelson-Morley, and there wasn't the expected fringe shift based on going perpendicular to the motion of the Earth. So then they came up with the idea that it actually contracted the apparatus. This was proposed by Lorentz, who said it was the ether. Then Einstein took the Lorentz contraction math, integrated it into relativity, but threw out the ether. So you came up with the theory because it would have to be happening if the Earth is actually revolving around the sun. Since then, for many decades, people have attempted to prove it, detect it, find a way to detect it. No one's ever been able to do that. To this day, it's well known that it's never actually been established to be completely true. And there are many people within physics now still disputing whether or not it's a real thing and looking for alternatives. And alternative theories have been proposed. So, yeah, they did come up with the theory ad hoc to explain the outcome of Michelson-Morley. There is no test that has actually proven it in any way. That's it. It's subjective.
That's not true. Current flow in parallel wires show the results of length contraction. This has been known for years.
Okay. That was actually first discovered in the early 1800s. All right. And that has to do with like electricity, right? And the actual flow of electricity has nothing to do with matter physically contracting within a moving reference frame, but you can't actually measure it because the entire frame also contracts, so it looks like it didn't contract. You see, this is the main problem. You guys don't understand Einstein.
The force they saw in the one wire is purely due to this length contraction experienced by the charge carriers in the other wire's frame. That's what they talk about. You're right. They don't actually physically measure it directly. They provide evidence for it. That's what I've been saying the entire time.
Oh my God.
And yes, this is incredibly small and insignificant as far as in the world of physics to be able to measure something like this. But they do things in some of their experiments to actually show evidence for it.
Well, you can measure it whenever you'd be able to measure it when you have the precision of interferometry, etc. So when Michelson proposed his interferometer, it was
they
like
do things at SLAC which show evidence for.
It's impossible to talk to you.
Okay, because you always mute me as soon as I'm answering your question.
I haven't muted
you don't
anyone.
Like the answer. So let me grab something to eat. You can continue on without me, and I'll continue to roll and listen to you preach on.
Cool. Take your crayons out, take some notes, maybe, and don't bring up subjects you don't understand. Don't say stuff
once you take a moment and explain to me why you free fall and don't have any forces acting on you, apparently, measurably, objectively, as you like to say. Just address
you,
that.
We do still have
Tell the whole forum here of your little disciples that think you're Michael Jordan of physics. Why, when you jump out of a building, out of an airplane, or in an elevator that has a broken cable, why do you feel completely weightless and it's measurable, objectivable, predictable? Why?
Anything other than you acknowledging you were wrong about
No, I'm not wrong about it. I told you there's evidence to support it.
Cite it.
I did already.
No, I already explained to you why that's wrong. That was first discovered in the early 1800s. That's not anywhere close to the same. You can actually measure that. You can actually measure that. You can actually measure that. That's nowhere close to the same as the claim that everything inside of the moving frame contracts, so you can't measure it. That's what length contraction is. I dropped all kinds of our sources for you.
Well, let me put my source in there. Here you go. There's your source. Things very real. There it is. Done. Read it. Learn something for once.
So you haven't even read this.
More than learn something, understand something.
You haven't even read this. I know you haven't read it. What you did was you typed in, is the Lorentz contraction time dilation real? And then you posted the first article because the first line says, yes, they most certainly are. And you think that proves something. Now you're trying to read it really quickly because I called you out for the fact you didn't read it.
No, I didn't type in that search. I had Lorentz contraction and a few other things in there. This came up as one article I thought was interesting. I was looking.
What proves it? What does the article say proves it? Go.
This is a citation.
Go. What is it?
talks about.
You have the balls to say that he should learn something? Like, it's really hilarious.
Wait, Zenik, answer. What does it say proves it? Go. You don't know. You haven't even read
already
the article.
explained it in my first statement before I posted this.
No, you haven't. This has
discounted it.
nothing
You
to
said
do with
they're
anything
wrong.
you've said.
Now, if you said they're wrong, go ahead. Show me why I'm wrong.
What do they claim proves it?
On you now,
What
not
do they
on
claim
me.
proves it in this article?
The entire article talks about whether lens contractions are real or not.
Yeah, how so? What does it
tell
talk
me.
about that shows
Read it. Learn something.
I already have.
I've
I've already looked
explained.
through
I've
it and
given you
know
your
more about it
answer.
than you do.
You didn't
already.
like it, so I provided a citation. There you go.
I already know more about it than you do.
You don't know anything. You're not the Michael Jordan of physics. What's it?
Can you prove
You don't
it?
even know how Coriolis works.
What does this
You
say
think if a
proves it?
balloon leaves the ground, that suddenly, if the Earth is rotating, that the ground should move underneath the balloon. That's not
And
Coriolis.
Stop changing the subject. You're imploding.
Years to figure it out. If you even have yet,
You're still
that you have
imploding,
to be
trying to change the
moving in a
subject
reference frame
desperately, trying to
for
obfuscate.
Coriolis to be effective.
Hey, have you
have
read
to
this
be
paper?
moving in the frame for Coriolis to appear.
Have you read
still
this
don't
paper?
get that, I don't think.
Have you read this
It took
paper?
you years to hear this, and you still don't get it.
Have you read this paper?
So if you don't understand reference frames, how can you understand Lorentz contractions?
Zanik, hold on, man. You said that this article proves measurement of length contraction. Could you show exactly where it does? Because you posted it and said, boom, there it is, as if it was a mic drop. So
an explanation of the evidence supporting length contraction. That's what I said.
What is the evidence that supports it?
in this article, because it's what you posted. So at least, do you want to point out what it is?
He doesn't know, and he hasn't read it.
Quickly reading the article right now, and that's why.
Yeah, exactly. And it's only one page. So if he had read it, it talks about one thing specifically. So he would have been able to instantly answer it.
I already explained to you the reason, an example of how length contraction can be measured or can be seen as evidence for it. I already told you that. Now you're
This
asking.
article says nothing about that.
A citation. So I found a citation that talks about something else as well.
What's it
But
talking
both
about?
show evidence for length contraction. You're
What's it
going to keep
talking
on
about?
pushing this because you're holding onto it like a bone. You don't know anything about it. You think you know something about it. You're the Michael Jordan of this topic, yet you're not. And it's frustrating.
Man,
I get that.
what projection?
Straw man, Zanik, straw man, Zanik.
So this
I am
is
nowhere
you
an
don't even know.
expert in
How about you just go on mute and read the
or
article
length
you posted?
contraction. I am not the expert here. He claimed to be the expert.
I didn't claim to
Your
be an expert.
cronies, your minions have voted you to be the Michael Jordan of this topic.
You're exhausted.
Yet you don't understand even what it really is.
Zanik, you straw.
Okay,
It makes
not
sense
a
that you
fucking
cheated with
strong
Michael
man of
Jordan when
whatever.
you just got dunked on, bro.
Yeah, low key, like you did get dunked on just now, Zanik.
So Zanik, were you going to point out in this article where they measure length contraction, or were you going to concede that this article doesn't do that?
Yeah, it has to be one or the other. Gio just made a really good point.
Well, I'm just saying
Yes,
because you dropped it as if it was like a mic drop.
It talks about
a mic drop moment. So
it talks about it. But my response has already been given, Gio. I told him my example of how length contraction can be shown via an example of certain things like a force
That's
or
not
electromagnetic
answering
field
either of the
in parallel
scenarios
wires.
Gio laid
That is
out.
not, and he said it was proven wrong. So he didn't like my answer. So he wants to see a citation of something else. I provided a citation of something else. That
You're
also
not
talks about it.
answering Gio's question. You're just
I
rambling on
already
about
answered
your
this
own
question. I'm
thing.
not going to answer it again.
You're not answering. You never answered this question. You've just rambled about what you wanted to ramble about.
Why not give them like the muon paradox?
The
That's
what,
why.
who, where, when? Can you even prove a muon? For what the fuck is a muon?
Yes.
Well, yeah, that is
Look
such a
into it.
ridiculous statement. Chirality.
at least let him
That is
present
such
it
a
if he wants to.
ridiculous-
I mean, if somebody said I have a
Yeah.
measurement of this table and they have a numbers and documentation of the measurement, then at least that would be a measurement. So if somebody claims to have a measurement of length contraction, at least offer what you know where you're getting that information. So
Zanik?
far, there's nothing.
This is where they're talking about like things coming from space coming all the way down, muons coming all the way down to the ground, and they claim that they measure and it proves
Don't
proves that
muons go
time
backwards in
dilated and
time
that
or
link.
something?
length contraction?
Yeah, they dilate time and experience length contraction due to the speeds at which they move at. But what happened to Zanuck? Did you guys mute him?
No, he just knows that
No,
he
he's
just
just
messed
been
up by
defeated.
posting something he hadn't read and he doesn't understand it. And how did they measure that it experienced length contraction?
Because they know what the half-life of a muon is, what its the decay rate is. It has a very short lifespan, and they know that majority of muons are made in a specific layer of the atmosphere. You know, it's a really far distance away from the surface of the Earth. But when we turn on our muon detectors on Earth's surface, we detect more muons than expected, and it's due to the speed at which they travel, and length contraction and time dilation.
Okay, so I think everyone heard that you just said that you took this idea of a muon, reify it, say it's up in the sky and that you know all about it, but then when you turn your detector on, there's way more than you claim there should be, so then there must be something else magical happening. And then you say that because of these assumptions and because how your prediction's wrong, then the magical thing happening is the thing in question, which is length contraction. So just by reifying it, and I asked you how they measured it, and then you can't answer it. Of course, they didn't measure that the matter shrank and contracted because it was in motion. That doesn't happen.
Yeah, there's never a direct measurement made. I don't think anyone's ever claimed that something moving at relativistic speed, there's a direct measurement made of how much time it dilates or the length at which it contracts, you know?
Well, Zanuck actually did claim that you can directly measure length contraction, and that's what the whole conversation for the last 20 minutes has been about, because I jumped in to correct him because that's the most absurd claim I've ever heard, and it's directly contradictory to what relativity itself says about length contraction. And he can't admit it, so...
Didn't Zanuck say that you can't make a direct measurement? I thought
No.
he said that.
No, he said you
Okay.
can measure length contraction, and then he refused to admit he was wrong when I corrected him.
I guess the big question is, what's the difference between Glober crickets and crickets outside during the summertime? Nothing.
I don't get it.
It's
Zanuck saying in the chat again, I said evidence for length contraction.
He actually said measure. He said that we'd measured it. That's why I jumped in. I said, dude, to say measured length contraction is a contradiction. And it shows that you don't even understand what length contraction is claimed to be.
Get
The whole
some
claim
better
is that you could
Globers.
never measure it.
Can we get some better Globers, bro? This is fucking ridiculous. Like, I would just like for there to be a logical argument for the globe. Like, please, just a step-by-step logical argument. But all I fucking see is weird debate tactics, weird fucking games, and no fucking proof. It's getting tiring, like day in and day out.
I tell you, I would pay good money to watch Austin versus Dr. Stephen Myers, astrophysicist, PhD, who's been on John Ankelberg TV show 9-time series, where Myers, creationist, says that a little bit closer to the sun, the Earth wouldn't work. A little bit farther from the sun, it wouldn't work. God placed us perfectly, third planet from the sun. I would pay to hear Austin and Stephen Myers go at it for a couple hours or 3 hours.
Straight up.
I would so
that would
enjoy
be
that
fun.
conversation. But Stephen Myers would never do it because he knew he there's nothing to gain from him, and Austin would absolutely wipe the floor with him.
Well, there's nothing to
I
gain
don't
but
know
everything to
about-
lose, you know.
I don't know about Austin winning, but I would love to see that debate happen. If Stephen Myers was like allowed, or whatever his name is, if he was allowed to like prepare for it, you know, if he could learn all the flat Earth arguments, if he had like a week to prepare, that would be a pretty interesting debate.
Yeah, I've listened to Stephen Myers, and he's a traditional Christian glober who Christians in churches believe that God created a ball, and they just love him to death because he doesn't believe in evolution, Big Bang, but he believes basically in the same other thing that we are spinning and tilted, and so he would be relatively easy. He would be relatively easy to debate because he's very transparent.
He doesn't believe in the. So what is he, like a young Earth creationist or?
I would say he is. I haven't watched all
Yeah.
9 parts. I haven't
Pretty
watched
much.
all 9 parts of the series. I used to watch John Ankerberg a lot when I was younger, but now that I know we don't live on a ball, I don't listen to anybody on TV because they all believe we live on a ball if they say they're a Christian. All of them do.
Mhm.
Yeah. I mean, I get
Yeah,
emails all the
maybe
time, people saying stuff like, have you ever heard of this guy? I would love for you to debate him. And the problem is they have like really nothing to gain and everything to lose in the debate. And then to even take a debate that has like the societal stigma of flat Earth and how stupid it allegedly is, like for someone like that to even sit down and agree to that debate, they consider that to be like a bad look on them. And then say hypothetically they weren't able to win the debate, it's going to be terrible for them. But if they did win, people will be like, yeah, of course you won a debate with a flat earther. So in their mind, there's really nothing to gain and everything to lose. And yeah, it's like seems very difficult to get those type of things set up. I get emails all the time. Like there's this biblical cosmologist, astrophysicist that I would love to see you debate. And there's this guy from Harvard that I would love to see you debate. But I'm always like, well, you see if you can set it up because they usually are not interested there. And then it's because, especially if they go watch me debate, they know that like whether they think I'm right or wrong, they know that I can debate decently well. So it just doesn't seem like
You make up stuff as you go. You're not a good debater.
Don't project onto me like that.
I'm not projecting. We've had debates before about all sorts, like even Coriolis, for example. You have inability
I'm
to
not debating
understand
about
basic
Coriolis,
concepts,
dude.
so it doesn't allow you to understand or have an argument.
Hey, Zanik, you just had a debate with him just now.
You hang
but
on certain words.
He
You hang on
totally
certain words.
dunked on you, and then you're saying he's not a good debater.
We can't just have this again, bro.
Yeah, I mean, dude, the last thing that happened.
You have to take a break for a while, Zanik. Like, come
Austin
on, dude.
He was asserting about the length contraction measurement. Zanik, you were trying to claim that it was measured, and to this moment, you've offered nothing. So from that alone, you've completely lost that point.
No, I
and lost
offered.
the debate.
No, I told him of an example that showed evidence for length contraction. Parallel wires, magnetic forces involved, and has to do with it's reference frame dependent, by the way, the frame of the one wire versus the other. This explanation is length contraction. There's others, and I said the other more important one is the measurement, because I mentioned measurement earlier, at slack. And they did measure this acceleration of a electron through this vacuum tube over 2 miles, and they use that formula for length contraction, and they see the formula there, and they know the length of the particle move, the length of the observed by the observer at rest, and then they do the calculations, and they find out that this particular length has apparently contracted. They know the length of the slack measured by the observer. They know this. And they know how long it takes for the electron to travel. They know that. And then they go through the calculation and they see the evidence via measurement that this appears that the length of this tube has contracted. This is measurement. This is evidence for the support of the Lorentz contractions. You want the values,
I already
dig it up.
explained that what they do is they see what they call an electron. They claim that it goes too fast. So they say, oh, well, the distance it traveled must have shortened. So therefore, the tube physically shortened, but if we were to measure it, it would measure to be exactly the same.
We measure it. We know it's 2 miles long or whatever the exact measurement is. But the time it takes to get there is exceeding the speed that they know this particle is traveling at by other measures, other units of measure, or other measuring techniques. So no, they then conclude by the evidence that they've measured that the length of this 2 mile long tube has shortened. The electron sees
so if I went and tried to measure it again, would it still measure 2 miles?
If they measure it physically, it's 2 miles.
Now, why is it if it actually shortened, does it not match our physical measurement?
Because they're saying that that the length of this with reference frame of the electron has shortened. The electron sees a shorter length of this tube. It's not, the tube didn't change. It sees a shorter length.
You don't get it. So
from
actually, relativity claims that the tube
you're seeing a 2
did
mile tube.
physically.
The electron sees a distance much shorter. Not much
Yeah,
weight. A little
so
bit.
the relativity claims that the tube did physically contract. It's just that everything else, including the people and whatever you would use to measure it, are in the same frame as the tube. So it would all contract as well as your measuring apparatus. So it would look like it didn't physically contract. That's what it says.
No,
I've been
it
telling
says-
you this for 30 minutes
so there's,
straight
there's
now.
two lengths. There's lengths observed by that particle moving, right? And there's a length observed by the observer at rest. See, the problem is I have with explaining things to you is you don't understand reference frames. And so it's almost like we're speaking different languages. If we can't understand how Coriolis works, how can you understand how this works? So I don't think you understand the difference between reference frames.
All you ever do is try to poison the well.
No, I'm not poisoning.
And
I'm
use
just trying
straw man
to,
fallacies.
tell me that.
So
if we can get through a simple,
you're
if we can
not
get through the
even like
simple
allowed to
explanation of a
talk in
reference frame,
intellectual forum.
I will continue and I'll explain this to you.
I think I honestly could debate Zanek's point for him better
Really?
than he could even debate
Yeah,
it.
he probably could.
Okay, so let's talk about this length, this 3,000 meter length of the slack, and that's measured by the observer at rest. And then we measure this 8 centimeters is the
Okay.
length measured by the electron moving. And then they're
Look, this is, I'm gonna say it one more
all-
time. This is so everyone understands. This is what I'm saying right now is just objective. So
It's
in
not
that
objective.
scenario, they do claim that the tube shortens. It physically contracts.
Okay, so I do have evidence for it then.
Shut up. They claim that the tube physically contracts. But if you were to try to measure the tube, you would measure it to look like it was exactly the same before it allegedly contracted. It would look exactly the same. The reason they say this happens is because everything in that frame, that same frame as the tube, meaning the earth, the person on the earth, whatever you physically use to measure it, all of that is also contracting. So it will look like when you take your physical measurement that it didn't physically contract because
the things that you're
everything
measuring.
within that space contracted together within the same frame.
Frames, no, these you're fusing what a reference frame is. Right there, you just told me, you explained it incorrectly. These things all are on the frame. They're in both frames. The tube is in the frame that's accelerating, and the tube is in the frame that's not accelerating or moving. At rest
Okay,
or
watch.
moving.
Look.
Two
Please do me a
frames.
favor and directly answer these yes or no questions back to back. Okay, directly answer them. Don't change the subject. Don't use red herring fallacies to try to pretend you're going to explain it with your script. Answer the questions directly.
And I will do that if you promise not to.
Zanuck, answer the questions directly, please.
I will
Please.
promise to answer the
I'm going to
questions.
stop talking
If
to you
you
if you don't do
promise,
this.
I'm agreeing to you, and I'll answer the questions. You asked me to answer, and I said I
They're
will.
yes or no questions,
Only,
okay? They're
I
yes or
will
no
answer
questions.
yes or no questions. If you
Yeah, they're yes
promise
or no questions.
not to.
Did
You
the
can't even-
tube physically contract? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. If we tried to physically measure the tube, would we be able to measure that it was shorter?
No,
Why?
because you're talking about two frames.
Oh,
You're a frame at
so
rest.
what I said
measuring
was
the-
right.
Oh my God. This is insanity. When you talk to someone who's been educated on the internet and they think they're the Michael Jordan of physics, this can't get any worse. So no, you don't know what a
Yeah,
reference
because
frame
you just
is.
got
First of
slam
all,
dunked
If you
on
did, we could
again.
have this
That's
discussion.
why I can't get anywhere.
We can't talk about it because Woodson does not really understand what a reference frame is or transformations, how they work.
Transformations are mathematical constructs to say that even though it doesn't look like it shortened, it actually did physically shorten.
No, it's talking about the reference frame that you're observing the motion from being transformed to the reference frame that you're not observing the motion from.
Yeah, thanks for
They're
conceding my
both
point.
true. They're both real. They're just the same point coordinate system. They're just looking at it from two different points, two different frames. Sorry. See,
Thanks for
let me
making
answer
my
this.
point.
Wait, let's go back to the Coriolis.
No,
When
we're
if
not
the Earth
going
is
back to the
rotating, if I
Coriolis.
have a balloon,
I've
is the Earth
told you
supposed to
I'm not
rotate on each
talking about
balloon?
that.
See, I know. Until you answer that question correctly, we can't really have a conversation about this.
Okay, cool. Go on mute.
Or many orders of magnitude more complicated. Nor am I an expert in this field, by the way. I'll be the
we
first to
know.
admit I am not a specialist in this type of topic.
You claim that you could directly measure length contraction. So this is getting really reiterative. I'm going to say it one more time so everyone gets it. I think everyone gets it.
are evidence. The measurements they make. Okay, it's not directly. Maybe I shouldn't have said
You have a
directly.
problem.
It's indirectly. So I will concede that you cannot make direct measurements of length contraction. How about
Thank
that?
you.
Okay.
It just took half an hour. So,
Well, you
just
know
so
what I
everyone
meant.
knows,
Dude,
this all
you
comes
just take
from
things out of
Lorentz. Lorentz proposed the
context.
Fitzgerald
We
Lorentz
have specific
contraction.
measurements that show we have measurements of length contraction.
So Zanuck, you actually did say you could make direct measurements of length contraction. Wow,
I just said you can't make it's indirect measurement. I said measurements of length contraction. I overspoke by saying we're making direct measurements of length contraction.
So why would you not just immediately take it back instead of it
Because
being
I was
30 minutes?
focused on the evidence and the measurements that have been taken
Because you
to
like to
support
argue.
length contraction. It's an obvious and known phenomena, and the measurements are clear.
No, it's well known that that may be wrong, and so you can pretend on Discord that
Not
it's
well known.
like
They wouldn't have built
positively
a
true and stuff. but-
multi-billion-dollar facility if they knew that they're going to be wrong. If anyone thought they're going to be wrong about this.
Let me give you an example of one of the problems. One of the problems is it just claims that like all matter contracts the same, despite like the strength of the matter, right? So if you have
What do you mean
wood
strength of
and
the matter? What does that
iron,
mean?
it all contracts exactly the same.
What do you mean strength of the matter?
Yeah, like you could say density.
Okay, so say that. Don't say strength. So the denser
So
matter
heavier
is,
and stronger, like iron is heavier and stronger than wood. Do you agree?
I don't know what you mean by stronger, but yes, it is. It's going to be heavier in a gravitational field than wood.
Yeah, and it's
Or
like a
given
stronger material,
volume,
right?
or given volume.
Like, can I crush iron as easily as I can crush wood?
Zanuck, say
Sure,
you have
easier.
a wooden wooden
Easier.
sword and
You can
Witsit
crush lead
has an
easier than
iron
wood.
sword. Who's gonna win?
Can you let me speak to What's it? Yes, you can
Can you
crush
shut
iron
the fuck
easier
up
than
for
wood.
once? Because you've
Oh
been
my
defeated
god.
multiple times and you just
Dude,
keep coming back in
I'm
and
talking to
fucking
Witsit. He
rolling
asked me a
over the
question.
whole combo. We were having a
He asked me
completely
a
other
question. I'm
combo
responding.
before
You're
you
talking
came back
over
in
me
here.
and him.
No, not talking over. You came in and started dominating the combo again after you
I
had shut up
didn't.
for a bit
He asked me
after
a
he
question. I'm
disproved
saying
you.
you can crush iron easier than wood.
Crushing iron easier than wood.
Of course.
So I got a block of iron and you
Yeah.
got a block of wood.
Yeah.
Are you talking about malleability then? Because I'm
Crushed.
thinking that like if you have a
Is there
wooden
any other? Is
sword,
there ambiguity with
if
crush?
you're standing there with a wooden sword and I have an iron sword, I think I'm gonna cut you and your sword in half. What do you think?
I think that's the sword that's been at a higher temperature will be very malleable, and you'll hit me with it, and it'll bend in half and or melt.
You think if you have a wooden sword and I hit you with my iron sword is going to melt? You're a fucking clown.
No, if you're sitting there it's in an oven and it's very soft.
Why
and the wood
would
isn't
you and
very
me
soft.
be in an
The iron,
oven?
their iron.
Why would you and me
So what I'm
be in an
saying to you,
oven
you're not
together?
thinking it through.
Why would
You
we
didn't
be
give me the
standing
conditions
inside of
properly.
an oven together?
Silly man.
If the
You
iron is
fucking
warm,
idiot.
it'll
You
crush
fucking
very easily.
idiot. You
If the
fucking
iron is
idiot.
warm, it'll crush very
You
easily.
are a
The
fucking
wood will
idiot.
not. Do you
You
not
are the
agree?
idiot of the
So it is
highest
temperature
degree.
dependent, right?
You
So
are
I
an
better
idiot
get
to the highest
your
degree.
Stop
conditions
calling
proper.
names, dude. I don't know where you guys been hanging out at. You know we don't do that here.
That's what he does. That's all he got. So yes, if the
let me-
iron is warm, it'll crush much easier than wood.
See, this is okay. So this is one of the main problems with length contraction is it claims that everything contracts the same no matter what, right? Like wood and iron contract the same, but it doesn't really make a ton of sense. But this is what Einstein never even proposed a mechanism. Like he took Lorentz contraction throughout the ether, but it's still to this day just like this ad hoc calculation, and it's never been explained, and it's disputed, right? Like you can read an excerpt from James A. Coleman, his book Relativity for the Layman, and he breaks it down pretty good.
Yeah, which you've read. You read this book?
I've only read parts of it. That's why I said an
You read
excerpt,
this fucking intro.
because I can't get
Dude,
it all
you're
for
such
free
you
online. So I actually have
over-embellish,
it being
talk
shipped
such
to my
shit.
house.
It's so thick in here, it's unbelievable.
Okay. So you can't get the whole thing for free online. So I had to order it. But you've read none of it. But the point is,
No, I didn't read it, but I didn't order it.
I'm going to read it for the room, and then I'm going to
You didn't
stop
order the
talking to you, dude. So
Did you order the
here's
book?
a quote from James A. Coleman from the book.
Did you order the book?
Yes.
What the
Honestly?
frick is going on? Do I have to step in and make it a shit show? The mods are here to step on other things. Why is Santa
Well,
being
yeah,
allowed
they're supposed to fucking, yeah. I
What
said
the
this
frick,
a
dude?
while ago.
He's projecting so badly. It's so embarrassing for him, but I should mute him and not even let him embarrass himself anymore. You're right.
No, yeah, you shouldn't be letting him talk, bro. We were having a completely different conversation after Witz had already defeated him like half an hour ago. We moved on. And then all of a sudden, Zanuck came back and just started rolling over the whole fucking thing. And now it's us interrupting him when he
This
has
is
half the.
It's like a good thing though for like flat earthers to think about. It's like a crazy concept. So it says the explanation which had the most appeal in accounting for the negative result of the Michelson-Morley experiment was one that was literally dreamed up for that purpose. It is the so-called Fitzgerald-Lorentz contraction. In 1893, Fitzgerald suggested that all objects contracted in the direction of their motion through the ether. He reasoned that if ordinary objects flattened out upon impact with other objects, like a rubber ball that hits a wall or a ripe tomato that's dropped to the floor, for example, then why would it not be possible for objects that move through the ether to have the force of the ether push them in or contract them? This would adequately explain the results of the Michelson-Morley experiment. The arm of the interferometer moving against the ether would be shortened so that even though the light wave traveling in that particular arm might be slowed down by the ether wind, this would be compensated for by having its path shortened. Objections to the Fitzgerald-Lorentz contraction hypothesis were rampant, as was to be expected, not only because there was no evidence to prove that such an effect actually took place, but particularly because Fitzgerald could not even explain why objects would contract due to motion through the ether. The contraction hypothesis was originally advanced only as a possible explanation for Michelson and Morley's results, providing such an effect existed. Then, too, the theory said that all materials traveling with the same velocity with respect to the ether would contract the same fractional amount. Since iron is much heavier and stronger than wood, for example, one would expect a greater contraction for wood than for iron, but this too went unanswered. And that's James A. Coleman, professor of physics and relativity for laymen. And then the reason that's important is, yeah, that was Lorentz, and that's about the ether, but Einstein took the same exact concept, the same exact math, put it in relativity, but just threw the ether out and didn't even address what it is that's physically causing it.
So Einstein's a copycat.
Yes.
What does E equal MC squared equal? Einstein married his cousin twice. That's not mine. That's Austin's. So it's kind of funny. And he wanted to date his first cousin's underage daughter, and he's a ethnic supremacist. So, and he copied everything. He copied Poincaré, and he copied Eddington. He stole relativity, and he read off of scripts his whole career.
Yeah, he stole relativity from Henry Poincaré.
I think Biden reads off cue cards better than Einstein. Just saying.
You know what Trump does really well? He raises that right hand when he's going to make a point into a perfect Masonic 666 symbol. I noticed that about my former orange-haired hot idol.
Yeah, like the reason I read all that is because it's like the same exact thing is still believed, just without the ether. And so the same critique still remains. Like, well, what caused it? Well, there's no actual proof of it. It's just assumed theoretically and then calculated and then applied to wherever it's needed to explain away the negative results. How is that science? How are you people so arrogant and that's what you believe? You don't even know. That's the answer. You don't know why you believe that. You don't know that's what you believe. And you just assume that if it were not true, then all the physicists wouldn't agree with it. So therefore, you don't have to understand it, but you can pretend like everyone else is stupid. that's a very low, dishonest vibration to exist within. I don't understand it, but you may be surprised to see that many people in the fields that you revere as your priesthood would tell you that they think it's wrong. They think length contraction's wrong. How dare you, Austin?
Hey, what did you see this thing? I don't know. Tim Pool just came out with a thing. I missed it, but so like when Elon was firing everybody at Twitter, like two guys pretended to be these two guys, something Ligma and something Johnson, and so it's Ligma Johnson, Ligma Johnson, and it was like this joke, and like they didn't work at Twitter, but they went and pretended to be coming out of Twitter with boxes and did like an interview with the news agency or something. And then so Elon Musk, when he I guess he found out about it, he said, "Someone tell Ligma and Johnson to get back here. They're back. They're hired again. We can't work this without them." And so this news reporter does a report about how Elon Musk overestimated firing all of the workforce as evidence because he tweeted, "Ligma and Johnson, I can't do this without you." And they were like laughing at Elon Musk as though, like, they were like, "Ha ha ha, he thinks he's a genius, but he doesn't realize he just fired all of his best workers." But in reality, it's these two guys pranking the journalists. Elon Musk getting in on it, and then the journalists turning around and acting like they're like super smart. Dude, I don't know if I made that come across well, but that's who you're arguing with. Is
Yeah,
these
touche.
people,
That's pretty funny.
Oh God.
To piggyback upon what Shane said about Biden, I said about Trump. Did you see the orange clown talk about when he's elected president? He's going to they're going to plant the American flag on Mars. And I voted for that clown in 2016, and I was in this cult for 51 months. And he gets on TV and tells me that they're going to plant the American flag, which is very bloody, has more blood on it than any USS Stalin flag ever had on it. He's going to plant it on Mars.
He doesn't have to go too far. He doesn't have.
We are.
But yeah, we are.
Somewhere.
Dude, you don't understand how far he has to go to Mars, man. It's not across vast cities. Where do you think they have the rovers at, man? I think he could do it personally.
I think when you
I don't think Trump would let anyone else do it. Like he's gonna have to go.
I think when you wake up,
where is this stuff filmed at? Is it in at that what is that location? I forget the name of it.
I think when you realize that you don't live on a ball and that tiny invisible microbes don't cause illness, disease, and death, the political thing is pretty easy to walk away from. So I just say one thing to people: just walk away.
Devon Island, Wilbur.
Yes, Devon Islands. He could do it without a suit on.
Imagine if like Trump finds out it's all fake and he's like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa."
He knows. Now, whether Kennedy knew in '61,
He's the guy who did Space Force.
whether Kennedy knew in Congress in '61 and at Rice University in '62 that he was totally fabricating something that would never happen, but he was told to say it and that he thought it might happen, that's up for conversation. But Trump is a clown, and he's a selected puppet clown, and he knows what he's doing. He's lying through his teeth, and case closed. Next.
Do you tell kids that Santa Claus isn't real at the mall? Holy kidding. But like, what are your thoughts on like Santa Claus?
I have a model of Santa Claus on my desk over here. I got it printed off at FedEx, so it must be real.
Right on. I just think everything has its place. That's all, brother.
You know what I was just thinking about after you're talking about the fake reporters, like with the whole Elon Musk, whatever. Like, do you think that there's gonna like, say, the end of the world actually comes up? Do you think that there's still gonna be like journalists as the world's gonna end? Like breaking news. God is real. The world is ending.
Live from New York. It's the apocalypse.
Yeah, like live from New York. All of your sins have become plagues that will fucking be poured upon you.
Yo.
You figured out how to prove that muon yet?
Oh, I thought I got disconnected or something. What did you ask, Lumpy?
Okay, so wait, you said that the lightning over the clouds what doesn't work on stationary Earth for what reason? What you said you if you don't
The
understand it, I
laws of
can't help
physics
you.
don't yeah, the laws of physics don't allow for it. Dude. It's that
What?
simple.
But you have to explain
It's
why
just
it
it's
doesn't work for a
impossible
flat Earth.
because it's
Huh?
impossible. Because it's
Possible to
impossible.
have lightning over clouds on a flat Earth.
Yeah, the laws of physics don't allow
Explain.
for it, bro. It's impossible.
Explain
You
it.
wouldn't
Why?
understand. There's no point.
Oh,
I'm not
that's
gonna
not.
waste.
That's no. You can teach me. Why don't you try
No,
to?
I
Maybe
don't
some
want to
other
teach
somebody
you.
else in
You're
here.
not
Maybe
gonna
somebody
pay
else in
me
here
to
can
teach you.
understand.
No, it's cool. Well, they
Oh,
already
okay. It doesn't
understand,
sound like you
so
have
it's no problem.
nothing. Sounds like you don't even know what you're talking
No,
about.
you just wouldn't understand, Dave. So it's cool.
That
Just
sounds
let
like
it
a
go.
cop out, bro.
That's
Yeah,
weird.
Why don't you
cool.
just
I
explain?
don't care.
I've
That's
seen
what it sounds
lightning
like to
over a
someone
flat
that
Earth.
doesn't understand. All right.
That's
You're
weird because
just
I've seen
making.
it
You're embarrassing
outside my
yourself
flat
right now.
Earth. I've seen the lightning over the flat Earth. It's weird.
You
I've
sure?
been outside and I've
It's
seen it.
impossible. It's impossible
It
to work
doesn't
on a
work.
flat Earth, but I'm not going to explain it because you wouldn't understand. Good
Exactly.
one, man.
Yeah.
Good
You
one.
just get it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
good
that's pretty.
one. Good
You know
one.
what
You just
sophistry
fucking
is?
outed yourself, bro.
You know what sophistry is, Nate?
Huh?
Sophistry.
Yeah. What about it?
You're using sophistry.
Am I?
He didn't say
Yes, and you're
anything to use
poisoning the well.
sophistry. If he used
And
sophistry,
using
he
Right.
would
ad homs.
be confusing with
Nate,
his
you wouldn't
words. He
understand
didn't say
sophistry.
anything. He bowed out. No
Like
sophistry.
5 of you are talking at the same time.
The use of fallacious arguments, especially with the intention of deceiving. I basically just like wrote the bio for Zenek's social media profile.
Man, leave Xanac alone. He's not even here anymore.
I'm
He
here.
just talked.
I'm here,
Oh,
and I'm
he
telling
is
you
there?
that he's not using sophistry because sophistry is just using a bunch of words and explanations to try to confuse you, and he's not doing that. He
No,
actually
it's the
bowed out.
use of fallacious arguments with the intention of deceiving.
There's more to the definition than that, but that's fine. He's not using a fallacious argument. He's
No,
using
that
very
is the
logical
definition.
argument. And I'm not using a fallacious argument for the intent to deceive either.
It
I'm
is
not
what
talking
you
about
do,
things
actually.
like simple things like Coriolis. These are just facts of how what the actual word means and term means. You don't
Well, you
understand it, so
use
therefore I'm
red
fallacious.
herring fallacies. You use appeals to emotion.
Do not
You
use
use
any of the
straw
logical
man
fallacies in my
fallacies.
discussions
You
ever.
use ad hom fallacies.
No, you use ad hom
You
fallacies.
use all or nothing fallacies.
Never.
You use reification fallacies.
Never.
Yeah, you literally do always.
Nowhere.
Have you ever
Nowhere
used
you
a
find my
fallacy
arguments
with
are
me?
reification
I'm sure I've
fallacies.
accidentally used a fallacy, but when someone calls me out on it, you know what I do, Nate? I either
There you go.
contend specifically. So if someone says, like when I was debating Fight the Tight Shirt, he said that I was appealing to authority. And I said, no, I'm not saying that because this guy won a Nobel Prize, then what he says must be true. I did not say that. Because, see, I directly contend the claim that I'm using a fallacy. The ballers never do that. The
I will do
ballers
that
might
every
say,
time you
no,
call me
I
out. I'll say
don't use
why
a fallacy, but
it's
they'll
not
never
true.
specifically say why.
Oh yeah.
But you have like found yourself accidentally using fallacies, right, Wizard?
Yeah, I've used a fallacy a few times, yeah.
Well,
On
how about
accident.
his
Like
whole idea
I've
about
poisoned the
floating in
well.
that
I think we all have. Yeah,
Yeah, but
I
it's
think
different when you
everyone's used
constantly
fallacies.
do it nonstop and you intentionally don't care about doing it, and then when
Wait
it's
a
called
minute.
to your attention, you just keep doing it.
Xanax just claims he's
Is that
never done it
Xanax?
before.
Is that what
Yeah,
Xanax?
absolutely,
Claims
that's
he's
Not here.
never done
Did
it
you not hear
before.
Whitsitt say?
He's just
Whitsitt
been
said,
shouting in the background that I never use any of these fallacies the whole time.
I know,
Witsitt's been trying
I
to
know.
explain.
But
It's
Whitsitt,
fucking crazy.
Nate, do you remember him
And then
saying
here's
that
Nate.
this
Here's
object,
Nate, a
all objects in a
reasonable
hydro
man,
are
saying we
electrostatic?
all have
Numpty,
fallacies.
just stop
Some of
listening.
us mess
I
up.
get it. I get it, Nate. I get it. I mean, I get it, Numpty.
Shut up,
Nate.
Xanax.
Nate, he said all objects are electrostatic. I add electrostatic to this object and it floated. Therefore, the reason it's going down is due to electrostatics. Is that not a logical
Straw
fallacy?
man fallacy.
That's what you said.
No, it's not. Straw man fallacy.
Not be. Well, why is it not a straw man fallacy? Go ahead, explain.
Why is it not one?
Yeah, no. You remember you said if it's a straw man fallacy, you'll say why it's not a straw man fallacy. Go ahead, tell me why.
Okay, yeah, I'll tell you why it's a straw man fallacy. Because that's not what I said. So you what you're doing is tactically inserting and phrasing it where I'm saying I added a force to try to set up your. You know what I'm saying? He can't even let me lay out his fallacies.
Me.
You're a sophist, my guy.
I'm not a sophist. You are.
No. So
yes, you said specifically.
I know you are.
All
But what
objects
am I?
are electrostatic. You said this. Then you said I added electrostatics to this object.
no,
and it floated.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Why are you talking over me?
Because you're straw manning me again.
That is a logical fallacy.
I never say I added electrostatics to the object. I say I manipulate the variable of electrostatics because that's not the same as claiming I added it. And the reason that you are stop interrupting me.
God, please.
The reason that you use that straw man is you intent tactically. So this is why it's called sophistry, because you're intentionally deceiving. You tactically rephrase it to say added it to it because you are trying to set up your rebuttal, right? Which is that just because you add a force to it, right? But no, I've already rebutted it specifically. I didn't claim you add a force. You manipulate the variable that's already there.
I see. Okay. So you're
it's called
saying
straw man. So admit you straw man me.
No, I didn't.
See what I'm saying, Nate? This dude's incapable of being.
I will explain. Just shut up and I let you speak. Let me speak. So you're now saying that you're manipulating the electrostatics that's already there in the actual object. Can you please show me how you isolated that object's electrostatics for your experiment?
Straw man fallacy.
It's not a straw man. You just throw fallacies out. You rip them out like off the tip of your tongue. That's not always how it works. I'm not there to deceive, and I'm not straw manning you. I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
And I'm not ad homing you. All I'm doing is regurgitating what you'd said for you.
No.
And now you can see how silly it sounds because
nope, you straw man me. Once corrected for the straw man, you're going to interrupt me though.
Straw man.
See what I'm saying?
It's not a straw man.
Your behavior is so predictable. Oh my God. You're going to interrupt me as I start to explain it again.
Guy in the room. Just to let you know, okay?
You're going to do it again. See, so I corrected your straw man because you changed what I actually said to try to set up your rebuttal, which is intentionally deceiving, which is the definition of sophistry, using a fallacy with the intention of deceiving. So you intentionally changed my argument to deceive people listening, to make them think that your rebuttal actually refutes my position. Dude, I predicted you'd interrupt me and you still can't help yourself.
I'm revealing that you can't do that experiment and isolate.
It's so funny, dude.
Electrostatics. Let me finish. I'm not.
I was talking.
I'm only telling you that what you altered was something external to the object. It can always have an effect to it internally, but you still did something external to the object and saw a change in motion.
You know what's funny is the ballers in here will like defend what he's doing right now too. That's what's so funny.
Regardless of whether you did or did not, I don't think you're intending to deceive, but you are deceiving us by not isolating that force and actually showing
And
that is,
Zanuck
hold on, that
rolls
is
through
the
the
cause of
chat
it going
and
down.
bombs the
Not the
chat
cause of it going
again.
down just because you made
The
it go
chat
up
has
with
now
a
become
similar
about
force. Because you
Zanuck
think
once
it's contained by
again.
the object. Fuck you,
It's just periods of time.
See, now,
where it's
Weplin, you have the
Zanuck
freaking
bombs the chat.
audacity,
No, man.
dude.
I mean, all of this is like. I mean, everybody's talking over everybody, and nobody can get anything out of it.
But it's
God.
funny that you never interject until it's a flat earther, because I was in the
know,
middle of my. Now you're doing
Numpty
it.
was back there
Now
going
you're
da
doing
dee da dee da dee da. That's all he was doing. I mean, come on, guys.
So I said, look, I'm going to explain it, and Xanax going to interrupt me. And then he did it 4 times
Hey,
in a
don't
row.
interrupt him, Sanic. Don't interrupt him.
So the point was very simple. The definition of sophistry is the use of fallacious arguments, especially with the intention of deceiving. So my actual position is that you manipulate the variable of electrostatics. He intentionally rewords it to strawman it, saying I'm claiming that you added the variable of electrostatics, because his rebuttal is that you just added an additional force. So he intentionally changes what I say just enough so that it can deceive people. So then I corrected him. I said, no, I said manipulate the variable, not add it, because it's already there. He didn't concede it was a straw man. What he did was proceed to skate past it to another straw man and say that I'm claiming that you're manipulating the electrostatics of the object. And what I actually say is that you're manipulating electrostatics of the medium, which then has electrostatic induction transferred to the object. So they're both strawman fallacies.
So the medium that you're using the electrostatics is being influencing the object, and you're manipulating it, but you're not isolating it. So if it was just already inherent to the object, reacting with the environment, you'd have a point. The only way you can manipulate is by maybe getting a larger object and see what the effect was. And by the way, that wouldn't levitate. So it kind of shows that whatever is inside that object electrostatically is not strong enough to levitate all objects, only the light ones, where you manipulate it and allow there to be a force generated to lift it, because we all know things don't move unless there's a force applied. So you are now being deceptive, but I don't think you're smart enough to be deceptive enough to do it.
That's actually wrong, Zanuck.
Ad hom.
Here's the oracle about electrostatics. Go ahead, Dice. Let's hear it.
Yeah. So things don't move due to a force. Okay. A force is something happening. It's not a thing of itself. So what is that thing? What is a force in itself?
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. But I'll explain why it's dumb. It's dumb
force
because
is not
a force
thing.
is something that imparts
I'm not going to
acceleration
accept.
on mass.
I'm not
Okay,
going to accept that. Hold on.
answer?
If you're going to start off by saying that's the dumbest thing I've heard ever, I really don't care what you have to say after that, because you can't validate and substantiate what you're saying. Show me a force of itself. A force is an action done. It's not a thing.
A force is something that imparts an acceleration on mass. Wherever you think that comes from, it is a force. Because a force
is acceleration a thing of itself?
Acceleration is the observation of an object moving over a distance over a period of time.
Why? Why is it accelerating? You
Actually,
can't
that's
just
speed.
say a force.
Because there's a force applied to it. Things don't move on their own. Magic does not
Force of
exist.
what?
The force that imparts an acceleration to mass.
Well, there you go. Gravity doesn't exist because that's magic.
Well, gravity does exist, but gravity
That's
doesn't.
magic.
And it's right. You're right. There's no force that gravity imparts on people. Like I said earlier, from the very beginning, since I joined this discussion 2 or 3 hours ago now, that it's an apparent force.
Sorry, I was just derailing a little bit. Go ahead.
What's funny is, like, I could prove to Nate that he always uses fallacy. I could bring up any subject and he would use a fallacy.
Let people have the floor. Let me finish.
You've had the floor for the last 2 hours.
The apparent force is something that shows that objects are accelerating, but it's all due to the reference frame you're on. And it's all a big bunch of pseudo forces that are causing this to happen. Because in actuality, things aren't accelerating. They're stationary. If forces aren't acting on anything, then they don't move. Because we know forces do exist. There are proper forces, and they come in pairs. But in the world of pseudo forces, there's only one force. It has no origin, and it is reference frame dependent by definition. Thank you for being quiet. Appreciate that.
Yeah, so it's really easy to, like, get him to use a fallacy. All you have to do is make any argument ever. And he's going to usually, his primary tactic is actually a red herring fallacy. And that's usually incorporating a straw man fallacy. Now, I know a lot of this is what happens. Like a lot of ballers get triggered when I bring up fallacies a lot. Like you go read the comment section of that last debate I was in. They're just like, Austin always yields fallacies. How immature. You know what I'm saying? But an intelligent person would be frustrated with the party that uses so many fallacies that it derails the conversation to such an extent the other party has to constantly call out the fallacies, right? So like obviously fallacies are important. It's not just like some game we're playing to try to see if we can say the word a lot. It's because it nullifies an argument and it's dishonest debate tactics. So it's not allowed. It's not permissible in intellectual forum. It nullifies the logical consistency proposed within your points.
Nullifies
So-
the logical consistency. Listen, I'm not being dishonest. I'm not deceiving. I'm just providing facts and information. What you do with it is
There's
up
no
to you.
logic. There's no logic on what you're asserting,
That's a
Xanax.
lie.
When I
Also,
ask
you're
you a
lying.
force,
There's logic. There's absolutely logic, and I can explain it to you if you need me to. I don't think
when
I
I
need
ask
to.
you a force of what, the only thing you can identify is the action done. You can't
That's
tell
what-
me what
that's
that
what
force
the force
came
is.
from.
The force is not the action. The action is what you observe to see. The force is the cause of something accelerating. You know that in Newtonian mechanics very clearly that in order for something to accelerate, there has to be a force behind it. We see things in Einsteinian perspective. We see things accelerate reference to the ground, but we don't have any forces acting on it. So what's the story there? That the force is a pseudo force. It's not real. It's reference frame dependent. From a reference frame that you choose or that is selected for you, it will be very real. But from all reference frames, it's not. There's nothing. We're motionless. We are falling, free falling, and nothing's acting on it. And still to this moment, I have not heard Whitsitt's explanation of why objects fall and you feel completely weightless, even though you're accelerating objectively at 9.8 meters per second squared to the ground. Why are you not feeling anything if you're still accelerating? That could be to you too, Dicelo. No, mainly to Whitsitt, because Whitsitt has that.
There's only actually
You mean
one real
when
force.
but when you say feel, you mean measure, right, Xanax?
Measure. We can drop something
Right.
off a tower and see it accelerate at 9.8 meters per second squared. So the first meter for first second, it travels how far, Don?
That measurement, that observation of how much.
How fast?
Can I get a response out, Left Lane, without him interrupting my third word that
No,
I'm
of
saying?
course not.
How fast is it traveling after the first second, and how far did it travel when you drop
See,
it?
then he goes on to talk more, right? So he interrupts you, and then whenever you have to stop, then he just takes that as his cue to continue.
No, it's a little
Hey,
clarification.
I kind of wanted to finish what I was saying before you interrupted me, Xanax. There's only one true force, that being centrifugal divergence of magnetism. That's it.
Boom, you're done, Xanax. You're done.
What
Yeah,
does
and
that
also,
mean?
by the way, your paradigm claims there is a force applied to an object in free fall, and that there's only one external force that's applied to that object that's in free fall, and that is the gravitational force. Thanks for playing.
Sorry, you don't have something sensitive enough to measure between your acceleration and your terminal velocity. That's your realm, dude. I'm on here in logic. You're acting like Whitsitt has to manipulate the thing, but then you don't have to manipulate the thing. When you're asked to manipulate the thing, you give these weak examples. You have Cavendish. Show me Cavendish making something move upward, Xanax.
Okay, so what Whitsitt said is incorrect.
I've actually seen it.
We don't have a force. In Einsteinian mechanics, we now know that we are not accelerating. That everything around us is accelerating. And you say, "Oh,
So
well, I don't see
NASA's
anything
wrong.
else." No, it is not wrong.
There's
if
NASA right there.
If you're so smart, you can tell me why, when you free fall, why you don't feel any forces acting on you. Why is everything in your body, everything free falling? In the box we talk about, everything would be floating.
You
How is
can
that
measure
possible?
it.
Hold on.
You
If
can
objective-
measure.
Stop it.
You're
Don. I'm talking to
lying.
Whitsitt.
You do measure
No,
yourself
I'm
falling.
talking to
You
Whitsitt.
can feel yourself
Please
falling.
mute, Don. I
Feeling
object.
equals measure.
Objection.
Remember you said it equals
Objection.
measure? Well, you can look up in the
Objection.
sky
Don.
and you can measure
Objection.
yourself falling,
Tell me to shut up.
genius.
I'm talking to
You
Whitsitt.
talk about why are you
You're
weightless
talking
is
over
what
me.
you mean to say.
I'm
You
talking
mean
to
why are you weightless,
talking to
Xanax? Is
Whitsitt.
that what you mean?
I'm talking to Whitsitt. Thank you, Whitsitt. This acceleration we see to the ground is 9.81 meters per second on average. But what I'm telling you is
Per second.
and we why we don't feel so numbness. Now it's your turn to come in, right? Now it's your turn to jump in on me. So numpty, stop. So Whitsitt, why do we not feel any force acting on us? Why do we have the acceleration that's measurable and there's no force acting on us whatsoever. How is that possible?
Okay.
Please explain that, Whitsitt.
Now, I already addressed this. I'm going to say it one more time, and then what you're going to do is you're going to respond with a red herring, not addressing specifically what I say, because that's all you have is fallacies with the intention to deceive, also known as sophistry. So I just dropped a picture from NASA. This is from nasa.gov, okay? And it says free falling object. An object that is falling through a vacuum is subjected to only one external force, the gravitational force, expressed as the weight of the object.
Correct.
So you said there were no forces, but there is a force.
Well, that's why, this is why you can't understand reference frames, and you don't understand this as well. I'm not going to leave any logical fallacies. I'm just telling you how it is. You've pulled up something regarding Newtonian mechanics. Yes, gravitational force, that is acceleration, causes a force in object proportional to their mass, and we see this, we can measure this. This is called law of gravity. But when we start looking at things in a different perspective, such as from an Einsteinian perspective, that we are not accelerating. Because if we were accelerating, we would experience a force acting on us when we fall. But we don't, we're weightless. So why is that? Because we're not accelerating and everything around us is. How does that happen? Well, that
Okay, so
happens.
then you're never going to invoke Newtonian physics
I
again,
didn't
right?
do a logical fallacy. I didn't do a red herring. I was very specific and deliberate about saying you are looking at context. You're taking, for purpose of our discussion, you're taking NASA's gift there out of context, because the context of it is specifically about relating to the acceleration to the Earth from above, and that there's a force created by gravity.
Also known as free fall, yeah. So
Right. In
this is-
actuality,
CJ, you just want to talk 90% of the time.
oh my God, dude, you just don't get it. You don't get it.
This is unfair.
It's like you should almost be kicked from the server, because if you're in here, no one can enjoy themselves, right? So it's like, this is the point. I brought it up because of what your paradigm is claiming. So now you have correctly said, well, actually, no, we're going to go with the Einsteinian, which is funny because you'll turn around and say Newtonian in about 5 minutes and say that everything on the Earth works Newtonian, it works perfectly, we can use it all the time, blah, 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 blah. But now you're saying that Newtonian isn't now you have to interrupt because I'm exposing. Now you have to say Newtonian isn't a sufficient explanation for free fall, right? The point is that Einsteinian is claiming, yeah, there is no force. You can treat of it or think of it as if it is a force, but actually it's not a force. And actually nothing's pulling us down. It's more like a railroad track guiding you down through the gravity well to the Earth, okay? And then you're asking me, why do we experience weightlessness, right? The question is, like, what is weight then? We have to answer the question, what is weight?
Boom. Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I'm glad you brought all those things up. That's exactly what we were trying to understand here. So, yes, the reason I like to interject occasionally because I forget what I was going to ask you when I was going to say something really quick. Like one word.
Get a pen and paper.
Yeah, I will bring up. So Newtonian mechanics is different. So if I have a 1 kilogram mass on the table and I apply a 1 Newton force on it, I will see it accelerate. This is easy to prove, very easy. I will see, and I do this in racing too. We do all sorts of tests of this type of technology. Rate of change of kinetic energy, for example, on a dyno. This is all the same stuff. All Newtonian, these are real forces. There's easily measurable and easily observable reactions to these forces and these torques. So when I have this 1 kilogram mass and I put a 1 Newton force on it, it will accelerate 1 meters per second squared. No question about it. We all agree. And when you drop something, and everything in that object, if I have a little miniature car with little mice inside there, and I freaking do this let's say I do 10 newtons of acceleration, so I get 10 meters per second squared, just like falling a falling object. Same exact thing. All the mice will fly back to the back of this car as this toy car shoots across the table with a constant force pulling it at 10 meters per second squared. So we all know that that's a real force. Now, the nuances of that are there are some pseudo forces involved, such as the mice hitting the back of the car. That's a pseudo force. But the actual object itself moving, accelerating, was the result of a force being applied to it. Now, dropping an object is different. Those mice inside of the same car I drop, they don't fly back to the back of the car. They're all floating in the car. So they're accelerating the exact same rate, but yet the mice are not getting squished in the back of the deal. Now, this is a pseudo force that's doing it. That's why they're not doing it, because it's not really them moving. It's pseudo. It's everything else accelerating around it. And I don't mean acceleration and change of velocity. I mean a change of direction. And that direction can only change, in my mind, in most people's minds in physics, due to Einsteinian mechanics, which is that we're having a bending and warping of space time.
Okay,
It's
you
not
done.
the
That was
whole
so long.
fabric that has a pocket in the middle. It's something a little more higher dimensional.
Yeah, it's like
Oh.
seriously unfair.
It's just
No.
annoying, is what it is. So,
No, I mean, listen to what I said.
and now he's talking again.
extremely-
Now you're
it's
talking again. Have you
extremely
lost your
unfair.
mind?
You're tell me how.
It's
Okay, go ahead.
You're
extremely
so
unfair.
oblivious. You have no self-awareness. So, like, the point is that
Oh,
both
you do?
shut up.
I can't
Both
believe I got
Newtonian
muted
and
earlier. This guy's been
Einsteinian
alive.
physics incorporates the idea of weightlessness. So what Zanuck has boiled his argument down to is, in his mind, the only one that makes sense is the bending and warping of space. And to read this so everyone understands, it's in Einsteinian physics, there is no force of gravity, and a free-falling body has no force acting on it. According to this view, freely falling objects follow geodesic curves through space-time. In both Newtonian and Einsteinian physics, freely falling bodies experience weightlessness. He's basically saying that, in his opinion, that the Einsteinian makes the most sense, but we can treat it as if it's Newtonian by converting the math back and forth because it's basically the same thing. So that is your position, accurately and concisely summarized. See how easy it is to just, be efficient? So it all comes down to what is weight.
Can I respond? Let me respond real quick. So yeah, I would agree that in Newtonian mechanics, we can actually say this object is free falling. We use Newtonian mechanics in aviation engineering, aeronautical engineering all the time. But what we do know is that this object that is falling, we don't have to worry about what's going on inside this ball, what the molecules are doing, what the atoms, what forces are acting on everything. This ball itself is accelerating. We know it's 10 meters per second squared. We can predict the speed at which it will reach the ground. But here's the point. It's going to hit the ground, and there's going to be a force involved. And that force will be a change of momentum. And that change of momentum equals the force. And so we know that force is going to be, in Einsteinian terms, a pseudo force. No different than you being thrown to the walls of the centrifuge at the circus or at the carnival. That's a pseudo force also. The pseudo forces and real forces still have very similar effects, identical effects in some cases, but they're caused by different reasons. Again, pseudo force is a force without origin and is reference frame dependent, and a proper force come in pairs, and they are real forces. They're proper forces with predictable results for forces applied to masses for their accelerations. So we can go back and forth between these worlds. We don't need to often, but when we do, there's no problem with it. No problem with Newtonian mechanics saying we're floating, but when we hit the ground at 9 meters per second squared, acceleration to a velocity of 100 meters per second squared, 100 meters per second, it means we're going to have a change of velocity, which is a change of momentum, which is a force. Even though it's caused by a pseudo force, it's still a real force.
I agree with what Whitsitt said. It all boils down to weight, and weight is the opposite of a force, which it's called.
It is a force.
It's weight is just increasing inertia and acceleration away from space. That's all it is.
No, that's not true.
No.
Weight is a force, and the greater the weight, the greater the force.
Weight's not a force. Weight is not a force.
Weight absolutely is a force.
Because if a force is required to counter weight, then weight itself cannot be a force, logically.
Weight is required to counterweight? What is that?
I said if force expenditure is required to counter weight, then weight, therefore, itself cannot be a force.
It is a force.
Weight is a pseudo force of the bending of space time.
It's not a pseudo force.
Pseudo.
I can put a scale on a wall of my car, and put a weight hanging from the ceiling, and I accelerate. That object will show weight based on the acceleration. That acceleration.
I want all the variables.
Hold on, Dicelo.
This is so annoying.
Because I get talked over.
No, Dicelo makes his point in one sentence, and then you have to. Zanuck, I'm talking. I'm modding right now. Okay? I'm modding right now. I'm modding. Okay, this is the problem that's going on, right? You will talk for about 3 minutes straight, and then someone will go to make a rebuttal, right? And they will say one sentence concisely. that requires a direct response, and then you will proceed to then go monologue for 3 more minutes again. And then when someone goes to make the 1-sentence response, they can't even get that 1 sentence out before you intervene to try to monologue another 2-3 minutes. Okay. And it's becoming very reiterative, and it's dragging the whole entire conversation down. So can you please stop?
Yeah.
Bro,
If
there
you
needs
can't
to be some sort
identify,
of
Let you explain
consequence.
everything you wanted to right there. No problem.
Bro, I got
I
muted
respond
earlier.
to
There needs to be
people's
some sort of
objections.
consequence for
I
this guy's
responded to
fucking
just
shit. Every fucking day.
Yeah, just go ahead, Noah. You were first. You and Dysel came in first, but so
No,
Noah and then
go
Dysel and then Xanac can
ahead.
respond.
No, Dysel can go, bro. I'm good.
I just wanted to tell Zanuck, if he can't identify the variables associated with weight, then how could we take his word for anything?
Boom.
He won't respond directly.
There's a boom also? No. The variable for weight, what do you mean the variable for weight? The weight is mass, it's its variable for weight. Gravitational strength is a variable for weight.
There's a multitude of variables associated with weight, and if you can't identify them all, then it's really hard to take your word for anything.
And it's not just mass and gravity.
Oh, it's not?
No.
My answer is mass and gravity.
There's many other variables.
Yes,
What?
many
Name
others.
Name one.
So you got medium, you got vector,
Take
you've
the
got
medium out of it.
magnitude.
Not a variable.
Coherency.
Yeah,
You're
it
talking
is a
about
variable.
other forces and other mediums that they're in. That it's in. And yes, I would agree. Other forces and other mediums will affect the weight, but an object's weight does not depend on. For example, if I put a 5-pound force weight in a swimming pool, it will have less weight on a scale, but it doesn't mean it changes weight. It just means there's other forces acting on it. So don't try to convolute or straw man my conclusion and my description that weight is determined by 2 things: the mass, the gravitational field, and that's it.
Is weight vector specific?
Weight is vector specific, yes.
Okay, so there's another variable you left out. How
Nope.
about
Wait. What variable? What variable? That it's vector specific?
Vector and medium and coherency and
That's not a
magnitude.
variable. That's not a variable of weight.
Wait, can I summarize? This is what Zanuck just said. He said, yeah, sure, those things will affect the weight, but weight doesn't depend on those things.
Correct. And people always mock me. They don't understand. That's mocking.
Did you ever
No, I understand what you're saying. You're repeating a second grade understanding of the idea that everything else is just an additional force to it.
So in physics, if you're in a swimming pool and you're weighing yourself in a swimming pool on a scale, spring scale, would you say your weight changed because it's reading less?
Well, technically speaking, the way that we determine what something's weight is by measuring its weight. So
okay, so I weigh you in a swimming pool. In fact, we do fat testing. You're an athlete. Maybe you did this too. You know, a body fat test. I did this all the time. It's interesting. They put you in a bathtub and they submerge you, let all the air out, and they weigh you in the bathtub, and they see what your buoyancy is. Now, did your weight change? Hold on. Just because they're weighing you in a bathtub doesn't mean that's what your weight is changing. The weight they measure, the force, which is more technically correct to say the force they're measuring.
This is coinciding.
Weight relevant to what?
This is coinciding with the third variable.
Dyslow's talking, man.
See how this goes? This is why I get so frustrated.
All right, go ahead, Dysel.
I just wanted to say that this is coinciding with the third variable that you left out, being magnitude.
No. I told you weight was a force, and its force is depending on 2 factors: mass and the gravitational effects. The vector doesn't matter. None of that stuff's a variable. They're all contained in the gravity, because gravity is a force, and forces are vectors. So there is a force. There is a direction and magnitude already associated. You're not thinking this through, Don.
You just said gravity wasn't a force.
Which is just an amount of matter. So you're doing it too. What's it? Let me finish the sentence. I addressed him specifically.
You just said gravity wasn't a force. Now you're saying it's a force.
Gravity causes the force.
So stop double speaking.
No, I said weight. Okay, again, weight is mass in the presence of a gravitational field. That gravitational field will cause a force in mass. That force is weight. That weight has
Can
a
you
vector.
explain what you mean by
vector is
field?
a magnitude and a direction. Can I finish before the last word? Before you interrupt me, Is it possible?
You're invoking things that you're unable to
I'm not
explain,
invoking
like
anything.
field. You invoke gravitational field. What's the difference between gravity and gravitational field, please?
I think you know the answer. I'm not going to play your semantics game.
He's got nothing. He's got.
This isn't
Not,
semantics. You invoke.
So Winston knows I take his bait all the time. Okay, let me
Not
explain.
gonna
The
answer
gravitational
directly.
field.
All right, red herring. Get ready
Never
for red
mind.
herring.
Fuck you.
Yeah, he can't answer that. That's not an easy question to answer. He could just say, "I don't know," but he will never.
I
The
do know.
gravitational field is just the area of effect, and it's greatest at the surface.
Wow, it's just the area of effect.
Yes, and it's
So-
greatest at the surface.
A field is just math.
I mean, what is that? I mean, y'all are just throwing that like spaghetti at the wall and see what sticks.
Let me question
that
what
was-
you just said. You
that
said
was
it's greatest at the
You
surface.
really are throwing
So-
spaghetti at the wall here,
so
guys.
is there a center point to gravity, left lane?
They what?
Does gravity have a center point?
I mean, you have the center of mass.
So would you say that's the center of gravity?
No, I wouldn't say that.
So does gravity have a center point?
I mean, you asked that question, and then you asked a different question, and then you asked that question again.
Well,
You
you
didn't
invoked
answer.
something else. You kind of jumped off topic, so that's why I'm trying to get back on.
But see, we're just talking about weight. I see we're throwing in all of this abstract and extracurricular stuff that really doesn't matter to weight. Weight's just the mass
Well, you made
times
a
the
statement.
acceleration, and that's the weight. Period.
No,
made
that's
a
not
statement
weight.
saying
Mass
that
times
gravity is strongest at the
acceleration.
surface.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, that's what I understand, that the gravitational force is greatest at the
So-
surface, because you get
so
in
if it's
different
greatest-
locations, you got a lot of different things going on.
Those
So-
locations are all at the surface.
I'm
Weight
sorry?
is medium. Weight is medium dependent.
Yeah, it's medium,
Well,
vector,
well-
magnitude, coherency, specific.
Well, you see a rock in a pool of water. I wonder what that rock weighs. You're not going to weigh it in the water. You're going to take it out and put it on a scale.
Yeah, so you've manipulated the medium to get the weight.
No, you didn't
removed the
manipulate
medium, or you
anything.
used the medium. Oh my god.
Yeah, you
Buoyancy
by
is, we know the volume
removing
that you've displaced,
the
the weight
medium
of
of
volume.
water, you're manipulating the medium
The
the
weight-
object's in. Duh.
The weight of the volume of the medium that you displace, that weight that you displace, that is a force upward. It's not that hard to
Xanik, do you
understand.
agree with left lane that a field is just math?
Do we have to
The field
weigh
is not
things
this
at the
math.
surface?
No, math
Xanik,
describes
to
the
have the
field.
most
That's
accurate
going to be
answer.
used to describe the field.
Can we weigh them below the surface or many magnitudes above the
We
surface?
can
and
weigh
still
them
have the same
anywhere.
value.
I can weigh anything anywhere as long as I take
You must
into
have missed
account.
the beginning
Can
of
I
my
finish,
question.
Don? I can weigh
You
anything
missed the
anywhere.
beginning of my question.
Hey, man.
I'll try
Know
to.
who you talking to, buddy?
Yeah, you missed the beginning of my question, Xanik. I asked you what's most accurate when weighing something. Would it be at the surface? Would it be below the surface, or many magnitudes above the surface?
Wherever it is weighed, that is your reading. That is the weight.
So then, why did you have a problem with Witsit saying that you had to remove the medium to get an accurate measurement upon the
Because
stone
that's not changing the
within
weight.
water?
Because you're not moving within the gravitational field. You're actually invoking other. This is what's.
Oh
Let
my
me
God.
finish, please. Let me finish. I'm begging you because I'm getting a headache trying to overtalk you, overtalking me. So listen. He asked me about the object having weight in the medium. That's not changing the position in the gravitational field or a field that is actually weaker or stronger. That weaker or stronger field would be in the center of the Earth or further away from the Earth. We're talking about an object in medium, and all he said was medium. And all I have to do to find out the weight is remove those other elements or add them to my equation. For example, if I'm displacing water and it's 8 whatever pounds per gallon of water is, 8.8 pounds per gallon. If I take that out of that as a force, then I can get the actual weight. I can get a very accurate value of the weight by removing the weight of the medium of the volume that's been displaced.
So if you did all that and you took it several miles below the surface, are you going to have the same quantified value of measurement as you would on the surface?
What do you mean quantified value of measurement? Why do you have to use big words when you don't have to?
Why are you complaining? You should understand
I don't know what you mean
that.
by quantified vision.
So
or monumental weight.
Are you going to have the same measurement on the surface as below the surface or above the surface.
That was much easier, wasn't that? Did it feel better with that question? So Neil, you'll have a
I
different
mean,
value.
I've already asked it twice.
Well, I will tell you again. You'll have a different value. Weight will
So
be
if you have a
different.
so if you have a different value depending on where you're at measuring it, shouldn't that tell you something?
Yeah, that weight is determined by the gravitational field and the mass. Simply.
Oh boy.
This is not hard stuff, guys. Come on. I got a quick question for Witsit real quick, kind of off topic a little bit. Were you in a debate with Fight the Flat Earth and you were talking about level and horizontal? And you had
We didn't talk about that at all.
Was that you? Did you have a no?
No, but I did just recently destroy Fight the Tight Shirt.
Flight the Tight Shirt? Who's Flight the Tight Shirt?
The same person that you're talking about.
Flight to Flat Earth? Is Flight
It's
Shirt?
Fight the Tight Shirt.
Okay. So you
Just
said
ask
no,
him. Go ask him if that's his name, and he'll say yes.
Fight the Flat Tight Shirt. Okay.
Fight the Tight Shirt.
Fight the Tight Shirt. Okay.
Yeah.
Flight the Tight Shirt. Who that was. Did you have an argument about level and horizontal and you have him double speaking about it? Because I heard him kind of get flustered by somebody that was arguing with him recently. I don't know if it was you or somebody else.
Well, he did get flustered when I debated him, but I didn't debate him about that. I predominantly debated him about his misunderstanding of relativity.
Yeah. There was actually he had a funny one.
You should go watch it.
I thought I was watching it from something you posted, but I could be wrong.
You should go watch whenever I debated him.
You eviscerated him?
Yeah, that's not a bad way to describe it.
Because you're the Michael Jordan of physics.
I never said that.
I don't think it was quite as bad as he's eviscerated you today, Zanuck, actually.
Oh, really?
Zanuck got destroyed.
And he destroyed all, I don't care what you think. Number two,
in turn, he destroyed.
You go look in the mirror and think and see if you're actually saying, responding or telling the truth.
That's a selfie of Fight the Tight Shirt right there.
Can I ask Zanuck a question?
Zanuck could travel away from us at the speed of light for 3 years. 3 years later for us, he comes back. Okay. He's going to act like it was an hour that passed. He's going to fucking insist it was an hour. We're all going to tell him it's been 3 years. But he's going to keep saying, no, but because of me and because of my clock ticked only for an hour and this special shit happened out there when I was going, it really was an hour, guys. Nah,
They've
motherfucker.
actually claimed no time passed.
Well, if he's going exactly the speed of light, sure. I should have said close to it. I should have said close.
Math would be infinite. That'd be kind of tough to do, too.
Yeah.
Imagine, Zanuck, you really believe that if you went the speed of light, you would experience timelessness?
Mm-hmm.
So you can go to speed of light forever and never would time pass.
Until you came back to reality and saw that time went on for us and you're back in our reference frame, buddy. It's going to happen.
Doesn't make sense fundamentally. Like if you go the speed of light forever, how could no time pass?
How does forever equal 0?
It's insane.
Answer the fucking question, genius. How does forever equal 0, Zanuck?
I had a question for him really quickly.
What is it? Jump on Zanuck time? It says jump on Zanuck bar. Okay.
Is a field an actual thing or is it just a concept?
Field's an actual thing.
So what is a field?
Why are you asking questions like this?
Quick Google search.
Someone help this
Quick
man.
Google search.
We've already had this conversation 1,000 times. What is a field? What's an electric field? What is a magnetic field?
Someone help this man.
Yeah, what's a field? What's a field, Zanuck?
Give me the best way to say.
I got a fielding.
Well, these are lines of equal forces. So a field is made up of many lines of equal forces or magnitude.
This guy just pulls bullshit right out of his ass and just
he pulls some Google out of his ass. He didn't want to go to the top Google, so he probably went like 3 down.
Bro, this guy just pulls shit out of his ass and then fucking throws it in our face for 3 minutes at a time, and then we're muted for interrupting. Crazy.
course, his paradigm does not define a field. And so just honestly say, what exactly is a field? I don't know. That's all you got to say. We have mathematical constructs and we can quantify it very precisely and we blah, blah, blah. But that's just, the concept of a field mathematically. But what exactly is a field? I don't know. That's all you got to say, isn't it?
But I gave you the answer, though. You didn't like it, but I gave you the answer. And you didn't like it because I didn't Google it. I don't have time to go.
You answered me with the concept.
Yeah,
I don't know it
you
all.
have enough time to
I'll be
sit on
quiet
Discord
and I'll
for
think
5
about it and I'll
hours, 8
respond,
hours
or
a
I'll
day.
say
You have enough
what I
time to
think,
Google.
what I know. I don't need
I
to
mean,
go.
you answered me
You
with
guys
the
are the Google
concept
experts, not me.
after originally
I'm on a
saying that
phone. It's hard
not
to
a
Google on
concept.
the phone.
You do realize what you did, right, Xanax?
What's that?
You originally stated that it's not a concept, it's an actual thing, and then I asked you what it was, and you answered with a concept instead of
No, a description. I gave you a
what it
description
is.
of what a field was.
I mean, it was pretty subjective.
No, you asked what it was, and I told you what it was. Why do you have to? You're always so semantical.
Now
Why do
he
you get so
backs his
semantical about your
bullshit.
arguments?
Now he backs his
Like, what is a
bullshit
magnetic
excuse
field?
for
Like,
an
what? Like,
answer.
Don or Dicelo, why don't
Danik,
you
you're
tell
not
me a
on a
magnetic
phone,
field?
man. Why are you lying?
No, I misspoke. I said immediately, Dicelo. Dicelo, what
You're
is a
not on a
magnetic
phone,
field?
though. Why'd you say you were on a phone?
What is going on with this
iPad.
guy?
Danik, just stop lying. Dude, did you know that if you lie, then you go into a state of anxiety, and then your body emits a frequency that actually, it's been proven, it'll degrade your cells. And then, you'll get sick. So stop lying, man. Damn, bro. We can just click on everyone's name and see if they're on a phone or not.
No, it's an iPad. It's hard for me to get to search on things with this thing.
Okay.
It's not a phone.
Pretty sure iPads show as phones, too.
Can I get him to walk me through a couple of things that he said, Zanuck? I posted in chat 3 things that you're quoted today, and they don't seem to really be making sense. You said you don't move unless a force is applied, unless there's a force.
Right.
And then you said space-time isn't a force, but you said you fall because of the bending and moving of space-time.
You don't
But since that's not a force,
no,
and
I
you
didn't
have
say
to
that.
have a force to move.
I didn't say that.
All right, correct me.
I didn't say that. You had You had it right up until that one point. I said you're not moving, according to Einstein. You're stationary. You're inertial.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So you're claiming when you're falling, you're not moving, basically.
I didn't say you're not moving. I said you're inertial. Remember what inertial means?
So are you moving when you're falling?
You're inertial.
Yes or no?
You're inertial.
I can't understand that. Are you yes moving or no moving?
Bro, this is fucking ridiculous.
Well,
you can't
you have to
even
understand-
answer a
this is
yes
why
or
if you don't
no
understand
question.
reference
You can't
frames, it
even
becomes
say yes or no. He
because
can't
it's
even
more-
listen
because
to the
physics
person's
doesn't work like
question.
that.
Sometimes?
He never
How about
listens
sometimes?
to the other side.
From
He
yes
never
and no,
listens.
can
He
you?
just
If you're not accelerating or rotating,
So you're not moving when you're falling.
you could be moving.
Holy shit.
Nothing says you can't be moving.
Zanuck, yes or no?
Inertial reference frames don't discern between movement and stationary. You know that, right?
If I'm looking at you falling, could I say that you're moving?
If I'm looking at you falling,
Could you say that I'm moving?
Yes, you can say I'm moving relative to you.
Okay, now if you're falling and you're seeing that, you can't say that you're moving because everything else might be moving. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Thank you. Fine.
Okay. But I can look at you and I can say you're falling or you're moving.
Relative to what?
To me and everything else around it.
Sure.
Okay, so to be moving, there has to be a force. I quoted you saying that today.
No.
Okay, you said that today.
Well, if I said that, I was assuming that you're accelerating, not falling. I meant not moving.
Yeah.
Moving, motion.
You said
is just
things can't move unless a force is applied.
Well,
unless there's a force.
move. Can't move. Move. Not. You can be in motion, but if you're going to start moving, there has to be a force that starts movement. So I was talking
You
about
can't,
starting.
meaning accelerate in a different motion, not a
Anytime
uniform.
you move, you have to accelerate. You can't move
Right.
not accelerate.
And that's funny because the per second,
which you don't
that's
understand, by the way.
acceleration. So that could qualify as movement then, couldn't it?
Well, you can't accelerate and not move.
So
But
you are moving. So you are moving when you're falling.
Well, so that's where it's a semantic.
No, that's where you are hung up, not me.
No, listen, Don, listen.
I'm asking you. I'm not the one making the statements here.
You got to shut up. So if you can't move, you without accelerating. You know this. Now, if you're already moving, you don't have to be accelerating. You can be at constant velocity. You could be inertial and still be moving. You only are non-inertial if you are accelerating or rotating.
So the per second, which is a changing amount, that's not a changing amount.
Second per second is by definition a changing amount.
Yeah, exactly. You know, this is just too easy to explain. It's just sad to me that the actual smart people with the actual papers and documents can't fucking bend these guys over. Like,
Don, are you listening to yourself?
You would get tore up by actual person who wanted to be skeptical. If you debated these guys, these alternate theory guys on the top stage, they would crush you. You would run away with your tail between your legs.
What I regurgitate, Don, is with most basic, simple elements of physics. I'm not telling you anything.
They're old and outdated, aren't they?
Don, any eighth grader wouldn't already know. Motion is a change of position with respect to time. Acceleration is a change of velocity with respect to time. They're different.
You're right. The eighth graders wouldn't double speak like you. See, I understand the eighth grade stuff. Good for me. You might be too far removed from it, buddy. And Wissa called you out many times already today, saying you're gonna say you prefer Einsteinian, and then you're gonna go right back to saying Newtonian's fine again.
So you understand the difference. Acceleration and motion. Even though to accelerate, you have to be moving. If you're in motion and you're not accelerating, that's still motion with respect to something else.
But if you're falling, you are accelerating. Why reference that? We were talking about falling.
Okay, so falling, we're accelerating with respect to the ground. You're right. But then that requires
you're accelerating with respect to everything else.
No.
No, you are not. No, you are not.
No, you're not.
Are you serious?
Well, very serious. Because if you're accelerating, why don't you feel a force on you?
No, that's not the question. Everything else but you. You said just the ground. I'm pointing out you're accelerating relevant to everything. To the tree to the left of you, to the sun above you, to the cloud to the right of you. You're accelerating reference all of it.
Fine. What I'm telling you.
So for you to say to the ground is unnecessary.
Okay, fine. Acceleration with everything around you. What I'm telling you is that.
Or just simply accelerating.
Hold on. Then I'm trying to respond and you're not letting me. What I'm telling you, Don, is that you, in essence, you are not accelerating. Everything's accelerating around you.
Fine. So then you gonna go back to your little podium and say when you're falling, you're not moving. That's fine if you want to say that. You're a crazy person.
But
crazy.
That's not actually entirely true. You can actually be moving and not accelerating.
And there's a force making you move?
Oh my God. I'm banging my head against the couch right now.
But is there a force? Because your other Xanac quote. Well, let's go back to Xanac quote number 1. You don't move unless there's a force.
Taken out of context. Move as you can't start to move. You can't move from zero to something, which is motion, movement, without a force. If you're already moving and you're not accelerating, that does not require a force. So movement does not require a force.
But you needed a force to move in the first place, right?
Correct, yes.
So how did I take you out of context?
I think it's obvious how you took me out of context. Said force, movement requires a force. And in order, movement. Yes, from zero to some velocity, you need a force because it implies acceleration because you got to go from one point to another point and you got to get there over a period of time.
Like falling, right?
And he started from zero. Well, following, you are going from one point to another, and that is motion. And it actually is acceleration too to that ground. But the Einsteinian thoughts say that you are not accelerating. You could be moving, but you are inertial. Inertial has a specific meaning, which you don't seem to grasp. That means they're
Okay,
not
so when
rotating.
Danik makes
Or
absolute statements, they're not absolute. He poses them as if they're absolute,
maybe
but
I
they're
shouldn't
really
have
not.
said. Maybe I should have said
Exposed.
no. Maybe I shouldn't have said there was no force for, or there was a force for movement or moving, because I was implied. The context was going from 0 to some position. Now, if you're talking about something already moving, I mean, it's implied. Everyone should know that when you're already moving, and no, it's just like Newton's first law: things in motion stay in motion unless acted upon by another force. They're inertial. That's inertial. All right.
Okay. Cool. Into
These people are trying to argue about like lying making you sick. What the hell, bro? Like it's been shown in many different studies, right? Like that anxiety, which obviously lying puts you in a state of anxiety because you have to frantically try to keep up with your lie and it makes you anxious. And also like the feeling that you might get caught in the lie also like makes you anxious, and anxiety can make like have all kinds of effects like migraines and tracks of cancer and all kinds of. And then the rebuttal is like, oh, these are just correlative, like as if you can take a cell, put it in a petri dish, and then tell it to lie and see what happens. Like what the dude, the numbers are overwhelming that when people live in a state of anxiety, they get sick.
People
Yeah,
can
it
live.
falls under the scope
People
of
can
stress.
live in anxiety without lying.
Okay, that's a non sequitur. That's literally irrelevant. Did I say people can't live in a state of anxiety unless they're lying? Did I say that?
Everything you say is. No.
Did I say people can't experience anxiety unless they're lying? Yes or no?
No.
Right. So what are you talking about?
People can lie without anxiety.
Okay, maybe like genuine like sociopaths or psychopaths or something, but my point is that
so your point was wrong.
no, because most people when they lie, they end up getting anxious, especially when someone starts to figure out they're lying because they're worried about getting caught lying. Now, like the very rare case, every baller has to interrupt. Have you guys noticed that?
Exceptions. Wait, hold up, Witsit. Hold up, Witsit. Exceptions do not disprove the rule. So when you bring up exceptional sociopathic individuals and how they don't feel any anxiety, that is not you disproving the rule of people getting anxiety when they lie. Exceptions do not disprove the rule. Thank you.
Which it has not shown that most people feel anxiety.
Okay, see, I'm sorry you're not understanding, but this is why he's going to interrupt me again. The ballers always feel the need to interrupt because they can tell that they're starting to lose the debate. So they have to shut down the other person, right? Like it's either that or leave. Like that's all that they can do. But the point that I'm making, it's very simple. And anyone that's just being honest, it's ironic. It's kind of dishonest to try to impulsively argue against this just because Austin said it. You know what I mean? But like if you're telling a lie, and you're in a group of, especially when you're in front of a bunch of people like here, right? And then someone starts to catch you in the lie, right? So say hypothetically someone's lying, then the other person's like, wait, your story's not adding up. And they start picking it apart and asking more questions. And then they keep on trying to defend the lie and make up new stories and keep explaining away all the critique. If they actually care about the room finding out that they're lying, which is like 99% of people, right? They don't want to be seen as a liar in front of everyone. And they start to get anxious and they're like uncomfortable that they may get caught lying. And when you're in a state of intense anxiety, then you can get sick. And there's it actually suppresses like T cell responses. It like suppresses your immune system. It has like effects within your brain that can actually result in migraines and many illnesses. Okay, so the fact that the Globers feel the need to jump in and defend lying should kind of speak for itself. Imagine having an instinctive response. You have to defend lying. No, lying doesn't do anything. Lying's not bad for you. It doesn't do anything. Like, what you scared of, bro?
you think defending lying might? Do you think that defending lying might cause anxiety and also make you sick?
I think that's the major thing.
I've thought about that. And we've talked about that. Like believing in a lie or defending it. Like, what does that do for your body, your soul, your spirit on all those levels as well? Even if you believe it, even if you believe it's true, if you defend and push a lie, what is the actual result of that?
Selling your soul by definition.
I would say that, like, if your intention is not deceptive, like if you truly believe the lie, then I would say it's not going to be near as detrimental, right? Like, say you believe a lie, but you start to see info that contradicts your belief, then you might start to experience some side effects, even if you truly believe it, because your body's fighting itself and it's having like this chaotic internal war where it's trying to like suffering from cognitive and stuff, and that may put you in a state of anxiety, even if it's not consciously known. But I think that for sure, it's like probably a spectrum that's directly proportionate. Like the illness or the ill side effects are probably directly proportionate to intention. So like if you're lying on purpose and then you get called out and you keep lying and then you're like, oh, I got to change the subject. Oh, I got to divert. I got to hide it. Oh, now I got to attack them. Now, like if you're doing like that, I think it's going to be way worse than like if you just genuinely believe a lie. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so it's hard to tell sometimes if it's a tactic that they're using, or they feel that sense of panic that if they know that they're lying, or if they stop truly believing everything that's completely fallacious, that they'll get that reaction will happen. Like they can't go into that zone, so they have to just defend it completely because they have to stay in that belief zone, that true belief zone.
Like who defends lying, right? So it's like it's well known that stress and anxiety can like make you ill, right?
Artemis 1 is 14,000 miles from moon.
Profound, man. So like if stress and anxiety can make you ill, well, if you're like lying and getting caught, that will make you anxious, you'll get ill. So whenever I just jumped in to try to help Zanuck, it's like you guys, I guess you guys don't view life through that lens. You really think it's always about trying to tear other people down. And that's how you guys view everything, because that's what you guys are trying to do. But that's not why I said that. I'm being sincere. Like, I feel like there's a lot of petty, unnecessary lying that goes on in here sometimes, and I think that it's genuinely bad for people. So it's like, I'm not claiming I've never lied or I'm purged or something, but I definitely make it a point to try not to lie. And like when Kosho came to me and was like, actually, this quote's wrong, I'm like, I'm pretty sure it's not wrong, actually. I fact checked all of them. And then he insisted, and then I looked into it and found out I was wrong. I'm like, oh yeah, my bad. I was wrong. Because imagine me going down swinging and claiming that was the real quote anyway. You know what I mean? Like I'd get all anxious and have like all the stress, and anyway, teach their own.
That is true. You did it's a very adult response.
Should just be like unspoken. Just like when I was talking to Fight the Tight Shirt, and I thought he got the equation wrong, and I was like, for Lorentz contraction, I was like, nope, you got it wrong, because I thought it was c squared times v squared, and he was like, no, that's the equation, and I'm like, oh, okay, maybe it is, maybe I'm wrong. You know what I mean? Like it's not that big of a deal. It doesn't mean like he won the debate or something. It's okay to. I will say, this goes on both sides, but you have to admit that the ballers are worse about this, generally speaking, because I think they look at it like if the flat earthers ever write about something in a debate against them, then it kind of goes against the narrative that they're just really, really stupid and don't know anything. They can never admit they're wrong about anything in a debate with the flat earther.
Or if you actually prove something wrong, that's like a Wikipedia entry or something that's like the Bible that they go by, then it's like then the structure breaks down from there. It's like a house of cards. They can't have any of it be wrong, so they have to defend even the stupidest shit.
Yeah, Chucky felt the need to say something. What's up?
No, I was asking who's Fight the Tight Shirt.
Fight the Flat Earths, also known as Fight the Tight Shirt.
Oh, is that his new name?
Well, he embraces the name, so.
Probably because he thinks that it's the implication is he's got big muscles, right, or something.
Nah, he just said he thought it was actually pretty funny, and he told his wife about it, and she also thinks it's funny, so he embraces the name and said, "I admit that's actually pretty funny," like 3 years ago. But he's got, I guess, someone's gonna come virtue signal now for him.
Yeah, who made that?
Disgusting person on the internet.
Who started calling him that? Is because he's a little bit overweight? Is that the?
I called him that because he literally wears like extra small shirts. You know what I mean? Like it's not even about his weight. It's like about the fact that if you're a little bit of a bigger guy, you shouldn't wear like a medium shirt that's like where you can barely breathe. And normally I wouldn't even just bring that. It's just when he was being like incredibly disgusting. So I was like, I'm gonna change your name to Fight the Tight Shirt, dude. Like you like get a bigger size shirt, bro. Like they're always too small.
Isn't that
Which
kind
is
of
actually
a
low
style?
vibration?
I think that's kind of a.
I just
style.
found it amusing that you were telling everybody how adult you were, and then you call people names. I just think that's funny.
Well,
That's just
I've
me,
actually talked to him about it. He thinks it's funny and thinks it's a funny nickname. So
Oh, good for you.
I don't
when
think
someone
he
calls me
made.
witless,
Hold on.
I think that's decently funny. I don't care.
Yeah, what's funny is that you didn't make the reference to being an adult. I think it wasn't it a Kosho?
Yeah,
That
it was
was me,
good.
yeah.
Well, yeah, I was just now kind of talking about being higher vibration, and then I brought in like an insulting name. So I guess I will concede that's sounds a bit hypocritical.
I used to just call him Fight the Fat Jerk.
But like I said, if he was like really upset about it, like I would never make like distasteful comments about, you know, other parts of his life that some flat earthers do. I don't think that that's cool. But yeah, like I call McToon McLooney Tunes. You know what I mean? Like I do give them little nicknames. I don't care. I think nicknames are funny. I call the dude on Debate Flat Earth. What's his name? Our Flat Earth debate. It's I don't remember his name. I call him Goyam. So yeah, maybe that's something I should work on because I do that a lot.
Who, Arwen?
Yeah,
Gollum? You call him Gollum?
yeah. Is that how you pronounce it, Gollum?
That's from Ring of Lord of the Rings, right?
I mean,
Yeah.
from Lord of the Rings, he looks more like an elven.
Well, it's much less about the appearance; it's about the behavior. So it's like how he's always like turning around, like acting like desperately, like yeah. I don't know much about the story actually, but
Not
it's like
only. Sorry.
no, you're good. It's just like he's like really like always like overly mad and like grumpy and like overly animated to like support whoever he's supporting. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's just funny.
And also, didn't they put him in a like it was an intro or something, and he was as that little goblin thing.
Oh, I did that.
Oh, that was you.
Yeah, I made a song to my hater. I think that's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. It's because they were like talking so crazy about me for like 2 months, and like me and Kai were talking, and it was like I shouldn't go in there and like really get involved. So I just made like a minute long response to the haters with a song.
But I'll go as far as to say that anytime you put anyone else down, it's actually putting yourself down. Meaning, I'm not saying it's not insulting yourself directly, but to throw an insult or to put anything down, like condescending, demeaning, any of that stuff, it's actually lowering your own vibration more than it's actually doing anything to them.
Do you think there's any exception to that? Like, are we supposed to ever call out people?
Well, what do you mean by call out? I mean,
Like if you talk about how Fauci is like a power hungry psycho, right? Like, is that bad?
Well, it's probably true. He seems to be a psychopath, very likely. So no, I wouldn't say. I mean, if you're just calling something that is what it is, but yeah, I guess there's like a fine line between calling out someone for what their conduct is or what they're doing, rather than just trying to bash them down. You know, like I mean, it's like psychopathy is an actual thing. Like it's an actual mental structure. So if he has power hungry and he's a psychopath, that's not necessarily putting him down as much as just, you know, stating your opinion on But like I said, it's kind of a fine line, I guess, because someone else could say it's an opinion that someone's a numpty, dipshit, whatever, all these terms that certain people use nonstop.
Yeah, fair enough. I take the critique. Like I do, because I do that. I call people, like I call him Fight the Tight Shirt. I call him C-Tune McLooney Tunes or McCartoon. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it probably is just a low vibration to enter into that at all. I look at it like comedic relief to it almost. It's like, yeah, I guess I convinced myself that's me almost taking the high road instead of like getting in these shouting matches and like throwing all kinds of hyper specific personal insults. I just like call him a funny name, but I guess technically I should just ignore it. I did this with him when I covered our debate too. I kept on putting up the picture of the secretary from Monsters Inc.
Yeah, this is the only community I've ever seen any of this stuff in my adult life. I mean, when I was in like middle school, high school, yeah, of course, there was all kinds of insults, people calling each other fat or ugly or all that shit. That was the thing. Probably a lot of us went through that. It was kind of the norm growing up in probably 70s, 80s, 90s, all those years. That was so. But it like after that, like in college and all that, like I never in my grad school and all that, just never interacted with anyone doing that anymore. Like that was something that people did in high school or middle school. And this flat Earth world is the only place I still see it happening.
It happens.
Do you think because it's mainly dudes in here?
It happens in poker all the time.
Well, it's the only place I guess I've been involved in, I suppose.
Well, whenever I'm around all dudes, it always devolves, and even when you're in a fucking professional setting, like you're fucking working or something, it's always just fucking. It's not really arguments, but you know what I mean. I don't know. I think
I have a different experience.
I think it's because this is a group
sure.
of guys, bro. And
yeah, like that's how my friends that's like how my friends used to talk to each other. Like we would we would see who could be the funniest like in roast sessions. But it's like that's like my brother. I would like die for him. But it's like I would like make fun of his goofy shoes, and he would make fun of my hair, and yeah, I don't know, just like yeah. Or like stand-up comedy is like, you know, this is involved in stand-up comedy a lot, and I would actually argue that stand-up comedy is like vital to the success of a society. That's why our society is such trash now, is because comedians can't freely speak anymore. But yeah, I guess there's probably a fine line. You could be funny without insulting people.
I don't think it's that. Like I think it's you. If you're gonna insult somebody, it's got to be funny, and coming from a good place. I see people who insult people as a joke, but you can tell it seems hostile and nasty. But there's people who, you know, they can ridicule somebody, like you said, like out of love or something like that, and you can tell it's not. You just tell it's come from a different place. So
either way, though, it's still trying to help, Coach. Rec 1, they're just more direct, and so it's more hostile. But the comedian on stage is like bringing. I guess I'm trying to say they're both bringing awareness to the problem. But the comedian on stage has like a general bear to poke fun at. Whereas if you're telling someone directly, I mean, it's gonna be personal.
You know, there's comedians who will talk about somebody directly, and still it'll be funny, and it seems like it's in jest. But there's been comedians again on stage who are saying things that it seems nasty. And, like Michael Richards, for example, it wasn't even funny what he was saying, but he thought it was going to come across kind of funny.
But we could kind of agree with Winston's point, right? Like it is good, kind of it offers a benefit to society, but grievance resolution period is what, you know, we can team up for. People in our community got grievances, we should help solve them.
Well, it's like this. It's like to be fair, like anyone that's being honest, like there's toxicity on both sides for sure, and I'm not even excluding myself. Like I definitely get caught up in it, but like the really, really like intense, like intentional, vulgar, like hateful vibe, like more so comes from like anti-flat earthers. where like you just go to the FTFE debate I had with him, listen to how cordial I'm being, right? And then go read the chat and read everything they say in that chat, or just go to Modern Day Debate that I just had, go read the chat and read the comments. Right? It's like a freaking egregious level of, you know, we'll go as far as like talk about like my baby that's coming, you know what I'm saying? Like to like just egregious. And that's like a popular thing. If you go watch MC Toon cover my debate, or whenever he does a video about me, just go watch what everyone says. It's literally nothing but 200 grown men all like viciously insulting first 2 straight hours. So I mean, you don't really see that. I mean, you see it from both sides, though, I guess. But then then what happens? It's like, so do you defend yourself?
Only on the Glober side, eh?
It's more so on the Glover side, but some flat earthers do it. Like when I was covering FTFE, there were people like making fun of him in the chat too, right? But it's nowhere close to the same. But then it's like, okay, this is when you have to be like, well, let's be honest. Look at the track record of him. Look what he's done to people, right? Look where he's like contacted employers. He's like stalked me with emails for a long time, saying the craziest stuff, like just berates people and so like blah blah blah. Of course, you've like asked for this response where people are not going to like you. So it's like, and I guess I've in a way as well, because I can also get caught up in a debate, right? So like Glovers hate me, but I'm just saying, like, the question that I'm putting forth is, what do you do? Like, do you defend yourself, or do you just like, maybe the best option is more like what Gio would suggest, I'm guessing, which is